What's good with it? YouTube. What's good with it? Twitter. What's good with it? Facebook. Honey, Twitter be in here so fast, baby. I ain't had time to go get no food, warm it up, come on back, and it be cold by the time I get back. I'm telling you, it is cold in here. And these MAGA events, honey, ain't the one to play with. But what's happening? What's happening? Yes, honey. It is so much going on that has taken place. We have some wonderful sources now. Let me tell you, we putting pieces together with this Diddy thing because as we know, hey Daniel, happy Wednesday back to you. As you know, all of it um, goes together, right? So while we now know why Diddy is trying to um, sell off his assets that some idiot hadn't tied up. But today I told you, well, yesterday I told you, well, Monday I believe I told you that they was gonna have that hearing today. You know, to reverse that judgment. I'm gonna play the audio from that. I also, because law and crime don't seem to be up to date with that. So what I did, because I saw that they followed his um, the $1 million settlement because he did a video conference. So I let all um, law and crime know that they can find the videos of the other two conferences on Pam Esquire's channel because I think she's the only one that has it, honey. And she's in Michigan where it was going down. She done tapped into the people's video conference and I hollered him. I told her that thing was funny to me. You sitting up there in the video conference. Okay, you got a front row seat. Like what we doing? What we talking about today? Right? So I let law and crime know. I don't know if they will, because they're supposed to be going live at 2. So I want to make sure we get everything on the record. So we have to play. Hey, we be on CPA time, color people, and your time. All right, you know how that works. So I'm gonna try. I'm gonna get up and I still ain't done that one. Remember all the projects I had? Just that one. I got one to do, one more to do. I ain't done it yet. Okay, and I'm gonna get off here in time, and I'm going to do it because it's just holding up some money. And I listen here. I need to get my life in order. All right. Hey, Karen Johnson. Hey, Purple Purple. Oh my gosh! Like I am not even playing with them Twitter people. Them Twitter people be like, what we talking about today? But yeah, so um, I'm going to probably. I don't know where we need to start first. Um, I I'm I don't know. It's so much going on. Oh, let me get. You know what? And y'all remember now. My baby daddy was mentioned in that dude Rod's um complaint. Talking about Chris Usher was mentioning that too. Now if they said if them feds say if they seen Chris Brown moonwalking and all of that and them something that freak offs, I ain't gonna be mad as long as they over 18. I know he do the little drugs. You know what I'm saying? I can't be mad at no stuff over 18. That I just can't be mad at that. As long as it was consensual, right? Meaning that doesn't just mean that they had the consent of the person that was there. They just because they came to the house. That doesn't mean they had consent. Okay. Um, it is high time that we get down to understand that the law does not operate on your feelings. Just because you feel a way, it ain't got nothing to do with it. All right? It operates on the standards and the rules and regulations and governance and all of that. That's what it operates on. It operates on procedures. It operates on substantive law, procedural law. That's what it operates on. All right? Operates on due process. Operates on a lot of stuff. Operates on when they list those penal codes, what are the criteria? That's what it operates on, not our field. So, and I'm, kind of tying it into a lot of the stuff that we've heard, like from the R. Kelly situation, like, the girls lied to their mama, jumped the fence, this, that, and the third, whatever. That's all fine, well, and dandy. That is a shame from the mama to the child. You shouldn't do that. They ain't got nothing to do with the law. They're not really concerned with all of that. Mm-mm. And we have to advance and move forward and get out of that and understand that the law is the law, whether you like it or not. Okay? You have attorneys that fight for, you know, um, not legal, but reformation of the law. You have politicians, which are mainly lawyers, that do that. You have activists, more importantly, that does that, right? But until it's changed, that's what we have. And and you have to know, and it's just plain as day, and it's fair for both sides to receive justice, whether you're a defendant or you are maybe a victim, or if you're the government, right? All three needs to receive justice. The defendant has the right to be detained in accordance with the law and processed in accordance with the law. The victim or accuser, they have the rights to make a complaint and have that heard and treated in the correct way, in accordance with the law. Okay? And the government, and again, I told you, the government can range from your local government all the way up to the feds. Anybody trying to arrest you is the government. All right? Hence the root word govern. All right? They have a right to bring forth allegations and have them made judgment by trial fact, which is the judge or jury. Anyone that's charged with hearing a case. Okay, hey Marietta. So everyone, whether, and I'll get more specific, whether you are a victimized or a victim, you are to receive justice. They didn't say whether or not you're going to like the way you receive it, or you're going to agree with the way you receive it, because listen, you can receive justice and the decision goes against you. That's when you get into the procedural and substantive law. All right? The handling and the processing of of the claim. There's no way around it. If there was a way around it, and the law wasn't in place, then we would be in a lawless land. Now, I don't know too many people that has not picked up the phone to call 911. Do you need fire rescue? No, I need the police. So, so we have to keep that in mind. And it's important that we, look at the documents, because ultimately that's what the defendant is going to be um, judged by, right? Somebody's going to make a determination whether or not he did what they said he did in that indictment. And they're going to make that judgment based on the evidence that is presented in court. And testimony is what? Evidence. It's one of our categories of evidence. So we just have to, push forward, right? With the personal feelings. I have a lot of personal feelings when it comes to law. Of course, already they're making their comparisons between, R. Kelly and Diddy. Well, let me tell you this. On those three little, no, I ain't gonna say three little, but on those three counts that Diddy is charged with, that second one, he could be there for life. And I'm not talking about life like, oh, if he gets 30 years, that's effectively life. I'm talking about 15 to life. So that means somebody can determine anywhere from 15 to life on your ass. All right? So I'm not saying his issue is more, because either way you stack it, your ass can die in there, right? Either person. But what I'm saying is, I didn't really look at the gravity of Diddy's case until I looked at the actual uh, statutes, and I have to remember, because see, when you're not in practice and stuff, I don't be remembering all them damn steps. Shit, I ain't got time for all of that. So we do the hybrid. We on the fly with it. All right, we be behind, but we catch them. So, oh my God, it is already over 100. This is crazy. What's good with it? But so yeah, that's what we are with. So I'm going to find out who Damien Williams was. I don't know if y'all seen that press conference. I'm going to, and I should have had this up, but I don't. I'm going to find the let me tell you. Oh damn, I can't tell you that. Oh Lord. I'll tell you what somebody said. Somebody said that it was like, hold on, let me see. What should I do? Hold on, I'm trying to see. which one to show. We want it all, and there is a big difference in the time from one to the other. Okay, when was this? This is one day. Is he saying the same thing? Because this other press conference, honey, I seen that man press conference, and that man was showing the guns and all kinds of stuff. That's the one I want to put up. Shibuki. Let's see. Yeah. This is the one where he showed the gun. He literally had. Oh, yeah, I just want to make sure. Okay, so early on it shows the gun. Alright, early on in there he shows the guns. Okay, that's the right one we're going to show. That one right there. Okay. First up, so I'm gonna get on the record, because you want to get a sense of how the prosecutors are feeling. And I haven't watched this, the whole thing, whatever, but I've seen like little bits and pieces of it, and I was like, wow. Now, apparently, also, his defense attorneys did a press conference as well. I'm also going to read on the record what I received yesterday. Now, miraculously, it's in the system today. I don't know how nobody gets nothing. It ain't my business. I just thank you for sending it to me. Because I got everything they got in the system. They got in the system today, dated today. And of course, I know how ECF works and all of that. I got this here yesterday because I read it to you. I showed y'all. But and I'm being told. I guess can say this because I don't do no hot mouthing. I'm being told that his families, his daughters and stuff like that are doing good. They're holding it together. Um, his sons wasn't arrested, but they're doing well. That's what I've been told. All right. So anyway, let me start by getting the press conference on the record. And listen, I went back. I continued to listen to that part that I couldn't get on the record of the judge admonishing Miss Love like that. Like she was. See, this is what I'm talking about. I ain't trying to be funny, but I have maybe a heightened sensitivity to like that racial stuff. I forget whatever that word is. I think I'm getting old. And it's like Undertones. Yeah, I have a heightened a sensitivity to racial undertones. Okay, and look here, and then the defense, with a little weaseling, they sensed it too. Not that, but they sensed that she is tired of love. All right, and they're acting. Oh, can we know that? Let me tell you something, and I'm glad the judge spoke on it. You get a witness list. They don't have to necessarily provide you the order of the witnesses and all who gonna got it. They don't have to do that. They do that. They being courteous. They got to do that. You got because you get a list so you can do what? Prepare. So for whoever they call, you got all your stuff there. Just get your folder, get your notebook, and get to asking them questions that you done wrote. That's it. So we can run well, Lisa, we can know we didn't get the list of who coming in to fight this one. Be glad you got one. Yeah, you got the master list, didn't you? And I understand it's a lot of people, and I don't know if the judge ordered for her to turn over the witness list like that. But just know that's not necessary. You got the master, don't you? Sound somewhere. All that extra. Boy. Now love do need to get it together. She be tripping. I ain't gonna I understand people's frustration with her. But are you serious? Are you serious? All right. So let me put on this press conference. Oh, let me put my topics. Hey, just be. All right. I'm gonna get this on the record. It's a look back because guess what? This happened yesterday, but we need to get it on the record so we can, you know, for our references. You gotta admit what, just be that you love me. Me either, just be just with the information that that we had, and then at the length of time or whatever. I didn't think he would get arrested, but more important, I didn't think he would have this much trouble with the bond because they denied his bond. He had a bond hearing at 2. So hopefully somebody do a press conference on that, or the news will report on it, and we'll get that on the record too. But I knew he was having a bond hearing at 2 today. I knew that early yesterday. Child.
District of New York. Today, morning, everyone. My name is Damien Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with Rico conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs, They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs's crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs's residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs's electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Persons Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smeisler, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleeper and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Aaron Katursky, ABC.
Thanks, Nick. Damien, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Thank you. Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
One more coercive than the other?
I'm not, you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points, but we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Juliet Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and they were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it. That was at a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
John Anise, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residents? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place? I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s. 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines with ammunition loaded in them. So some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs's safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case. And I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity, and it no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations. Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
Again, I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Wow, that was off the chain. That was off the chain. So thank you everybody for coming in. Please like, share, and subscribe, and hit and like us up, please. Check this out. Remember last week, I believe it was last week when I was saying, trying to explain when about that word cooperation, and I started laughing when he said that it has taken on a new meaning from when we use it and from when others use it. And I was trying to describe the difference, which I tried to do that way back when I don't know what we weren't minding our business, the whole sector, and something somebody had something in their paperwork and they said they are cooperating. And you know, baby, the people that wanna demonize whoever it was saying that they was cooperating. They telling, they snitching. And I was like, no, it don't mean that. It don't mean that. And it's just a lot of stuff. You just throw your hands up. You know, you just throw your hands up with, yes, ma'am.
Hold on, let me put the mute button on. Hello, lady.
Hello, how you doing, ma'am? How you doing?
I'm good. Hello, people in the chat and people in the bushes. I asked y'all to hit the like button, not for Angie, because I know people don't like her, but for me.
Shut up.
Me. Girl, they don't like you. They don't like you, girl.
Girl, that's right, baby. Now listen, at least the right ones don't like me. As long as they don't like me, I am good. Now when they start liking me,
That
baby,
means
I'm
you
gonna
doing
have a
something
problem
wrong.
now. I'm doing something wrong. I'm trying to make sure they don't like me. Matter of fact, continue to hate me, baby. I understand. I
People in the
get it.
bushes don't listen to this lady. She crazy. She want people to like her and come to her channel and listen. Don't listen
No,
to her.
no, baby. Just the right ones, honey. Just the right one. Cause listen, I don't like problems. So any
Well,
problematic people, I thank you for your service. Thank you though.
Well, that's always the thing. That's always the thing. So listen, I had to come on here before I had too much vino, and I wasn't gonna be no good. I don't know if I'm any good right now.
Oh Lord. Hey,
Hey,
Lady Ted.
man, I was
You
making a pot of white beans, and time was just going by slowly. So I was like, well, let me take advantage. So here I am. Here I am.
What's happening? What's happening? Oh, baby. Well, you must be. Well, honey, I got more to put out, and I got to read, and I got to do this, and I got to do that, and you can't interrupt. But what's up?
I didn't know I was interrupting. I just wanted to get my two
No,
cents
no,
off
no. You're not.
early.
Hold on, lady. You're not interrupting. I don't care about you being up here. I'm just telling you what's the order of today.
So I gotta
Listen.
save my commentary.
No.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Can I give it now, or do I need to
Yeah,
wait?
you give it. Yeah, you can give
Oh,
it
because I
whenever.
might
I'm
not be
just
no good
saying,
in another 20
girl.
minutes. Now
I'm talking
listen.
about when I read and when I did this. Let
Oh
me
yeah,
tell
no,
you.
I'm not going to interrupt that. I'm
No,
not going to
I
interrupt
have
that.
dropped the link early a few times. I had started doing that, and I had, how people love to talk and whatever, and
Well, you
that's
know,
fine with me. And baby, I was getting all kind of comments. They are interrupting, and I don't know. Oh,
hey
okay.
man, people pouring out a little liquor for Diddy, but I mean, I think it's unbelievable, but we knew, and
I know you
almost
can
kind of like with
tell.
R. Kelly.
Oh man, that man name come up in it. Anytime somebody is arrested for look like traffic violations, R. Kelly. What? How you think about you? How compare to R. Kelly? I'm like, oh my god.
Well, R. Kelly's the only black celebrity that we really have as an example of how this goes. And I
Mhm.
think for us that have been over here in the trenches, we even okay, let me just say this. I honestly never thought we would be here. Keller told me from the get-go when he saw the paperwork, he was like, that's gonna be a Rico and human trafficking. And I think because of who Diddy was, um, and you can't compare it to R. Kelly because R. Kelly's more like he was almost like a has-been at the time. Diddy
Mhm.
is currently A-list. Well, he was until this, but he was currently A-list. He is still very wealthy, very influential, and I think that I was blinded by the celebrity and had a hard time seeing it. I did not think we would get here. I thought it would all be civil.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I was saying. I mean, they're gonna. No, I mean, when I saw um that he had been arrested before we had the indictment, I said, okay, well, this motherfucker's gonna be Rico. It's gonna have some guns and some sex. some kind
Yeah,
of sex
lots of
charge,
sex,
right?
a
And
whole
it
lot
came
of
up, I
slippery
was like,
sex.
oh my gosh. Because every time I say something and it be right, they think I got something, they think some kind of way I caused it, I
Well, you're
did it,
probably
or
an
whatever.
informant,
I'm like,
Angie.
oh my gosh.
You probably are an
No.
informant. I don't know if anybody's asked you, but you
Yeah,
probably
they be
are.
like thinking, like, I'm like, oh my God. And what conspiracy theorists don't understand that y'all are borderline sick and crazy. Okay, because you can't because you don't never rule some things. It's just maybe it's a coincidence, or maybe she went to school for it,
Might
or
be.
maybe that's the charges that it will fall under, and or maybe I don't know no motherfucking R. Kelly, or maybe I don't know. I don't even know nobody
Now
else.
listen, lady, I'm personally undecided. You could have learned this stuff during a college lecture, or you could be an informant. I don't know. We probably have to get Audra on the line. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, because she's still even though I called Detroit and Chicago and gave them, I give people that's not going to dox me my identification information, you know, as an old practitioner. So, 'cause, and they be like, no, ma'am, this is so she think just because she can't from Florida Google it and find it online that the marriage never happened. But I'm like, oh my God. R. Kelly even said it happened. How
What
about
be
that?
funny about her is she be on the subjects that we discussed like way, way, way back when, and it's like
Yeah.
even the supporters are not arguing that anymore. Everybody's like, "Girl, we've been there, done that. They was there. People was married. It is what it is." Like,
Like,
like the stuff
what
you
are
be
we
want to
doing?
talk about, like you be she wanted to go all the back to. Does Azrael even know him? And we like, wait a minute, girl, no, you way too late. She
Yeah,
said
like,
Azrael was never even in California. No, girl, she was there.
like
We all know she was there.
exactly. And that's why, whether here's the thing, whether you are a supporter or you're not, you have to base your argument, your fight, if you're supporting your fight on what they put down. Now you can go try to dispute it, whatever. That's fine. If you come up with evidence that says, "Well, no, this didn't happen," but it has to be what we call a meritorious argument, meaning it has to be, based on fact, fact,
Yeah, yeah,
fact,
yeah.
not what you think, and not just because you can't Google it and bring it up, huh?
Yeah.
Google is your source.
Well,
I
she better get
mean,
to Googling on Diddy because the people say, listen, the people say, I don't even know where to start. First of all, let's start with the fact that when they arrested him, they said pink powder, that's that Tussie or whatever they were saying that he was into, excuse me, that I feel like most non-drug addicts had never even heard of until
you went out.
Angie.
Yeah, I'm here. You went
Okay,
out.
sorry. No, I was saying, so when they arrested him at this hotel in New York,
Mm-hmm.
they found the pink powder that we learned, well, I think most of us learned about during one of those lawsuits that they said that he was into. And apparently it's an ecstasy base powder, but it's pink and I don't know what else is in there. So he had drugs in the hotel room while he said he was there to turn himself in. So I want to get that out because I just
You keep going out.
going out.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay, I may have to. My phone keep going to sleep. I'm not sure if that's the problem. No, but I was saying like I'm not sure if he a crackhead or not. Like he was there to turn himself
Oh,
in, and he had to have drugs on him while he was there.
well, but you know what? I don't know nobody. Well, let me change this. I don't know why anyone would that know they turn themselves in and turn themselves in on a sober mind. Yes, get high and drunk. Let me tell you, I've
Yeah,
been all
but
kinds of stuff. But hold on, let me tell you this.
yeah, but I thought ecstasy like a sex drug. What? I mean, if he over there by himself and with his children, what do you need to be doing ecstasy? Like, I
Well,
don't
maybe he
understand.
got some baby oil or something going on. But let me tell you
Oh,
this. That
girl.
I told you that Mr. Walker was probably one of the ones that I should have just kept on going. Listen, he got mad at me and knew he had a warrant, and and because you know how I am. Okay, I don't care. I don't care nothing about you. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. So he gonna call me acting like, well, yeah, since you don't care, I'm gonna turn myself in. Hold on, all just to get me to come down there and be embarrassed amongst my what colleagues and we stuff like that. He just was doing all that extra. It was terrible, and I was like, I don't care. I don't care. Tell me, I don't care. You crazy. And baby, as sure as twice two is four, his mama called me and said, yeah, I just got a call from so and so. Turns up in. What he did was he smoked him a lot of weed and got
Mm-hmm.
drunk before he turned himself in. So that's why I know people like to get high and drunk and turn themselves in. I'm like, well, why not? Go down there and act full.
Okay. If they would have said they found a little weed, I think I might. Okay, I guess I understand a little. I understand a last rodeo. I do. But this man had pink powder. Like what is we talking about?
His last freak off. That's what we talking about.
They
His
said he
last
was
freak off.
frolicking around New York with his children and apparently his sister, who I ain't never seen before. But hey, sister. But yeah, I mean, just starting there. I mean, I know that he probably thought he would have time to prepare and clean up his little pink dust. I know he thought that, but he didn't. And now he just looked like I mean, oh man, I just, yeah, he just keep a little pink powder on him wherever he go. 1,000. What are we gonna do with 1,000? Where do you keep 1,000 bottles of baby oil? Like, how do you store it? And
Right.
what did you tell the person who went to get it? Did you say, hey, instead of getting me a whole bunch of individual bottles, just get me a lot of bottles? Okay, cool. How many you want? Like 10? No, more than that. Like 20? No, more than that. Like 50? More than that. Like 100? No, like 1,000. Like, how you tell this to somebody?
Right. Right. And my thing is, are you getting it from Sam's? Like, what are we doing?
I
I'm so
don't
confused.
wholesale. What's one of them wholesale companies that just sell stuff by I mean,
Sam's and BJ's and all of that and whatever. Or you go online and Google something and something will come up like some kind of a warehouse or something where you can get stuff in bulk. But that's crazy. I'm like, government, did you really count it? Or are you just making up a number? Because
I needed to know that information, Angie. I think that was crucial, and
I'm
we
gonna read
needed to
some
know.
stuff on the record.
Listen,
I haven't read, a lot of it, but it was the detention that Damien spoke of, and it gave more details about his arrest, his charges, and I'm just gonna read the parts that I felt that that's important that was left out. The other parts is pretty much consistent with the indictment that I read yesterday, but the other stuff gets down to details, breaks down those guns and stuff like this. This is great, and the
well,
arson.
I want to
You
say
want to
that
know about that arson?
the baby oil speaks to his intent, because when you
Oh my
have that,
God.
listen,
Yeah.
that speaks to your
Yes,
intent,
and you
because
call and you right, and that's why that's why they collected. You're
now he
absolutely
gonna
right.
lie and say that was for his little baby, but you know that's a lie, because that little baby don't have that much skin. So,
Right.
I just, and then
And y'all listening to one of the one of the YouTube paralegals up here that graduated from our channel by Angie. Yeah,
yes,
they collected that
yes.
oil. They
I have my
collected
degree on
that.
the wall.
Right.
It's up
They
on the wall.
collected that oil.
Hmm.
You think they look at that's gonna help prove their charges. Like, look here, the lady said that he used people use baby oil. What we find? Whole bunch of baby oil.
Jesus, I mean, is baby oil even
Right.
safe for the vagina? Like, I'm concerned with the
Right.
safety in that room.
Right.
Like,
Right.
y'all in there just with bacteria and bacterial
Right.
infections and irritation and smell
Right.
like booty hole, and
I know, right? That is
ooh.
crazy to me. It's like, let me tell you something. There was nobody ever, never, ever buying those foreign agents and thinking you gonna have a good time with me. I'm like, you ain't putting that up in my thing.
Now
Listen, I'm a hypochondriac and I'm gonna immediately think, I got something.
But see,
Let's
that's
go
how
try
them, that's how them cokeheads be though, Angie. Because I know somebody who did coke, and he once asked me could he lube me up with baby oil and put his finger in my butt.
You know
So,
what? I'm so glad I changed your dating circumstances because this has been one hard story.
Robert Kell, if you're anywhere near, please cover your ears. Okay, this is my way past. But yes, I mean, it's the cocaine. It's the cocaine. It's not. You don't be normal doing powders. Pink ones, white ones, none of them. You are not a normal person. You are crazy. These listen, and this person had a real important job and everything, and I was just like, what?
Don't be the main one.
Yeah, wanted to lube me right up and just put a finger right in there. I was like, absolutely not. Under no circumstances.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because and when they said that these parties would go on, his little freak offs would sometimes go on for days. I was just like, Jesus, and they brought their own sheets. Lord of mercy. Listen,
girl,
when you gotta bring your own sheets, you finna get to it, okay? You finna get to it. When you bring your own sheets to the hotel, you finna get to it. I don't know what you finna get to, but you gonna get to it. Listen, it's gonna be some slipping and some sliding, and I know it was nasty in there.
And listen, and they want you to be a part of it, and
Not
you
me.
ain't even stand up for that.
None of it.
You ain't stand up for that.
And did you hear the part where they said that so the girl, what's her name from Danity Kane? Dawn Richards. Okay, Richard. Excuse me. So apparently he was on the phone calling the other one 50-something times since her lawsuit to try to get her on his side.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's what they said. They said he called her 54 times or something like that. And the phone calls only stopped after she made a public statement saying, hey, that wasn't my experience. I don't basically know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, she said that?
The other member of Danity, yes, not Danity Kane, sorry. The what was the name of that group again? I called them Danity Kane. With her, Diddy.
No, Dirty Money.
Dirty Money. The other member of Dirty Money went public and basically said that she's not trying to discredit her take on it, her story, but that it just wasn't her experience. And they said that he had called the other one 54 times until she made that statement. And when she made that statement, the phone call stopped.
So wait a minute. Which one made the statement?
The other one, not the one who's not the
one
one
that was on Love and Hip Hop.
Yeah, her. What's her name? So I didn't want to call her Estelle. Her name ain't Estelle, but she looked like Estelle. But
so
her, not Dawn Richard, but the other one. She made a statement.
So her statement was kind of like in support of Diddy.
Not necessarily in support, but just basically saying, I don't know what, I didn't see any of what you're talking about.
Well,
so I ain't gonna say in support, but definitely not saying that she witnessed any of the things she's saying she endured. Yeah. And then they said in some of the paperwork that he reached out to another witness and or victim, not sure, who he had not spoken to in years, and called that person, basically trying to get them on his side. So yeah, none of these things you would do if you're trying to get a bond.
Okay, people, I got some more information. I mean, this is going on today. I don't know. I don't ask no questions.
Yes, Karen Johnson, my way past. People don't talk to me like that no more. All I can tell y'all, stay away from cokeheads because they're a whole different breed. And they're more common than people think.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, shit, I got the damn transcript from yesterday. Wait a minute. from the
Oh
court.
yeah, we need that.
Oh, we're gonna read about it. We're gonna read about it. Let me get put
Hi, Adam 418. I don't know you, but welcome. And you're right. I mean,
oh yeah, so we got the transcript from uh yesterday. We got the thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's long too. Jesus Christ.
wait, what time today is his other court hearing where they're going to ask for bond again? Do you know?
Yeah,
'Cause I
this
saw
bail hearing was at 2. So I'm gonna see if there is a press conference
two
from there.
today.
2 today. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I saw some people said like 7:30 my time. So okay, all right. I'm just wondering. Okay,
I don't even know what that would be your time because
don't worry about it. I
yeah,
translate, but
I've
I
been
just
yeah. Hit me up and
my YouTube when I search YouTube, like if somebody has like a show pre-scheduled, it'll show my time versus like their time, so it makes it easier for me. But then I can't translate it to everybody.
baby, we got the transcript, baby. Oh, now I wonder would they mind. Well, no, I probably would. Hey, Adam, 4.4_18. If you show guilty, R. Kelly gonna feature P. Diddy come to daddy jail. Oh my gosh. He done come out there. He from this state. He done come out the bush to say that.
Can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
Oh, so y'all, let me get his attorney from yesterday on the record about, you know, his side of it, which he's representing Sean Combs will be Sean Combs' side of it. Let me get this on the record. That's something else I might have to get on the record.
Wait, before you read that, I also want to point out his bond, his prepackaged bond agreement. So they said a $50 million package, right? That was to include his mother's house as what's that called? What's that called, Angie? I think it
Well,
starts with the A. When you put up something for a bond as collateral. So he
collateral.
put up his mother's house in Miami for collateral, which to me explained why he was willing to sell his LA house because his mom lives in Miami and he has that big house. Kind of makes sense to me. But nonetheless, it was his mom's house. It was signed by his mom, his sister, his 3 adult sons, which includes the one by Al B. Shore, and the mother of his oldest daughter, which I assumed to be Chance. I didn't know she was older than the twins, but that lady, the light-skinned lady, she's really pretty, and her. So they were all going to sign this bond, and he was going to wear like a house, a monitor, and he said only stay within Florida and New York. And I thought to myself, that seems luxurious.
You went out.
Sorry, every time my phone closes, it goes out. But I said no. He said he would wear an ankle monitor and then only be between Florida and New York. And I thought that seems very luxurious. Like you get a choice between New York City and Miami, like South Beach. Like that seems real extra.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then he said that he's parking his plane because he's trying to sell his jet. So that was
Yeah,
the
that was
bond
funny.
package.
That was funny. Wait a minute, I'm trying to see if I already have this.
If y'all didn't know these details, I'm catching y'all all up.
Oh, listen. Um, I, I, I don't know, baby. It ain't for me to question. Hold on, cause the system just dropped something in there. I'm trying to get it. I mean, it ain't no way. Listen, I'm not paying no pacer bill like the R. Kelly pacer bill that we were paying from this Diddy foolishness. Because let me tell you, they are dropping stuff in here in the system like it's nothing. I mean, they going back and forth, and I want to make sure that I don't already have this. So I don't want to download it. But I'm gonna put, okay, we got the house.
And and this is still real sad because it's kind of like I still, excuse me, I don't understand how any of this has to be. Like, I know it's not just about the sex, it's about like largely about control. But on a safer side, like, no matter what you're into, especially if you're rich and powerful, I feel like you can find somebody else that's into it. Like, I don't understand forcing people to do things that they don't want to do, but I guess that's the control aspect of it. But
Well, hold on now, because listen, like I was explaining, all right, it is the coercion and all of that. It's a long line of that. It's not just simply you come through the door, you with it, and hey, okay, it's okay. No, this is what makes it illegal. All right.
right, but I'm saying Diddy, whatever he was into, he could have found people that was willing to do that for him
No,
because he was
that's what I'm
Diddy.
trying to explain. I'm trying to explain. There could be people that is knowing that they're finna come. Listen, because this is now you should know this. If you should know the traps. They call. They want people to do this, that, and the third, and the people go do this, that, and the third. Here's what makes it illegal. Okay, and what makes it illegal is if you give them drugs. What makes it illegal is if they can't
Hmm.
consent. They can't
Yeah.
consent not
Yep. Yep.
because they're drugged up, drunk, underage, and all of that. You know what I'm saying? They could give you consent you because you went there and you went there with with barely nothing to wear up under your clothes, your ass out and all this and you did all of that. What made it unconsensual and by force and all of that
It's the
is
drugs.
when like I don't know exactly what was said or whatever on the phone, but when you start using a phone to get this stuff accomplished, and then you have drugs and alcohol and all of that, that's what makes
Pre-planning,
it.
people going to stock the room with freak off supply. Like, every time I hear the word freak off supplies, I be
Yeah,
thinking, what
that's
the
crazy. That's crazy to me. I'm
freak?
like, oh
They
my
said the
god,
lighting, the sheets, the lube. I was just like, oh my god, what am I
I'm
listening to?
like,
So
yeah.
so tell me
So
this. You as a person, let's take away your legal background. Let's take away what you know about the law. Do
mhm.
you think that the lines are very blurry when it comes to consent of being under the influence? Because I gotta admit, I think there's a huge difference between saying I want to get fucked up and then have sex versus you fucked me up and then had sex with me. So I just wonder sometimes, like, I get it, I understand it. I tell it to my nephew and everything, like, make sure you understand consent laws. Um, but as an adult woman who has smoked a little green and then wanted to have sex and really enjoyed the sex after I smoked a
Yes,
little green,
yeah, okay,
I
yeah, I've been there,
I
and still
wonder
will go there.
and I wonder because I know what it says legally, right? But
Yeah,
there's a difference between me going there with the intention of doing just that and me getting in and you got this mysterious pink powder I never seen before, and now all of a sudden I'm drugged and now now I'm having sex. Like, to me, it's a huge difference, and I just be wondering
it
sometimes,
is.
are the lines a little blurred right there?
Yeah, I think because here's the thing, right? I think that if I sit up there and take my drink, smoke my little dope,
Mm-hmm.
I think that that could be a level of consent because somebody, it's not nobody who is going to come in somebody's house and just pick up they liquor and pick up they dope and smoking and drinking. No, people offer you the drugs and the alcohol, and you be like, yeah, yeah, boop boop boop, right?
Or
Now,
you
if I
might have
don't
went there
know
with
it,
your own.
huh?
Or you might have went there with your own. Just
Right, but if
this
I
is what
don't
you.
know, right, exactly. But if I don't, which is a good defense, if I don't know that like if you give me some pink powder and stuff like that or whatever, and I might say yeah I want to try it or whatever, then to me I'm 50-50 on that, and I really so I understand it a lot from the defensive side of it, because you know what I'm saying. We now I ain't gonna say we all, but I know I would have to raise my hand if I just say that I done, participated in and maybe some extracurriculars, not with no other people and
Right,
nobody
not a group
me but my
activity.
ass. But I'm talking about when you getting you're drinking and you're
Right.
smoking. Hell, I done that with a prosecutor.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, we done got, listen.
Well, I know a lawyer that told me he smoked crack at a party.
Oh, but yeah, and people that think you supposed that they all lawyers and doctors act,
No,
supposed
like
to
and like
act.
a real professional lawyer worked on some big cases too. And I told it to somebody, and they said, and I said, he ain't a crackhead. And they said, V, how you know? I said, well, I guess I don't technically know, but I trust his word because he don't have no problem telling you he tried crack at a party. I don't know what kind of party. I don't know if it was a Diddy party. I really don't know. Could have been. Sounds like it could have been a Diddy affair because he a
Okay,
freak like that.
right,
He a freak like that.
right. Like people have other sides to them outside of their profession or whatever. People have other sides to them. You understand what I'm saying? Like that judge who was battling the cops and shit outside
Oh
on
yeah. Well, she did that
her.
because she's a white woman. I mean, we got to be honest.
No, she black. She was black.
Wait, you talking about that lady that had had the people follow her all the way to her house? They wanted her to pull over. She never pulled over. Went inside her house.
No,
Oh,
no.
okay.
After she put hands on them cops, they put her tried to put her in the car. Right then, no,
Oh,
no, it was at a
no. I
bar.
didn't see that. I didn't see that. No, I didn't see
No,
that.
this was a black judge,
She
and
put hands and feet on them.
yeah, she put hands and feet on their ass.
So
and
listen,
they,
sometimes
they tried to put her ass in the back seat,
sometimes
and she
violence is the answer. Okay, sometimes it's not. Listen,
yeah, so sometimes you got to put them paws on 'em. But
there's
yeah,
nowhere else to go.
yeah, she tried to work with their ass. She tried to 1-2 them out there. That's what she did.
I didn't see that one. I gotta see that one.
Yeah,
Listen.
black judge. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Chicago or something like that.
Yeah, well,
So
that would make sense.
yeah, it makes sense. So and then her little two friends that she had with her look like they ain't never worked nowhere, honey. And baby, but they was dressed up in some of the, they was honey. I was, and they was up there talking shit to the cops.
It's a situation.
It was a situation. Yeah, that girl. Yeah, so and that's a whole judge. And
Well, I mean,
she out there putting up that motherfucking hands and feet on them. Like
hey,
what?
sometimes there's nothing else to do, but you will get
Right.
to it. Now, listen. I do think so. They were saying. Now, I do think this now, and I'm just thinking we don't have all the details, right? So, some of the people that were speaking on it were saying, the commentators were saying that what the indictment does not say is that there were people doing this against their will. So I was thinking about some of the staff and kind of thinking about the R. Kelly, because we're not virgins to this. We kind of know
Yeah.
the framework here. And I was thinking though, with Diddy's employees, even if they went to the hotel room and brought lights and sheets and lube and God knows what else. My
You went
phone.
out again.
I know it was my screen. I don't know why my phone keeps going to sleep. But yeah, so God knows what else they brought there. They don't necessarily know that some of the women or possibly some of the males as well are being forced. They don't know that they're not there to do this because they want to do this. So I'm already thinking like on the defense side that they don't know that some of these people are there because they feel they have to be forced to do it despite well, they also brought drugs, so I guess once you bring drugs then you're supposed to know
Right.
that
Right.
legally
But
people can't
remember,
consent.
right. Hey, Queenie. But remember, it's what if you look at the indictment, look at everything under that penal code. So don't jump to the defense first. Look at everything under that penal code. And when you start talking about coercion and this, that, and the third, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
understand what the government's definition of it is, and then you'll be like, oh, okay, that's how they can be guilty. You know what I'm saying? Even though they are willing to sit up there, like a lot of the people that get caught up on these Ricos and stuff like. And understand this, even people that are just making coffee and booking flights,
Yeah.
gotta they caught up in it, right?
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
that's in the scope of your duty, of your job,
Yeah.
and
And
you're in
I kind of feel sorry for those people too, because they just
yeah,
thought they had a real opportunity to work for somebody like Diddy. Now, yes,
yeah.
when they probably got to the point where they was bringing sheets and dope to the hotel room, they probably said, "Okay, this is shady as fuck." But they probably just thought, I mean, they're a bunch of freaks. They just want to get it on, and who am I to get in the middle of it?
Exactly. That's not my business. So that's why I explained yesterday. We all can be indicted under
Yeah.
RICO.
Well, not
How it
me,
is.
not me, because I wasn't there, and I just want to say
No,
that I
no,
wasn't
no.
there.
But they can. What I'm saying is they can find something that. Listen, you can be responsible for something that somebody associated to you done at, let's say, a bank or this, that, and the third, whatever. Trust me, I know. Understand that. That your ass would be set up there and under a goddamn RICO. Because I done had people say, wait a minute. Y'all done got me up in here. Wait
I
a
know
minute.
nothing about
And I
this.
don't know nothing about it. Well, let me tell you
Nothing.
how you connected. You know what I'm saying? They be looking like, huh? And you can't do nothing but feel sorry for them. Because they be like, what? She
I was
was
doing
doing
my
all this.
job.
And we have had the evidence to show their level of involvement was nothing more that they are associated with them because they work with, for them in some capacity, and somehow some of the stuff that the associate was doing, it was feeding into the business. That money and those transactions was feeding into the business. The other associate had no idea that what was
Right.
going on. And they got, they got they got somewhat in trouble for it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, every prosecutor ain't heartless like that. But yeah.
Charlemagne the God said that if you've ever been naked in a room with Diddy, or even
Right,
half naked,
King?
or
Yeah.
even half naked in a room with Diddy, you need to be worried. Now,
Oh
half naked
Lord.
is wild. I don't know.
But my
It's
baby
not really funny.
daddy.
I don't know why I'm laughing. It's the wine,
you
y'all.
you know
This is
I ain't gonna say
serious.
my baby daddy because that won't be right. But my way younger than me husband was mentioned in that old that civil lawsuit with Rod. Now if they say
Who is Rod?
the one that dude that filed that lawsuit on Diddy, that
Oh,
I
yeah, the
believe
producer
was the
guy. Yeah, the
catalyst.
producer
Yeah,
guy.
I believe, but his lawsuit and Cassie's on combined was the catalyst to get these
I
people
think
going. Cause
Cassie. I feel like when that Rod lawsuit came out, we know it was some wild stuff in there. Like it was
But it's a
kind of
lot of
wild.
stuff in there. No, no. Look at it. If I did the timeline yesterday, baby, you've been missing. I did the timeline, and it correlates to a lot of stuff what he said in the timeline because Diddy didn't get serious until started making all these movements in his financials within 6 months. 6 months almost to the day when that other fool man tied up this man's assets from being sold. I got to play the audio from that too, y'all. Like I say,
Oh,
he
I
had the
don't know about
hearing
that.
today. It's a lot I got to play, and y'all gonna be tripping, cause
Yeah, I'm on
this
here
ain't
holding you
super
up.
bad.
But
No,
I said I'm on here holding you
I
up.
said no, because people have these are general questions
So
and conversations that we need
so
to know.
I'm hoping even after we had that whole long segment on Carisha, I really hope that she can kind of like escape this. I don't feel like she will. Like somehow I feel like she'll be a part of the case somehow. But I really wish that she wouldn't have to deal with this because I mean she is a mother, she has kids, and she just
Yeah.
thought she had found her a rich man. And um, I sympathize with her on that. I don't know how much she knew or what she saw. Um, but I'm Carisha girl, I'm hoping for the best for you. I really am.
Yeah,
Um,
and I don't want her to take this stand and embarrass Florida by popping her mouth, saying period, and snatching her hands back and shaking her, doing all that stuff. She's
well, let's
embarrassed.
be clear here.
Mhm.
Of all the 50 states, Florida has the worst reputation. I don't think there's anything that Carisha on her own can do
I beg
to
your pardon.
yeah,
I don't think so.
ma'am, y'all
Uh-huh.
eat bath salts and eat people's face. Y'all are crazy. Y'all do all sorts of things. Anything crazy happen on the news, we know it was y'all. We always know it was y'all. So I don't feel like she individually can do anything to help to hurt y'all reputation. It's already in the gutter.
Mm-mm.
Y'all rank
No,
50
ma'am.
of all the states.
You know what? I'm trying to get a defense because the first the first city I try to go to is Chicago, but
Hmm.
I ain't never. They just kill motherfuckers, and we doing that too. But I ain't never heard them eating no bath salts and hacking people up and spreading their pieces all over the
Well, I think the difference is Chicago's one city. It's y'all whole state, the whole state, top to
yeah.
bottom. Like y'all just
Mhm.
all the whole thing, just be acting up and doing crazy stuff.
Girl, cause
So
when back in the day when we used to mix up, I ain't never mixed it up, but I knew if I wanted to mix it up, I would. When we people used to mix up potash and bleach and throw it on people to disfigure people for life.
what?
Yes, it's potash and bleach.
What is
Women, a
potash?
lot of potash is a type of acid that they used to have readily available to buy.
Readily available
Yeah,
where?
water.
I don't even know where you get that in. I never even heard of that,
Let
Angie.
me
I
see
don't
if
see
you
that,
can
but
still buy
that's what I'm talking
potash.
about though. It's because
Let
you
me
are in Florida, you know these ingredients. I never even
right.
heard of potash.
Let me see if you can still buy potash. Let me see.
No, don't Google that. The feds gonna come to your house. Like it sounds dangerous.
Right. Okay, cause don't buy the potash that like in these rocks and stuff. That's not the right one. They talking about potash
There's
like
variations.
like it's stuff it has all kind of warning signals on it.
Oh
It says
no.
like sulfate of potash. That's the one that look like to me they done toned it down or whatever. But it be in like a little bag, a little jug or something.
You
Mix
mean
it
they done
up
got some safety
with
and
some
control
powder.
on it? You just can't buy
Huh?
it and throw it on people no more? Is that what you're saying?
No, look like you can still buy it at Ace Hardware and stuff like that. Yeah, look like you can still fuck people up with it. You can buy it.
Hmm.
I don't know why.
That shit probably meant to dissolve concrete or some shit, and y'all throwing it on people.
Yes, mix it up with some bleach. I don't know if bleach was to activate it or not, but all I know it was when it got popular when it was throwing it on it with boyfriends and husbands and shit.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, mix
Never
that
heard of that
potash
down in
together and
safe
bleach.
Texas. Might have been hot, but we didn't know nothing about that. We were not doing those sorts of things. So
Yes,
as I
ma'am.
said,
I got
Carisha
it.
cannot embarrass y'all. Y'all already listen. The reputation is already in the sewer. There's no saving it.
No, if she gets up there, pop up mouth. Like she would be talking to like her and Saucy be talking. I don't know if they think that's cute or what, but it makes me cringe. I'm
God, I
like,
love me
oh
some.
my God.
Saucy cracks me up.
He does.
I
He
just
does.
love him. He's so lovable.
He is. He is. I mean, and here's the thing, right?
You know, Saucy said that he not gonna be gay all his life.
He did.
Yeah. My best friend told me that. He said he ain't gonna be no punk all his life. Just so y'all know. I don't know what he gonna be
Yeah, he
later
gonna be on
on,
that
but
Zell
he,
swag stuff, honey.
I
Oh
mean,
my
he might
God.
got a BBL, but don't get it confused. He not gonna be no punk all his life. Just so
And
y'all
he
know.
running around there with Chef D with his cute most times self. He fine though. Chef D is
I don't know who that is.
ooh, Chef D is fine.
I don't know who that is.
Baby, but he
Speaking of,
is
oh,
not interested in the girls, honey.
Robert Kelly, close your ears. That guy in the what is it? Rebel Ridge on Netflix with the gray eyes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You can check that out.
He a black guy.
Yep.
Oh, let me see.
Yep.
What
He
is it?
got
Rebel
gray
Ridge?
eyes. They said he was in some other movies, but I ain't never heard of them, and I ain't never heard him. But yep. Mm-hmm.
Let me see what you're talking about. Let me see
He
who
like a
that is.
little action figure. with gray eyes.
Rebel Ridge.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
Aaron Pierce. Let me see. Wait a minute. That look like something going on here. Let me see if we.
There's a
Let
little
me
something
see what
going on.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's good. Yeah, yeah. He
A little
okay.
something
He
going
okay.
on.
He's
No,
okay.
when you see him in action, when you see him moving around, you be like, yeah, this is
Yeah, because
good. This is
sometimes they
good
can
stuff.
be. Oh, but see, you know me, baby. I break it down to the last one because I got to see if your nose and your eyes and all that
No,
stuff are.
it is. He has a serious face, like a very authoritarian face,
I like make
but
sure
he's
it meets the measurements. You know,
see him in
because
action. You see him in action, everything's right. He's good business.
I
Yeah.
don't listen, honey. I don't think Holly Berry is the cutest. I think she's okay.
Oh
I,
Lord.
yeah, I'm a very. That's what I'm saying. I'm a very tough person to impress. Well, I mean, and the stuff that impresses me, you would be surprised, but
But every
yeah,
time
I'm a
somebody's
tough girl.
attractive doesn't mean they're the most beautiful person in the world, the most handsome guy,
Right.
it just means they're attractive. That guy in that
Right,
movie is attractive.
exactly. They could be, but I have all those levels put in different categories because I be looking at Rihanna. I be like, huh? I don't get it.
Nah, you crazy as hell. I've always been a Rihanna stan because
I
when
don't
there
get
was a
it.
whole the Chris Brown, what's that girl name?
Karuchi,
Karuchi thing. People were trying to say, oh, Rihanna has a big forehead and she not as cute as Karuchi. I was like, are y'all crazy? Are your
girl,
eyeballs
they all
working? Are
right
they in
too. Now
focus?
Karuchi looks better than her. Karuchi, I would put
No.
her as cute. Yes. Oh, you crazy?
Karuchi is cute,
What
but
are you
Rihanna
talking
is a
about? No,
gorgeous
ma'am. No,
person.
ma'am. No,
Features.
ma'am. She
I
okay.
can't get with
She's
that. I can't get with that.
okay.
I've
She
never been
okay.
able to get with that.
Karuchi is cute.
Karuchi looked
And
like, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but she looks like every other black and Vietnamese mixed person. They all look like
that's
Karuchi.
okay. Well, if they cute, they cute. I don't give a damn if
Yeah,
they cute.
I
Like
mean, if they're
100
cute, they're cute. You're right,
Duca.
but I just don't think she's. I just feel like Rihanna's a more unique beauty, and I like unique things.
Well, okay. Well, unique beauty. I guess I add that to my category.
I'll go
Unique
ahead and
beauty.
add it.
Yeah.
So
I'll add that.
let me see if I got anything else to add on Diddy. So
Girl.
let me think. Let me think.
And he is trying to do everything under the sun trying to get Karuchi back. But baby, that hate is real. She does not want to be bothered with his ass. She is over it.
I
And
do
she
not
said,
think he's trying to get back no Karuchi.
yes, he
He found
is,
him a
baby.
a
He
Karuchi
showed
replacement.
he be showing up where she be at, or they be in the same thing, or she'll enjoy his music and stuff like that. But other than that, she be bouncing. Karuchi be
Recently, because I feel like as a recent he don't care no more.
No, he does. He does. He got a song called Residuals that everything in that song and that stage presence is about Coochie. And the social media sleuths, his fan that are his fans, honey, they done figured it out. And all the people that be breaking down videos and stuff like that and words to the songs and stuff like that, which I absolutely love to hear when people do that. They got it. They done figured it out, honey. And I was like, oh Lord, all this stuff, the little things, and girl, you can see I posted all that on the wall. So that's for y'all. You have to read my wall.
Well, I don't keep up with the Chris Brown and Karuchi saga. I don't be in. I have to brace myself in case Diddy go to jail. What are you talking about? I can't keep up with all this. Not Diddy is in there at
Well, you got to keep up.
the MC, not the what is that one called, the New York,
MDC, I think.
what is it called, in is that
Is
what
it
it's called?
the MDC or the MCC? MDC? I don't know. New Metropolitan Detention Center, MDC.
Yeah.
He over there
Well,
where Kelly used to be at.
yeah, R. Kelly was there, Ghislaine was there, um not Weinstein was there also, but Epstein was there, all the Steens was there. Shit, yeah, that's where they have him at. So they better keep him safe. That's what I do know. I don't want to hear shit about him hanging himself.
Right, but you know what? And well, this is not on the topic of Diddy, but this is on top of YSL. I wouldn't be surprised that the government don't charge YSL after watching how this is going. If they don't get a conviction, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't move, because that would be a large YSL. That would be a large RICO case for them, and that they can prosecute. And I don't know why they haven't been involved anyway. They can definitely charge over Georgia. They don't have to,
Yeah.
So, and that would be a large RICO case. They can
Yeah.
get them, But, yeah, oh, girl, that's just that Fulton County. Oh,
Oh yeah. You get a Rico, you get a Rico, you get a Rico.
Yeah, everybody's getting a RICO. We all leaving out of here on a
I'm
RICO.
not getting no Rico. I just want them to understand that. Just me. There's no organization over here. We don't have no name, nothing.
Sure
None
don't.
of it.
Sure don't, baby.
Now,
Listen,
Angie Walker might be running a Rico because
no,
she
she
had
ain't.
people come on here. She had
No,
people come
she
on
ain't.
here and do her bidding. And yeah, well, let me be quiet because I ain't trying to be part of your Rico.
Now, listen. Um, they know not to come fucking with me about nothing. I don't know nothing. I ain't got nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. And we're gonna be in that boxing. We're gonna be on
And you'll be like that lady.
What?
I got one time to open my MSNBC and see your ass down there fighting. One time.
Look here. I done been on the TV before.
Oh no, fighting.
My daughter, I'm gonna tell you, it was 2020. So we was already out here. My daughter was in here talking to me, and the TV was on. Well, it was on the internet, but again, I knew that that particular media source was out there. And I thought I already had it on there. And my daughter was talking. I was, she was standing up. She was to my right, and my TV is to my left. And she was talking to me, and I was looking at her. And then she so happened to look up. She's talking, hey, why are you on the TV?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I hollered. I said, hey, why is you on the TV?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Listen, you know how you, hey. Yeah, you know your mama, baby. This is, I'm like Candy. I'm worldwide. What are you talking about? This is worldwide booty. Huh?
That's
What are
right.
you talking about?
Worldwide. I'm a big deal.
Yeah, get on up out of here.
Well, Queen E says that the bond appeal is about to begin, but unfortunately we can't get it live because it's the feds and they suck ass.
Oh, okay, Queenie, you gonna tell us what's going on? Okay, I thought the bond.
Wait, is she down there?
Is about this.
Is Queenie at the courthhouse? Is she?
No, ask on the questions. No, ask on the questions. God damn. Sometimes you got to hit me on the voice now.
Well, how was I supposed? Listen, I like I said, when they are looking for Rico, the next one, Angie Walker has an organization. She has people working on her behalf.
You bet, but I ain't gonna tell nobody about nothing because I don't know shit.
Yeah, that's what they are
I
saying.
know my rights. I know the law, and fuck you. I ain't got nothing.
What was that man named down there? What was it? South Carolina killed his whole family. He knew the law too.
Oh, murder.
Yeah, he knew the law.
Hey, well, murder actually killed them people. That's
he killed them all. He killed them all. The whole family. Damn, they killed the dog.
Listen here, I believe he killed that housekeeper.
Yeah, he killed her too.
I believe he killed that friend that was gay.
Yeah, he probably killed her too.
Or one of his kids. They found him, and he was in the middle of the street, and he ended up being supposed to be friends of the older brother that left alive. I believe he killed him too. I mean, he killed everybody in that little town of South Carolina.
But he was sick of that shit. His sons was getting him involved in problems, so he just was like, "Fucking, I'm gonna kill everybody."
That's the only way he figured out. He on them Percocets. and they told him to look here, I'm gonna kill everybody. I'm instead of just keep on selling these claims and all of this and bullshit and whatever. I'm gonna kill everybody and the son
Everybody.
and my
And
wife.
if Bo the dog getting away, he gonna get got too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad Bo's
Yeah.
still alive though.
Yes. But that was crazy. I was like, and they think lawyers have just some way they supposed to act and speak. With, are you crazy? They will kill your ass. Apparently,
Well,
look,
he said he was doing like 100 pills.
you went out.
I don't know why. My phone keep
Yeah,
going to sleep, and every time I go to sleep, it fades out. He said he was doing like 100 pills a day. If you do 100 Xanax or whatever I don't understand how you still alive. What are you
right,
talking about?
right. And my thing is, where are the doctors that's doing all that prescribing? Because there
Hey.
is a system in place that tracks all of that. That stops all
But
of that.
wasn't he getting the pills from his cousin, the one who he also tried to set up to shoot him in the head? So that
I think he was getting some dope from
he
him.
was really up to no good. He had his
And
cousin
then you
come on
got
the
to be
side of the
crazy.
road.
You got to be
Listen.
crazy to buy some pills off the street these days.
Yeah, that's
Because
true.
they putting that fentanyl in there.
Now that's true. That is absolutely true. I
That's
don't know where his
crazy.
cousin was getting his supply from, but his cousin was his hired hitman. I
Yeah,
listen.
it
I
was
just
crazy. They had some black man involved in it too. It was
I
crazy.
don't see the black man.
Yeah, it was a black man. I think what he wanted him to do something. I forgot what his problem
It's
was.
always a black man.
It's always a black. And then it's that one, that one. I think this was that one that attorney. It was good looking. I don't know what he. I think he over there from where you are, over there in the Cambodia and the Amazons and stuff.
Right.
I think
Right.
he's over there from where you are, over there in the Swahili or wherever that is you be doing over them in them jungles. He's
Right.
with him over there.
Bring it
And
from rope to rope. I have a good Swahili video for you to.
yeah, in the Amazon swinging from rope to rope. You know how y'all do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a good video for you to play one day too. I was watching the other day, it was one of them BBC channels, and it was about prostitutes in Sierra Leone. Oh, there's some sad shit. Like these people was just laying, I don't know. I don't know if that's considered bareback. I think they were using condoms, but like just literally just in the bush on just a little padding, a little couple plastic bags and shit, having sex for like $1, a US dollar. It was some real sad shit, man. It was about 50
Oh
minutes. Some
wow.
real sad shit, man. It was
You be
real
over there
rough.
messing with the BBC too, baby. That's
Man,
when you get some good crazy shit. You be like, oh my god, that happened in the world.
listen.
Thank you, Uncle. Queenie said it jumped right into Cassie saying he was threatening to leak the freak offs. Oh.
I just want to know. I want to talk to these male prostitutes. I feel like we just haven't heard from them. I need to hear from them.
But
Not because I don't believe Cassie, but because I want to hear their point of view.
But my thing is, I wonder, is he hiring like prostitutes, or is he hiring people that is with? Because there are people that that will get down with the get down per the phone call. Just got the call. Right, it is. That's what I
You
was.
mean like like somebody like okay, so this is one theory that I heard is that there's like an agency, right? So it's not the same as like looking for escorts online, but it's like a little agency or whatever. You just find people for a lot of money who can keep things discreet. But didn't Cassie say she had to go look for BBDs online? I thought she said that.
Yeah, she was looking for something. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know if maybe he got tired of the same ones. Because remember, now the little low key ones, whatever, they have pretty much the same contacts or whatever, the same girls over and over and over and over again, right? But if you maybe I think what happens is they maybe get sick of them and go get other ones that's you understand what I'm saying, that like real prostitutes that is You know what I'm talking
Like
about?
what? Crack whores on the avenue?
I don't know if they crack whores, but they doing something to support something. They habits or they live their lifestyle, one or the other.
See, I
Because
would
like
I
you
would think he had like the same people repeat, like whoever was like good in the act and then could keep it on the low. I would think,
right,
like those like
but
it,
but
and they would prioritize him because he's Diddy, right? So
right,
like,
that's how it worked for a minute. But check this out right here. You get, but when their appetite grows, for other stuff and different things,
Lord,
and
did you read Queenie's comment?
the defendant had a freak off on March 5th, 2016. We have evidence. There was one commercial sex worker and there in the room during the assault. She isn't even wearing shoes. She is in danger. And storms out in a towel.
Baby, they was down to the Intercontinental LA acting a fool. Okay,
Is that what they're saying in court?
well, you said I can't ask no questions about Queenie's
But that's what
location,
I'm gonna ask
so
you questions. Hold on, I'm gonna ask questions. We have a message from the victim. I still have crazy bruises. He claims he wanted. Yes, that's what they're saying in the court. I listen. I'll translate it. There's a lot of shit going on.
yeah, I can't ask no
I have
questions.
to know
Because
a
this,
lot
because like I said, government, this is a Rico. Andrew Walker is
of
running a
no.
Rico.
Andrew Walker ain't got Andrew Walker don't know shit, and Andrew Walker ain't done shit, and y'all know that. Y'all know it. That he claims he wanted to get his clothes back, but that's not what happened to her. She tried to escape the room with the defendant, and cause see, they were saying that in that room, what happened was she got mad at the freak. There was a freak off going on. She got mad or something about something, and took his clothes or something, and that's why he came out in a towel.
That's what
That
the
is
lawyer was trying to say. No, he said that the reason was Cassie saw that he was texting other women. And so she stormed out and took his bag that included his clothes, and that's why he chased after her.
well,
And
but didn't
apparently,
you say the part about it was a freak off going in
no,
there?
he said it wasn't a freak off that day. The video we saw, he said it wasn't. That it was because she took his
Okay.
clothes, and so apparently he had to go chase her down and grab her by the neck and throw her to the ground and kick her and throw lamps at her. Apparently that's what he had to do because
Mm.
that was the only option because she took all his clothes.
Oh no, I was going to say about them women. Okay, so when you do the underground calling for them women, those women be like potential, like something like you would think like influencers or those, so it's a little different. It's them women that is out there to give it, but not really out there like a prostitute. You understand what I'm saying? Not like
Right,
a
like levels
naked
to them,
prostitute.
but yeah, no, I think I get that. Like women who just like rich men, right? And you can pay for
Right.
their time and their energy. I get that. But according to Cassie, they were seeking for sex workers just
Exactly. That's what I'm
online.
saying. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I think probably got him caught up. His appetite grew or something
But
allegedly.
I also think who he found like online prostitute men. But I think he probably he had to have had regulars, like,
Hey,
and they
Diddy,
consider
man.
Diddy a regular because if not, I feel like how did this story lay low for so long? How did we this not get out? Like you mean to tell me a male
Right.
prostitute shows up to have sex with Diddy and Cassie and they ain't gonna tell nobody?
Right. And I don't know if they was under them non-disclosures, but I don't. It hasn't been proven yet. Or maybe I don't know that the male people was having sex with Diddy. I think he was just
No, they
jacking
haven't
off.
said that. The details I've read only said he was like jacking off,
Yeah.
which is still weird to me. But I mean, after 2 and 3 days in a row, what was all this? I don't know. I just
And
that much
see, he
baby
should
oil,
have kept
sheets,
it.
lights. I can't get to. I need to.
He
I
should have
need.
kept it like, but he might be have some kind of addiction going on to sex, whatever, or providing sex for others because all that oil and stuff. And I don't know what all that oil is necessary, but But you know what? He should have kept it like T.I. allegedly does, and just you see how long his shit went on. And nobody knew about it until that one friend, till she got mad and put it on Front Street.
No, we have been heard about their threesomes. I don't know about you, but I've been heard about
Yeah,
it.
there are
But
three things about how they go about it though.
the
The method
drug,
of how they go
yeah,
about it.
that part,
We knew about
yeah.
their threesomes, but I'm talking about the method and how they go about it.
Well, I
That
hope they all right over there. I don't want to see them go down. I love T.I. and Tiny.
isn't immediately after the assault. The
I
defense
hope there's no evidence of drugging, because Lord, it's dangerous times. I hope y'all know. Larry said that Drake need to go ahead and settle down and get married, and I have to agree.
AUSA said immediately after the assault, I can actually put that up now because I took down we getting the information, child. Immediately after the assault, the defendant sent these messages: "Call me. The cops are here. I got 6 kids. Yo, please call. I am surrounded. You gonna abandon me alone?" The defendant knew he had something that could elicit police response. And Queen said they all were getting high.
So, Queen, do you know what this was in relation to? That he said that he was going to be surrounded. Like, what exactly had happened at that moment?
Seemed like that hotel beating. I mean, I hope whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, but this is what
Can I
happened.
tell you, men who abuse women, they be capable of anything. They really be murderers. But that's not here nor there. I'm not going to accuse a man of murder. But I just can't even imagine. I'm not as small as Cassie, but I can't imagine a man grabbing me by my neck or by my shoulders or head or whatever and throwing me to the ground and kicking me and then throwing. I cannot imagine a man doing that to me. I just can't imagine, and I'm grateful.
I'm talking about hey, Kimberly.
Hi, Kim. Yeah, I just I can't even imagine. And I have a friend.
Oh, here comes trouble. Hey, trouble. Mo.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Mo. I didn't see you. Hi, Mo.
Well, I heard you were calling me. And I have been hard at work, so I need the updates as I'm driving.
Well, girl, I didn't already gave my whole 2 cents.
You got in the windshield wiper?
Oh, Lord.
Yes, but it's going to be, it's going to cut the back. Just be, she's so hard on me these days. I'm
not hard on you.
I would just like to say, Dr. Mo, please drive safely.
We're on speakerphone. I'm trying to get movement, trying to reach out to talk to my people. I don't know what to do. I was trying to brush my teeth so I could go to bed last night. She was sick with that. I tried to get some ice the other day. She was done with me on that. What you doing? What you doing? What's wrong? What's going on? What's going on? I can't do anything. I'm trying to get my ice together so I can really talk like I need to. I had to get on off the line.
Hey, don't be mad. Everybody get mad at me with my observation. I'm like, well, hey, are you such and such? Hey, they're like, oh my God, just forget it.
Yeah. All in my business. I thought she was in the other room.
Mo, this is why they don't like her. You don't gotta feel no type of way. This is why the people don't like her. They don't come out the bushes
people
and say hello, nothing.
Yeah,
None of that. And Mo, she is also running an enterprise. Angie Walker is running an illegal operation.
No, I'm not.
Well, let me tell you what. Don't put my name in anybody's paperwork.
You ain't in it, Mo, and neither am I.
Well, good.
We not in it. Angie Walker. Now, Queen E down there. Queen E might be working on behalf of the Angie Walker Enterprise.
Oh, don't say that.
I think it's, well, it could be something going on because I had to say yesterday, Red Bunny came in with inside information that
See what
I
I'm
didn't know
saying?
nothing
You
about.
see,
I think she was on the grand jury and she's leaking this
you see what I'm
information
saying?
out.
Because Angie Walker is running an illegal enterprise. She's running an operation, a Rico,
Well,
an organized racketeering operation.
well, $1 for the queen. I guess that's what we'll have.
Listen, I don't ask nobody no questions. I like, and I don't say nothing. I don't, That's why I be knowing, because they know I ain't gonna say nothing.
So, Mo, what's your 2 cents? I've been giving mine. What you got here? What you got here? We listen, Mr.
Well,
take that.
Yeah, he's done.
Yeah.
As far as I believe, because I wish you were on yesterday, Just V, when we were on and talking, because my thing is, and Angie finally, she agreed with me on something recently, because she don't agree on much. And what we talked about is that all the language and everything is pointing to superseding indictments. And we're not talking about low-level superseding indictments or more of the same, which is what we saw with R. Kelly. Every new indictment kept adding just more of the same, if you will. I believe that bodies are likely to be added. I believe that other people are likely to be charged. And yesterday, suddenly out of nowhere, Kevin Lyles resigns from his post. And to me, I thought that was yes, he resigned. Just again, the news came out that night. He resigned first thing in the morning. And we know how significant Kevin Lyles is. And we also know how close he has been with Diddy pretty much since the beginning of us knowing anything about Bad Boy or anything else. And so the fact that he did that, either I feel that his name is going to be implicated in harsh ways in this indictment, or he has already been told, and Angie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of times with these federal indictments, especially with people who have high-powered attorneys, they know that the indictment is forthcoming. And so I would not be surprised at all. I don't find that to be a coincidence that someone of his status would up and retire. I mean, I just don't see that. So I think that there's more to come, and I do not think it's going to favor a whole lot of people. And I know they're already saying Trey Songz. We know that name has been mentioned many times. That is now developing.
What is Trey Songz and Diddy? Other than they're both famous people, what is their relation that would make Trey Songz guilty other than he like to beat women?
They're both
They be at oh my God,
the freak off, okay, the freak off attendees.
Yes,
I gotta be fair
about my baby, Chris.
But see, I gotta be fair though. I don't think.
Okay, well, I can tell you right now, Chris definitely has the pink powder and anything else that he could get his hands on. I hope the best for him, and I hope they can keep him out of it. But we also know he also has deep gang affiliation.
Wait a minute now, don't speak that up here.
See, look how quick she'll turn on you. Look how quick she'll turn on you.
Chris Brown is not guilty. They all lying. They all lying. They all willing participants. They all lying. They lying on.
And see, the hypocrisy of it all. The hypocrisy.
Angie Walker is running an illegal racket operation.
Yeah.
Angie Walker is running an illegal operation. It is a racketeering operation.
Listen, look at her photo that's in her profile and look at mine. And
Angie Walker is running an illegal enterprise.
Young Thug up there.
Now listen, I want to be fair though, because I feel like we can't say that everybody who was at a Diddy party was involved in this, because when you do certain crimes, you want to have you want to do drugs and have sex. You're gonna want to do that with people who want to do drugs and have sex. And like Marlon Wayans said on Club Shay Shay, he might have left at 3:00 in the morning, but at exactly 3:02, this is what went down. He don't have nothing to do. I don't feel like it's fair to say that everybody who was at one of his parties was involved in his illegal racketeering operation.
I agree. But I'm just naming the names that have been coming out in the blogs and stuff. And we know a lot of that is a grain of salt because even, we followed the R. Kelly case as closely as we did. And we heard names mentioned that later on found out that the story was untrue or, bits and pieces were incorrect. But these are the newest names. And also, if we're people who don't want to believe in coincidences, the biggest one for me, the at least biggest thing that I have my eye on is that Kevin Lyle situation. I find that way too odd. And I don't think there's a coincidence there. I see no other reason why someone of that status would just suddenly say, oh, I'm out. We only saw that one other time, and that was with Russell Simmons. And we see where he is now, still overseas. I think poor little Kevin, they might be watching his flight here pretty soon.
Side
Hold
note, I
on,
don't
so
know
let
if
me
y'all have
read
ever
this to
looked up
Queenie.
Russell Simmons
Let me
Resort,
read
but
this
it's
to
actually
Queenie
very
real quick.
nice and very elegant.
Can y'all hear me? Let me read
Oh,
this
sorry,
to
yeah.
Queenie. That's okay. It says, she says, here are some texts. I guess it's from Cass. It says, when you get fucked up, you knock me around. I'm not a rag doll. I'm someone's child. We have witnesses who witnessed the injuries. This conduct happened behind closed doors in houses, hotel rooms, and cars. Judge Tarnowski was concerned.
So that's a text message, Queenie?
Hold on. Queenie, will we be able to get what you are putting up in the chat? Will we be able to get that off the system? Go ahead, y'all. Y'all got it. Go ahead.
I don't know where we were, but yeah, I mean,
Wait, hold on. Let me clarify. Who is that? Who sent that message? She sent that actual language to who?
To Diddy. Judge Tarnowski found that she did not believe the defense counsel could control the defendant. Consider the Mercedes case in this circuit, reversing a decision to release a defendant. Let's turn to obstruction. Witness
Who's Mercedes?
extreme fear of him. And so I said obstruction. I said, don't be surprised if we don't see obstruction somewhere in the paper. We didn't see it on the indictment, but when I looked on the detention paperwork that's more expressive, I said, oh, there go that word obstruction. But I'll be getting to it today. Don't worry.
No, I think that the indictment did say that because remember I told you I saw that it said that he had been calling people he ain't talked to in years.
Yeah, I think that's the paperwork I'm talking about. The detention paperwork.
And here's part of what I had to, because she was carrying on so bad with me yesterday. I had to go and listen to admins to hear the paperwork read. She was in such a terror about it, but I finally got in a chance to listen. And what I noticed as well is that they went so far as to say as recently as 2024. There has been witness tampering. So this is now we don't know if
tampering, but also having freak offs up until 2024.
Yes, 2024. So again, my concern or my reasoning to think that this is going to be more far-reaching is we know what R. Kelly's case struggle was finding someone who was within the years, if you will, that you had in order to complete this Rico. Now, if you were still up to this, and I don't mean no harm, we know what 2024 was. 2024 was young, Miami. So are you going to need JT to tell you when if you get called in?
We absolutely going to leave JT out of this. We absolutely going to.
No, I'm saying we're going to need her because I don't mean to harm some people. She never,
you're in the matrix.
You know, tell me
no, you're in the matrix.
She all in the matrix.
You're
deep in that
in the matrix, baby. You're in the matrix.
All right, I can hit you back.
Oh, we hear you now.
We can hear you now.
Oh. Okay, well, I'm driving, but I'll be about 15 minutes or so before I get home, and then I'll be able to talk more.
Well, what I took from it, you're saying Miami was around during this stuff, and I agree, but I'm personally just hoping out as a woman that she can escape this. I really don't want her to get too tangled up in it.
What up, Kim? What up?
What's good, Miss Angie?
All
How
right,
you
Hi,
thank
doing?
you, ma'am.
Kim.
Thank you.
Hey, Just V. Hey, Miss Mo.
Just now?
Hey,
Oh,
Kim.
Lord.
Good.
Now,
How y'all doing, man?
let me see what we got.
We got to protect Dr. Mo at all costs because Angie.
How you gonna just protect her? Wait a minute. I always look out for her. I say, as long as nobody ain't suing me and Mo, as long as nobody ain't put me and Mo in them paperwork, I'm good. I always say, so what are you talking about? You better look out for you. You the one that be where she went? It says your device. You the one that you the one from Texas. Wait a minute, it says your device isn't connected. Oh, it dropped out. I don't see the one from today, Queen. I got the one from yesterday, but I don't see the one from today. Baby, there's a lot going on with this mess. Now,
Sorry, you guys. I don't know what I did, but I'm back to protect Dr. Mo at all costs. Power to the people.
I told you,
Thank
listen, I told you
goodness.
I always make sure that her and I ain't in no darn paperwork.
Now, Angie Walker is running a Rico operation, but
No, I'm
Dr.
not.
Mo didn't have anything to do with it.
Kim running it.
No.
Kim running it.
Kim, you better be careful.
Kim is
I don't
running
want you to,
the
Kim,
whole operation.
I don't want
That's
you
why
and
he
them long
came up
ass
when he
braids
checked
to
to
get
see how
swept
things
up.
was going.
I don't want Kim and them long ass braids to get swept up. It ain't nobody that can do ankle length braids in the jail. So be careful.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord. No,
Hey,
something is
yo,
wrong
I
with this child.
value, I
I ain't
value what you're
responsible
saying.
for her.
I take heed. I take heed.
I care about you,
Kim,
Kim.
what you
Don't
doing?
don't don't get swept up in Angie Walker's enterprise.
Baby, I'ma tell them people I ain't got nothing to do with it. Nothing. I mean, when I say nothing, I'm talking about like Whitney Houston. Nothing. That's what I mean. Nothing. Nothing to do with it. Like Whitney Houston.
Oh, Whitney.
Nothing.
Whitney was such a beautiful
I
soul.
don't know nothing about it. Like what? Now let me tell you something. When I'm in a room that it seems like I shouldn't know nothing about, I get my pocketbook and I walk out. I don't know nothing. You ain't gonna stand on my necktie until you think I'm gonna say something, but I ain't gonna never say nothing. All I'm gonna say, baby, I ain't got nothing to do with it. So you might as well go ahead and give me my due process. And I know you got to prove your case. I know you can't because I ain't do nothing. What you want me to do? I can sit here. I can sit here. What do you want me to
So
do?
where are we on Diddy getting a bond today? Because I feel like we are experienced in this arena, right? So we know what it looks like for other people. So, you know,
Well, he done went through that.
Yesterday.
Queen. No,
well,
he
that was
went.
a
He gone through it
magistrate.
today. No, he went through it today again because they had another hearing about it, and Queen E was giving us the updates from that, and I was asking if will the transcript be available sometime today on the system so that I can see so that maybe we can read it or whatever. But the transcript from yesterday is so long. Jesus Christ.
Well,
And I have to get it together. I have one thing that I need to do that I haven't done, and I need to get it together. And maybe I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna do it today. But when I get off here, I ain't gonna go to sleep. I don't care if I don't care if I have stars in my eyes. I'm gonna stay up and do what I'm supposed to do. Yes, I am, and I'm gonna do what I'm supposed to do, and get that done, and then I'll be able to want to read everything that came through, like I did with R. Kelly. But child, I'm gonna
I
But
think
I
you
did.
falling out of practice. You falling out of practice with the transcript. I used to be able to count when something hit and I saw that live message You were already about 10 pages. You were in about 10 pages by the time I got in. I get in there now. All I got was a lot of complaining. Keefe D is apparently a liar. Just me. She said Keefe D was a lone wolf. She don't know where it came from. She said Diddy is innocent.
She said
I
that.
don't listen
She
here.
said free P Diddy.
I ain't surprised because
No, I ain't
because
say
Angie
that.
Walker is
No, I ain't
running
say
an
free no P
illegal
Diddy.
operation.
I ain't say free no P Diddy. I said
Yeah.
I really don't like for nobody to get caught up in this stuff because to me it's like if you have some decent people in your corner around you, whatever, somebody's gonna say, no, you gotta stop this. You gotta voice or something. Stand by the door or something, block his ass or something. I don't know what to tell you to do. He might come and knock your ass down and go right out the door. I don't know. But at least you
No,
try.
working for Diddy offers certain perks that just working for Tyrone won't offer. So no, they're not going to do all that.
I know I'm going. I hope that she'll let me have some conversations about this. But I hope now that my calls for mental health and how we need to address it and how we need to be able to identify it start being taken more seriously.
Are you serious? Are you serious? I've been
Hand clapping.
I've been trying to tell you.
Yeah. She see how she is. Here she is.
Oh
Look at
my
her.
goodness.
Look at her.
I've been trying to tell you. No. She talking. I'm taking it real serious. She get mad because she think I want to label everybody crazy. But I just don't
She
understand
does.
when they turn out to be crazy. I've told you they was on crazy street, but what they got to do? Root it up, act a fool, come up there and do whatever, knock you out, whatever. No. I'm just looking. I'm like, look how he blinking his eyes over and over and over again. Something ain't right.
She does not know anything about diagnosing. She wants everyone to be immediately hospitalized with no chance of release. She wants to give people the strongest medication she can find for no good reason, just because the people give her a hard time. Like none of these, she's not going to get me on board with this. And this is why Just V's theory may be true, because you're trying to implicate me in some sort of mental health medication scam like NBA Youngboy, and I'm not going to be a part of it.
Because Angie Walker is running an illegal Rico operation.
You can say, oh no,
She's
nothing.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Listen here.
NBA Youngboy. She wants to send people to the pharmacy with the prescriptions and have them pick the stuff up and force feeding people the stuff. And it cannot happen, and I'm not going to be a party to it.
Don't be part of it,
I
Mo.
told a few people. I said, hey,
I'm not.
when you go that went to they first appointment today mental health, today psychiatrist and psychologist. I said, listen here, tell them that you need this medicine. And here's the reasons why. And babe, and go ahead and go through your session or whatever. And both of them say they gave him the medicine I told them to give him. What you want me to do? I got confirmation that I be on the right street. I know when a motherfucker is crazy or got the potential to be crazy. I asked Audra, didn't even know nothing about it. As she was talking, I said, you went to counseling. They sent you to counseling. You went to counseling, did you? Tell me, yeah. Come to find out, she had counseling all right. Shit. Hell. do you know how hard it is for the courts to determine that you unfit to stand trial? That's almost the last thing they want to do. You got to be in there. See, I'm like, you had to say some real shit to them people.
You was in there cutting the fool.
Like, you know, 2 times. Come on now, stop playing with me. I know my end of it.
That poor lawyer.
From my low-level psychology involvement to the legal, end of it. She knows her every level psychology to the extreme end of it. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm just telling you to watch these motherfuckers. I'm telling you when somebody's on crazy street. That's all I want you to do. Hey, and put them in the right place accordingly, please. Thank you. That's all I want you to do. That's all I want you to do.
And what I told her, Just V, what I told her, Just V, is that it's not that I don't have opinions. Quite frankly, some of the opinions I have are stronger than the ones that she has. However, I don't need to say them out loud, nor do I need to tell people the type of medicine that I think that they should be taking. I'm not gonna do it.
Listen, that
But she
you
wants to do,
handle the way
everybody has personality disorders. Everybody is at the worst possible. She's giving people diagnoses that they cannot get off. She's putting jackets on people that cannot be removed.
Because
Hey,
Angie Walker is running a criminal operation.
I don't get you would call yes. If you want to say it's to get these people the help they need, I'll raise my hand because I'm telling you, Giadone would knock all this shit
And
out.
here it is again. Here it is again. Not authorized. Not authorized. You got to be able to accept people for who they are and let it be.
Okay, well, I mean, all right. Well, if I ever run across a lot of them, I'm gonna one to them. So what you want me to do?
Oh God.
What you want me to do?
Okay.
Violence is not the answer.
And it didn't do good for them to give me all this time to heal. They got me, they got me out for a minute, and I'm like, my goodness, how long it take to heal up? But you know what I'm saying? About me, I'm known for this. I called my friend like, hey, I'm gonna need this. Here's my account. Get with my daughter. She know how to get access or whatever. I'm finna go and 1-2 is helpful. They probably gonna lock me up, and I'm gonna need to come to
No.
jail and stuff
Okay,
like
and
that.
I hope y'all hear this premeditation. That's what I hope y'all hear.
Because
I hope
Angie
y'all hear
Walker
this
is running a
premeditation.
criminal organization.
And I'll get I grab my keys on up, and sometimes I've been able to get to my intended target, and sometimes they catch me before I get to, because they already know, they stop me, whatever. I mean, I bet my friends tired of me. They sick of my ass, because that one boy don't let I get up. I get the people on the line. That one boy that thought he was gonna harass my daughter and then harass me too. And I found out where he was located. Okay, I got the homeboy. I got the homeboy, and baby,
My
I went
baby
to
will
pull
call
out.
me talking about a fight.
I went to pull out, and baby, next thing I know, I went to looking. I was looking, the lights was behind me. I just flashing. Oh shit! I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna stop calling y'all, but I need for y'all to post that bond immediately because I don't want to stay down there no long time. So I have to call somebody. But I'm gonna have to figure out how I can arrange my own bond and shit like this here, without letting my friends and shit know.
Look at Kim
That's
shaking his
what I'm
head
gonna
no.
do.
He's disappointed
Mm-hmm.
in you, Angie.
Huh?
No,
Kim is disappointed in you. He down there shaking his head.
Kim,
rightfully so.
listen, Kim, ain't nobody called the police on me since 2018. Now, I'm not saying that nobody ain't needed to call the police on me after that, but since 2018, no police ain't come up there. And let me tell you something, if people be weaponizing your professionalism, when they see the cops, cops pulls up, and the first thing this woman says, she's a lawyer. She's a lawyer. Bitch, that ain't got nothing to do with the fact that I had you on this ground. What that mean? Tell them what you did to the lawyer. Tell them what you did while you on this ground. While you was on this ground, tell them what you did. And I waited for the cops because I knew they was coming. I'll never flee. That's extra. That's extra.
Angie,
Mm-hmm.
you starting to sound just as crazy as the people you diagnosing. You cannot justify this stuff.
I can, and people then said that, I done had, listen, here, my daughter called the baby. I done had it on lockdown 2 times. Don't mess with the golden child, because we finna have a problem. I had everybody coming in. There's somebody, people talking about, do I need to ride with my gun? Do I need to come with my gun? That's all they need to know. Somebody's messing with my child. I'm at the college. I got, listen here, baby, like, That's the only problem I have. I don't drink that stuff. I don't smoke that stuff. I just got a little anger problem, whatever. And thank God that a lot of y'all is many, 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 many miles away, and I don't fly.
Maybe you need to smoke. Medical marijuana might help calm you down.
Baby, I done
Well,
been
if you want,
all. Let me tell you something, girl. I can't tell you. Let me tell you something. When someone tells you, and that child granddaddy told me this. He said, "Listen, when it's more than one of them, you got to smoke them out the house, and then when they run out, that's when you pick them off." Now, I'm not finna kill nobody. I don't want to pick up, but I will just, shoot at their direction as they run out the house. I value that because that was good information. Because a lot of times I like to be by myself, because if you take somebody with you, guess what? That's a potential what? Snitch. So you just go by yourself. And if it's a lot of people, if it's more than one in the house or whatever, you just want to get that one, just make them run out the house. I ain't never done that, but I appreciate the information. And he was an ex-cop. They put his ass off the force for killing somebody. Yeah, that's what child granddaddy told me. Well, what you want me to do? With this kind of advice, what you want me to do? I'm a part of my environment. I listen. What you want me to do? Nah, shit.
Angie Walker is running an
No, I'm
illegal
not.
legal
No, I'm not. No,
operation.
I'm not. I have an answer for everything I've done. So y'all leave me alone. I ain't done shit.
Racketeering and what's the
No,
it don't matter.
listen, y'all be so. I have no kind. I don't even understand what kind of way y'all be doing. Because when the people heard me and my friend talk about how she was holding the boy, they tossed me a lighter. The one person that don't know how to strike a match or do use a lighter, and I still don't. That's why I have that thing from like the I like the candles with that thing you light the grill with. Okay, that's what I use. They tossed me, they hold the boy, they tossed me the lighter to try to set him on fire, and I couldn't get the lighter to go. I kept flickering it, and the boy got loose. So we had to chase his ass. You know? I mean, I still got that call. Don't let me fight in the player.
Do you know how crazy that sounds?
What?
No, I was
That was
reading.
in the
I was
moment.
reading Kenny's comment.
That was in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, all they have to do is learn to. All he had to do is understand that my friend didn't want to dance. We was at the club. He kept harassing her to dance, and they kept telling him to leave her alone. Okay, you want to keep on fucking around? And he knew who I was too.
I was in a section one time in a club. I was in a section one time in a club in Houston, and it was these Nigerian guys section, right? Like, I don't even know. I think it was my cousin's birthday. I don't really know how exactly we ended up over there, but I'm pretty sure they invited me, and we ended up going over there. We were just drinking, chill out, having fun. At some point, I started dancing with my friend, and one of the dudes, not even the dude who brought me over there, but another dude said, "What are you doing? You are my woman. Why are you dancing with her?" I was like, "What? I don't even know you. What are you talking about? How am I your woman?" He was that serious. And I was thinking to myself, nigga, okay, fine, whatever. I'm a lesbian. Like, I don't know you.
Right.
Man,
Oh
you
my
you
God.
can't you can't you can't be throwing it back like that, man. You have a
Hey,
man thinking
I
you have
didn't
a man
invite
thinking you
myself over there,
his.
and I ain't know him. So,
Okay.
But those people, let me tell you something. Foreigners know other foreigners that swing all in the
you know
Amazon.
what,
So
Angie? You know
he
what, Angie?
knows you.
Yeah,
He knew that
right,
you was
right,
his situation. He knew that y'all was
right.
from the same tribe. So
But
he
this is
already knew
also
that.
because Angie Walker is running an illegal RICO operation. Now she's trying to
Yeah,
put it
that
off
has
on
helped.
me.
Okay. If that's the case, that has helped her and her tribe get over him. How about that?
Wow.
Investigate that.
He ain't
Tryna
from. He
drive.
wasn't from. He was Nigerian. He wasn't from the rainforest. He's from somewhere else.
They got forests. They got a forest over there in the Nigeria. They got rope,
Hmm.
and that's how you
Do
think
they?
they move real fast in the jungle.
Oh my, Nigerian people, please don't be offended. Please don't be offended from this blatant racism of this lady who's running an illegal Rico operation.
How you think that they get all the good fruits and vegetables and stuff like
She
that?
over there with JD Vance, y'all, with these opinions. They won. They're one group. JD Vance is part of the illegal
Talking to JD
operation.
Van people. No, I'm serious. How you think that how you think all these they got the best fruit and stuff like I go to Publix all the time and always picking looking at the fruit. I said, well, let me get it, cut into it and bite into it. It's just as dry and
What?
bitter.
Now we responsible for dry fruit?
Yeah, no,
Mom,
because
what can you do with this
you
lady?
let me tell you something. You know the fruits and stuff to
I
buy
don't know
because
nothing about that. All our
yes,
fruits
you
are
do
juicy.
because
I don't know nothing about that.
you and your kind, you
No,
use the
our
fruit
fruits are
juice
juicy.
berries to wash your hair and eat with
Hmm.
it, put it on your skin and stuff. So that's how
Hmm.
y'all stay all
All of our foreign fruits are juicy. Thank you very much, ma'am.
okay. I don't even know what a foreign fruit is. So that's what I'm talking. I had to
Exactly.
say,
So stop talking about our fruit.
okay, well, maybe if you let me know which one they are, can I get it
No,
over
I ain't
here? Or
gotta
do
let
I
you
have to
know
go
nothing.
and
You let me know.
swing in Amazon like you and
No,
get them?
don't worry about it. Don't worry about me and my good fruit, good juicy fruit. It's juicy and it's good fruit.
Hey, hey,
You stay over
I
there in
thought,
Florida with y'all crazy dried up fruit, and you deal with that. That's what
hey,
you do.
no, I'm gonna tell you, I wanted to become a good fruit picker, and I even went to the market. I said, okay, I can't go wrong at the market. And I went there at the market, and it was a little better, but it wasn't like the fruit that I have gotten because it's just me. Because people have given me fruit, and when I tell you, the juice be all down the side of my mouth, and I be like, Lord have mercy, I've gotten fruit, and I have to when I buy it, I got to put sugar on it. That's what
Oh
I'm talking
Lord.
about. It's just that bad.
And
So
who
it's for
responsible for
me,
that fruit?
huh?
Florida pickers or what? Who's responsible for the fruit that's so not sweet that you have to put sugar on it?
I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know. But I'm just
She don't
saying.
know. She doesn't know anything about fruit in the first place. She just contacted me this summer talking about she didn't even know about yellow watermelon. So
You
that should tell you
understand?
something right there.
Because
I
Angie
sure,
Walker is running
listen,
an
I
illegal
walked by, I
racket
was driving by,
operation.
and I was like, they talking about, they got yellow watermelons. And I turned around, I was like, wait a minute, a yellow watermelon. And it was cut open. And sure enough, the inside was yellow. I said, shut up. I was like,
Not
let me
sure
hit
enough.
Mo, have you ever heard of a yellow watermelon? She was like, yeah, like, yeah. I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's not as sweet to me as the red.
To me, it's sweeter.
Not to me.
but Mo probably one of the ones that drink Publix tea and don't even put no more sugar in it. Cause it's some people that
False.
that swear by the Publix tea that it's so sweet and good, and I get it. I'm like, girl, you don't come on, let me put some sugar in it, and put some
I
sugar
don't
in
even
it.
drink sweet tea. I drink hot tea.
Stereotypes and diabetes.
You don't put sugar. You don't put sugar in your hot tea, Kim.
No,
Oh Lord,
only
I don't
honey.
want no tea.
Just honey.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh Lord, I don't. I don't like them folk that be substituting to sugar for honey. Oh, I get
You
upset.
don't like honey?
I guess it's okay, but I just don't like it as a substitute. I don't like sugar, substitutes for sugar. Like I don't like the pink packages. I don't like the yellow packages.
Yeah, the
I don't like none of
Splenda
that.
and
I
all
like
that.
sugar, Dixie Crystal.
Sweet and low.
Yeah, I don't like none of that. I like Dixie Crystal, real live sugar. I used to eat sugar right out of Dixie Crystal. I used to sneak and get it right out of Dixie Crystal pack in the kitchen when I was young, when I was, like
Miss
6, 7,
Angie,
like that. I used to eat
do
it
you
straight
like
up.
brown sugar?
Yep, I use brown sugar in my pastries.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Surely do.
that's
They
good.
still going. Queen E, Child, it's people on the ground. It's people everywhere. Queenie, did you say I'll be able to get that transcript from today?
No, but see, you said we couldn't voice where Queen is
Because I know
located.
the question. Listen, she said she was on the ground, so that's why I said. But I have to ask. I just don't want you to ask no question because you're gonna get us all fucked up.
Angie Walker is running an illegal racket operation.
Hey, hey, and listen here. And I'm not fixing to be all in no grouped up handcuffs with y'all, and y'all looking like
No,
the
no, no, I
girl,
ain't
the
got
one girl that was on Set It Off that was crying because
That's me. I'm the one crying. I don't know nothing about what y'all got going on. Y'all won't
crying.
tie me to y'all racket.
Look at him, you looking like, and everybody else looking like we ain't gonna say nothing. And she looking like, baby, she gonna break down any minute now. She gonna tell it all.
I ain't got nothing to do. I don't even know you three people on the screen right now. I don't know neither one of y'all.
Oh Lord, I know that's right. I'm
But
like,
I do want to say my mama has an orange tree in her backyard. She loves that tree.
really?
Yeah, she be climbing with the grandkids and shit all up in a tree and shit. She thinks she Tarzan. But yeah, she'll pluck all those
Oh
oranges out
wow.
of that into a bucket and just be eating oranges and shit for days.
I have a
Oh
grapevine right
wow.
across
You
the
get some of
street
them.
from where I live.
A
A
what?
grapevine?
So
Yeah, that's
people
pretty.
people be walking all day just picking grapes, eating them right off the tree.
Do y'all know what dates are? Do y'all know what dates are?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the yellow ones, the yellow hard ones that be in the tree. I'm not talking about like the dates and stuff
No, I
that
don't know
be.
about the yellow ones.
Okay,
I,
y'all know
I
what
know what you're talking
dates.
about. I know what you're talking
Right?
about.
I don't know if it's a Florida thing or maybe a Jacksonville thing, but listen here. A date tree, we see a date tree in anybody's yard. And they had one on my daughter's elementary school. I remember you know pulling up, you know how you do the drop off and the pick up stuff. I remember pulling up and I saw a date tree at her school and it was kind of hanging out. Baby, I done jumped out that car so fast and went over there and started picking them damn dates. I mean, we would go up the trees and a lot of them date trees being old people, y'all. You know, old people, y'all, like if you kick the ball in their yard, they gonna keep it and cut it up and all of those extra shit. We used to risk our lives going in old people's yards getting them dates. Cause them dates be sweet and they be good, baby. Oh my gosh. Oh, or some dates, a bag of dates, and you know what? And people, you know, caught on to it that it was, you know, whatever, and they started selling dates in a bag and stuff like that. I'm like, that's what you should be doing, cause baby, we risking our lives for it. I mean, grown ups. You fuck around and see a grown up climbing a tree like a monkey for some damn dates. We lose our minds for them dates. I don't know what it is, but that's some good eating, honey. Those are them damn bullets. Yeah.
You like figs?
Who?
Figs?
No, I ain't never had no figs.
You need to try it. You ever had a fig Newton?
Yeah, I've had a fig Newton.
You like fig Newton?
They all right. I be usually having with an old person. They always got some goddamn
Mm-hmm.
fig Newton or
Well,
something to give you.
the feeling that's inside the fig Newton, that comes from a fig tree.
Right, right. I
And they're
hey Kim,
and they're
I'm
so
sheltered.
good and
I'm
they're so
sheltered and I
sweet.
shelter myself. But I know that know that part. He said fig. That's what's in the middle. Yeah, I got that. Yeah.
Hmm.
You
Really
know,
good.
like old people, they'll give you fig Newtons and Lorna Dooms. They
Lorna
always got
Dooms.
some kind of Lorna Dooms. I'm telling you, I'm serious, and a peppermint.
Yeah.
Every time.
Oh, you
You
can't
know,
forget the what is it? Butterscotch.
oh yeah, butterscotch. And yeah, for some reason they'll give you a house cough drop even if you ain't coughing. You're like, what?
All of that be all up in the candy jar. Cough
Yeah,
drops too.
in their pocketbooks. In their pocketbooks. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh my gosh. Like, I'm
Hmm.
not even coughing. You want a cough drop? Huh? No, I'm good.
Hmm.
Yep, you right, Kim. Butterscotch, peppermint,
Hmm.
hard cough drop, a fig Newton, and some Lorna Doone. They were old people had
Oh
them
yeah.
things, honey.
Shoot,
But hey, Regina, but you know what? All the time at my weddings or wedding situations like receptions stuff like that, or I always have those soft, colorful mint and them damn peanuts. It is a thing here where we take them soft, colorful mints and put it with them peanuts and put it in our mouth. The flavor from that is, and I don't know if this a Florida thing or was a Jacksonville thing, it reminds you some of putting peanuts in RC cola in the can in the bottles. If anybody, baby, I'm old, honey. If we was doing that, I remember people doing that in the like the 70s and stuff. Like, let me tell you, I was a little girl, like three, like maybe like four or five, and my mom and them and my grandma and them, whatever, they would take them RC colas and put them peanuts in there and give me one too. Baby, what? I remember that. I wonder what Miss Phoenix is. 'Cause I know Miss Phoenix was born in the 60s or the 50s, I believe. And she should know about giving people, giving little kids RC cola with the peanuts in there.
Hey,
Yeah.
y'all. Sorry to interrupt. I'm about to drop back down in the comments, but I'll be around.
Mhm.
I'll probably come back up a little later.
All right, because I'm gonna
Bye,
get.
Miss V.
All
Bye,
right, so
Kim.
let me continue to um
Okay, get on the
put
record.
put it on the record. You're right. Put what his attorney said yesterday on the record about Sean Combs' arrest.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, thank you, Just V.
You're welcome. See you later.
See you
All
later.
right, I see you when we get indicted. All right.
Oh no.
Not me.
That
You're like,
that in
no.
as far as the P.
See,
Diddy
and isn't
thing,
it?
like
And
the freak, I guess what it's called, the freak offs.
freak off. Yeah.
Yeah, like how is that is that linked towards the trafficking, the sex trafficking, or the something
Yeah.
else?
Yeah. Well, oftentimes when you're talking about, and I think the 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 government is maintaining that some of his okay, Mo, some of his freak offs were coerced, were not consensual, or so that's where there is an issue. And keep in mind his second count is a term from 15 to life. I ain't talking about life as somebody give him like 30 years, and with his age, that maybe means life. No, no, no. 15 to life. So they can give him anything between that. Like, that is just, that's mind blowing. But, you know, I state my claims on it. Like, if somebody willingly comes there, you know, take what's offered to them, agree to take it, then
Yo,
I just have a challenge to that being unconsensual. Unconsensual. Lord.
dang, they ain't give my man no
Yeah.
bond. Ah,
Yeah. So let me check my email because I don't never know what I be getting over here. Like, it's crazy.
man.
Why is it not moving? Oh, it's crazy.
So have these acts, have they taken place in particularly New York, or is like if it's like a feds thing, it don't matter where it happened at?
Well, it's some happened allegedly happened in New York, and I think Los Angeles is something else
Okay.
they mentioned. I don't know if they mentioned
Does that
Florida.
have anything to do when the FBI raided his house, or was that the
Yeah,
state who raided it?
yeah, it was the FBI who raided it. Um,
Oh, okay.
yeah, and if you listen to or read his indictment, it's a combination of Cassie's allegations and that dude Rod Jones. And after the Rod Jones allegations came out, his by the his own attorney's account, he Puffy had began to get his affairs in order. He started selling off stuff and all of that. But then we had this idiot who received a judgment against, a defaulted judgment against Diddy, which held up the selling of his assets. But today, that got reversed. So, and I'm also put that on the record too, because
Okay.
there's only
Okay.
one place that was able to get up in there, and that was Pam Esquire. And I also told Law and Crime, listen, y'all need to get the feed from her, because she got that Cordell Smith stuff, because it all ties together. You know, him being able to liquidate his assets to do this
Yep.
thing. But I'm also, like I said, I'm also going to read on the record. I know I read the actual indictment yesterday. Atlas read the same indictment. I'm going to read the expanded the expanded parts of the indictment that came with the detention letter. So I'm going to read that on this. It's going to give us more details of the sex stuff, the guns, and all of that. So I'm going to read that on the record too. I'm putting on the record. So let me put this little clip on here as well.
Can y'all hear me?
So this was the.
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you, Miss
Okay,
Miller.
I'm a mute back up so you can play this, but I'm home. I had put in the earpiece. I wanted to make sure I was connected. Go ahead, Angie.
Okay, all right.
First step, we have a bail appeal scheduled for tomorrow at 3:30 in front of Judge Carter, the district judge assigned to this case. I think that we made the points that we've been wanting to make. I think he came out. Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent. He came to New York to establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government said in their presentation today that changes anyone's mind about anything. He's been looking forward to this day. He's been looking forward to clearing his name, and he's going to clear his name. And we're going to stand by his side as he does. We believe in him wholeheartedly. He didn't do these things. This was a 10-year relationship. There's no coercion. There's no crime. There's basically just, someone who brought a civil case and now is finding themselves as a witness in a criminal case. And we're going to fight this case with everything we have, as is he. And eventually he's going to be shown to be innocent. And so tomorrow we fight again, and we'll fight every day until we don't have to fight anymore. I don't know. The question is, why did it happen last night instead of today? I don't know the answer to that question. I just want to make one point very clear. We have no power. All we can do is show good faith. He got on a plane and he came here. And if he stayed here for one day before the case started, or for 1 year before the case started, he was going to stay as long as he needed to stay. It ends up being only 12 days. That's fine. That's what the government wanted to do. The government didn't want him to turn himself in. He came here to turn himself in. Why doesn't the government want him to turn himself in? Because then they can't ask for detention. So they go and they arrest him. They arrest the guy who came to New York to turn himself in. But we are going to make all these points again tomorrow, and we'll make it as much as we can until we get him out. So that's all I have. Huh? Tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Wait, what was the question? We're appealing it. We're no bail. He's detained.
We're appealing it.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're appealing the decision to hold him without bail. Tomorrow at 3:30. 3:30, same place. Bail appeal. Bail appeal tomorrow at 3:30, same courtroom, different judge. He's doing fine. He's a fighter. He's a fighter, and he's going to fight this. All right, I'm going to go. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. That's I gotta speak on that immediately. That to me was straight out of the playbook that we saw. What was his name? He almost looks like him. and he ended up dropping off the case later on and almost turning coat on R. Kelly. It's almost the exact same thing we heard early on. What was his name, Angie? What was that lawyer name with the Greenberg? He said the same thing. These things have, it's just a relationship. Things like this happen. This is a scorned lover sort of situation. Those defenses do not work. And on top of that, what do you mean? You're trying to diminish what our eyes at least saw. We saw at least one of the crimes across national TV. What do you mean? Oh, it's just a 10 relationship. It's a 10-year relationship where somebody was putting hands on people and throwing vases and vases, up and down the hallway and dragging people. So again, this is, and I told you this yesterday, I worried that they were going to use a similar R. Kelly-esque playbook, and the same result is imminent if we go down this path. Now we'll see whatever gets added to it, but I think it's the only response, quite frankly, that he can give. I do have worries. I think the second piece that point that I have to point out here is what I told you I was afraid of yesterday. These people who tend to have these bigger than life personalities as well as bigger than life resources, if you will, and tend to start convincing themselves they can fight any and everything. We saw the almost exact same response from R. Kelly, in that he's going to fight tooth and nail. Nothing's going to stop him. He's going to fight. He's going to go up against it. He's going to take it all away. Well, guess what? You see what the outcome was. So go ahead and do that, but it's not looking good. And I hate to convict. I am going to hold, back from saying flat out guilty. I didn't even say that flat out with R. Kelly until all of the information came forward, or more of it came forward, that I felt confident in saying that. But this response here is nothing but R. Kelly 2.0, and I do not find it to be sufficient. And it does not do anything really to help with where he is in the court of public opinion, nor in the court of law.
Absolutely.
Well,
I positively agree.
Here's the thing, right? Defense attorneys, depending on what the charges are, they only have so much room. Okay. Apparently yesterday they figured out that one of the victims, or the victims that they were referring to, was Cass. Okay. They put that together. Right? We was putting it together yesterday. But
he could have paid me for that.
Right. So and one, and with sexual defenses and things of that nature, it's like a playbook. What your defense can possibly be. It was trying to say like the relationship was consensual for everything they did. The other party consented to as well. They get into why didn't she leave if it was so bad, and it goes down the same the same way with all of them. All of them pretty much go with the same thing, because that's just part of the strategy. That's just how we're taught to defend certain cases, and that's not necessarily in school, because you really don't get that expanded version. All of that, that's something you pick up as you continue to go through. But yeah, that is normal what he said. So I was anticipating for him to say that. Even and I wouldn't be surprised they don't implicate her, give her some level of involvement in the freak offs and in some of the stuff that Sean Combs was saying, like, hey, she did this, she did that, she did this, and she did that. So yeah, I'm waiting to hear that. That's just how I go. Go ahead. Well, also I have insecurity. Let me see, the judge and security. but at least Diddy had some resources to fight. Judge and the security, they could be there in the house. Well, yes, in the shift. We could put cameras filming 24 hours a day. They could spot check to make sure he doesn't use the internet. We can make it as secure as we need to make it. There are already cameras there. They might just grant it. Queenie, you still ain't answered my question. You think I can get that transcript today? Will it be there out there for us to get? Since we running 1 or 2 days behind on the system. They still up in there? Yeah, I be trying to listen here. I guess I could do better with the up to date. Because we have the R. Kelly up to dates, baby. I could be online and it come through. I'm like, oh, we got it. Because I'll be checking the track. I'm like, oh, we got an update. We got an update. I snatch that paperwork and go to what? Breaking it up. It's a lot going on. But I want to get on the record. This damn fool done tied up that man's property because he crazy. And the court lets him do all of this foolishness. The judge, that video is troubling. He was 40-something years old. And Agnew Fell said he realized he has a problem with drug addiction and anger. He went into a rehab program for a period of time. The woman in the video also went into rehab around the same time. Here we go, laying out her culpability, laying out her accountability or responsibility and all that. Here we go, laying the ground, the ground rules for this shit. And here we go. Oh, laying grounds for it, what I really meant. But yeah, this is crazy. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Or whenever, or whenever. Cause that's interesting today. The one from yesterday, I see I have the transcript. Hold on. Oh, there we go. I closed all the other boxes. Diddy is trying to get out of there. Okay, so they talked to this guy, and I know I'm trying to tell you something. Mo will not put this guy on damn piece of medication or get him. He in a good place now. He's behind bars. This dude that tied up Diddy's stuff, but he's in a good place now. But so he had a hearing today, right? Because so we know that Diddy is trying to, he paid the house off and all of that. One problem, he can't sell it, liquidate it, can't do nothing because this man got a judgment, a defaulted judgment, erroneously by the shit he's done and tied that man's hands. So that's why, and I told you Monday, I couldn't understand why that dude was so desperate to get Diddy's, get from upon that defaulted judgment. We found out on Tuesday why. Okay, and here's Wednesday. So this is from the trial. This is just the audio. This is somebody's content. So let me see.
motion they want to get.
All right. Give it to me because in the beginning they didn't have any sound.
Let me restate that. It was for today and future court, any future court hearings. That's what the limited appearance says.
Okay, so Mr. Cardello Smith, so you no longer want his services?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he's free to go and he doesn't need to appear anymore at any other hearing?
For this hearing is what it is. I'll talk to Mr. Kelly.
Okay, so Mr. Cardello
If that's
Smith,
what has to be done, then we'll go with that today. Yes, ma'am.
when you retain counsel, they represent you going forward. If
Yes.
No, if you were to represent yourself today and not allow him, then, effectively, that's not appropriate. So are you releasing him from all further?
I'm
hearings?
releasing him. Yes. Yes, I'm releasing him. Yes.
Okay, so you understand he won't appear for you anymore?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Hughes, are you satisfied?
I am. I would be. I'd like to sit in on the hearing though, so I just get a further understanding with the court's consent, opposing counsel's consent, and Mr. Smith's consent.
Any objection to him remaining? He'll mute his device and turn off his video.
No. Set up a call with me. I'll tell you why, Mr. Hughes.
Well, it's a public hearing, so.
Well, Your Honor, the only reason is because these people have filed a motion to set it aside, and I have not had any time to view the motion. They want to get right into this and just start banging me out when I had no opportunity to view anything. And if he's speaking for me, I can't say the information that came available. Mr.
Okay,
Hughes,
that was my question. Mr. Cardello Smith, we've released Mr. Hughes. He is no longer your attorney. Do you object to him observing the proceedings today?
No, I have no objection whatsoever.
Okay,
None.
so
I'm
Mr.
sorry, I didn't
Hughes-
hear that. I apologize.
It's okay. Mr. Hughes, can you mute your device and stop, and your audio, and turn off your video?
Turn off the video. I will. Thank you.
Okay, so he is muted, his device video is off. So, all right, so I have David H. Fink, P28235, appearing on behalf of the defendant, and that is Ms. Spade, F-I-N-K. And then I have Nathan Fink appearing as well, P75-185. I have David Berg, and that is B-E-R-G-H, P83696, appearing on behalf of the defendant. And I'm gonna check. I don't, okay, and then I don't have anybody else. I don't see anybody else. I don't see Calder Burgum. I don't see him logged.
Calder Burgum is assisting us, but he is not going to be on the record today. And Your Honor, I would also note that Erica Wolf is.
I haven't called her yet. Yep, I got
I'm
her.
sorry, I apologize.
Thank you. So then I have Erica A. Wolf, that is with 2 Fs. There is a Pro Hac Vici motion pending. And she is not participating today, but she is observing because that Pro Hac Vici motion is still pending. So it is 11:06. This was scheduled for 1 hour today. The last time we were here, there was an emergency motion. The attorneys were advised we had 30 minutes only because it was an emergency motion on my Monday morning motion docket. Today I have just been on the bench since 8 o'clock. So we have until 12. So I'm assuming, Mr. Fink, you are going to argue. Is Mr. Nathan Fink or Mr. Berg going to be placing any argument on the record today?
We don't anticipate that, Your Honor.
Okay, and then, so what I would say is Mr. Cardello Smith is appearing in pro per today. So I have read everything. As I said, we don't need to reiterate everything. Mr. Fink, you've already had an opportunity to sum up part of your motion. You had 20 minutes the other day. So Mr. Fink, I'll give you 20 minutes. I'll give Mr. Cardello Smith 20 minutes. And then of course, because it's your motion, I'll let you follow up. All right?
Your Honor, can I have to object
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you
object to
please
this?
ask Mr. Cardello?
Okay, hold on a
Smith
second,
to stop
everybody. We're talking over each other. Mr. Cardello Smith, what is your objection?
This is my reason. All I received so far were the notices of the motions for summary or motion to set aside your default Everything I've been given were just notices. And then, after I made my argument on Monday about these people presenting forged documents from these people who are feeding them, they did exactly as I said they would do. They filed all these supplemental exhibits, all these motions, the emergency motion, a supplemental emergency motion. I have not had literally no time to argue any of this or research any of this, prepare a defense to this. It was all given to me on Friday.
Your Honor,
At least 60 pages of stuff.
Mr. Fink, everybody listen, this is my courtroom, okay?
And I
I'm
respect
allowing
that.
Mr. Don't talk over. I'm allowing Mr. Cardello Smith, who is an inmate, to make a statement, and then I'm going to discuss that with them. I will afford you an opportunity to respond. Mr. Cardello Smith, this is an emergency motion. Motion practice allows for those things. Mr. Fink, I'm presuming that the motions were expedited to Mr. Cardello Smith at the Michigan Department of Corrections.
They were, Your Honor.
Okay, and when were they sent to Mr. Cardello Smith?
As soon as they were filed, and Nathan Fink can provide more detail in terms of the procedure that we followed. We delivered them to Mr. Fager at the prison, and in each instance, we got confirmation from Mr. Fager that they were hand-delivered to Mr. Smith. I do want to ask one thing, Your Honor. Here and previously, Mr. Cardello Smith has spoken to the court many times. I have not seen him being sworn. We've seen the transcripts and he hasn't been sworn. We ask that he be sworn before he continues to make representations to the court.
Nathan Fink, perhaps you can give me the date and time that they were provided to Mr. Fager and served upon Mr. Cardello Smith.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Nathan Fink, Your Honor. And
Judge, we're not getting a good. Okay, Nathan Fink, go stand behind David.
Well, okay,
Fink,
I
please.
can mute, if the court would prefer, I will mute while Nathan Fink speaks.
Okay.
That works.
All right. Unmute your device, Nathan Fink.
okay, can you hear me, Your Honor?
Yes.
Try again. Okay, can you hear me, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just pulling up the various service documents. And Your Honor, we did also provide copies of proofs of service to the court, and Mr. Fager, who is the litigation coordinator at the prison, has advised us that he has been sending original copies of those to the court for filing. I'm pulling up the documents right now. Okay. On Friday, September 13th, 2024, Mr. Fager provided a personal service on prisoner and affidavit document to us confirming that he had served the following documents on the plaintiff, Mr. Cardello Smith: the limited appearances of myself, David Fink, David Halder Burgum, notice of hearing of the emergency motion to set aside the default and default judgment, notice of hearing of defendant's emergency motion to dissolve temporary restraining order and or preliminary injunction, and defendant's emergency motion to set aside default and default judgment and brief in support, and defendant's emergency motion to dissolve temporary restraining order and or preliminary injunction with the brief in support. Those were served on Friday, September 13th. Mr. Fager also served prisoner Smith with the notice of hearing after we received the confirmed date and time from the court. We filed the re-notice of hearing. He also served a copy of that on the plaintiff on Friday, September 13th. Mr. Fager on Tuesday served the notice of hearing of the emergency motion. We filed another renotice of hearing, and that specifically related to our motion for leave to file a supplemental brief, which was filed with the court yesterday. And then this morning, Mr. Fager provided us with a proof of service or an affidavit of service confirming that he provided the document that we filed this morning, which is the notice of additional exhibits in support of the defendant's emergency motion to set aside default and default judgment, and the motion to dissolve TRO and or preliminary injunction. Mr. Fager confirmed that he provided a copy of that to the plaintiff this morning after we filed it.
Mr. Cardello Smith, you want to raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, as always.
All right, so Mr. Cardello Smith, we do have a notice of hearing showing that those documents were served to you by Mr. Fager at Michigan Department of Corrections.
The notice of hearings were served. The briefs in support were not served until well after the notices. The video footage will show Mr. Fager and the size of the amounts of paper. Excuse me, I'm sorry. The documents that they're speaking about will show Mr. Fager making at least four or five trips down to segregation where I'm housed, delivering different papers, different sizes over a different period of time since Tuesday. Excuse me, since the day of our last hearing and before that. And I didn't get everything officially until yesterday when he made several trips down to my cell. I literally have not had time to view any of the main arguments, any of the grounds, any of the case law, because I can't access any law library. So this emergency hearing could very well violate my opportunity to do the right thing and know exactly what they're bringing at me, know exactly what they're trying to give me under the conditions I'm under. I can't work under their conditions or the conditions that I had because of my current situation in my housing. So I need an adjournment on this at a minimum, or because I know they're looking to get the TRO done so Mr. Holmes can sell his mansion. Yeah, that's what they're doing. But I got rights here, and I don't want my rights violated any further than this guy already has. So I'd have to ask for an adjournment, or at a minimum, Your Honor, have reserved on the record my claim that I have not viewed everything, any of the cases to make sure they're in there. Also, the person who's giving them all this paperwork, Mr. Jay Fager, before any of these cases got started and looking at one of their own documents, I filed many documents challenging forged documents by this man.
All right, so Mr. Cardello Smith, I'm going to cut you off here, all right?
I'm sorry.
This is an emergency motion.
Okay.
It's a fairly typical part of motion practice.
Okay.
Whether or not we have documentation that you were served with these, we will proceed today. If you have a problem with that, you can later file a motion for reconsideration. But at this point, I'm going to stop you, and we're going to move to Mr. Fink and Mr. Okay, and Mr. Fink, you have 20 minutes, and then I'll go to Mr. Cardello Smith for 20 minutes.
Yes.
What I would say is that we have a lot of people, and Mr. Cardello Smith, you get echoes from where you are. Not as bad, because thank you for opening the door, but I'm going to need everybody who's in here to remain quiet while Mr. Fink is speaking. And Mr. Fink, your 20 minutes can start now. I understand you've already argued for 20 minutes, so you're getting that extra time. So you may proceed.
Your Honor, very briefly, I would ask first that Mr. Smith mute his.
I can't mute him because he's with MDOC, and then it gets stuck.
No problem, Your Honor. I'll go
Okay,
forward.
thank you.
Your Honor, one quick thing I want to note on the record, and that is that this objection that we're now hearing from Mr. Cardello Smith was not made on Monday when we were in court, was not made previously before we came here. I heard nothing from Mr. Hughes when we spoke about this issue privately and separately, and this is a complete surprise to us. And of course, it makes no sense because he's been served with everything over and over. And we filed our proofs. Now, Your Honor, thank you for providing us with this time. I want to be clear about something. We have filed a lot of pleadings here, a lot of documents here. And the reason we've done that is this is an extraordinary circumstance. The relief that the court has awarded to Mr. Smith is not a small thing. The relief awarded to Mr. Smith of $100 million, and most importantly right now, a temporary restraining order, is so extraordinary that it requires, and we appreciate the court providing us this immediate hearing. Your Honor, previously, we explained to the court, and I'm going to be very brief on what we've talked about before. We've provided an affidavit from Mr. Combs establishing that he was never served, that he wasn't at the location, and of course the court saw the card, and there's no question that that card, if it has a signature, that's not a signature that says Sean Combs, nor is the handwritten print saying Sean Combs. And most importantly, we showed the court, and we won't show the court again now, the two cards which are both in the court file and which show that the card was clearly doctored to suggest or to convey to the court, to frankly, to lie to the court as part of all of this fraud that he's been trying to perpetrate on this court. He doctored the card to make it appear that in fact it had been sent addressee only, but it was not. That was not the form, because the court has available to it the clear evidence that the initial card, which is also in the court file, the initial card shows that addressee only is not checked, that restricted service is not checked. Now, we also, I'm trying to skip through some things here, but we've also learned, and now we have a transcript of this, that at the temporary restraining order hearing on August 7th, as part of this broad fraud that he's perpetrating on the court, Mr. Combs lied extensively and very significantly. What he said on the record was that he said that 2 weeks before that hearing, the hearing was August 7th. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Hold on, I don't know what's going on here, so hold on 1 second. I think that we are getting feedback from, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Fink, go ahead.
No, I appreciate you interrupting me for that. We want you to hear what we're talking about. Okay, at the August 7th TRO hearing, Mr. Combs, Mr. Smith, told the court that Sean Combs had visited him in prison within the past 2 weeks. Now, as we've already proved to the court, that absolutely didn't happen. We subpoenaed the visitor records. We showed the court the visitor records, and the visitor records show that the only visits he's had since January 1st were one visit from his attorney, well, he's not his attorney now, but from Paul Hughes, and 2 visits from William Proctor, who has provided some media assistance to him. In the August 7th hearing, Mr. Combs, in making his misrepresentations to this, Mr. Smith, in making his misrepresentation to the court, I apologize for this, said that Mr. Combs, when he visited, and this is what these are his words, also said he won't be filing an answer to the complaint. He said, you can find me in default or whatever. Blatant lie. Nobody would have said that, and of course there was no such meeting. And this was all part of his process of trying to persuade this court that a default was appropriate, that a default judgment was appropriate, that a temporary restraining order was appropriate. It's undisputed on this record that Mr. Combs was not served, and that should be the end of the inquiry by this court. But it doesn't have to be, because as we look at the 2 types of orders that were entered, the temporary restraining order and the default judgment, none of the necessary prerequisites occurred. Regarding the temporary restraining order, of course, this court had to first find that there was a likelihood of prevailing on the merits. I won't bore the court with going through this much more. We already showed statute of limitations ran on every claim. And if the statute of limitations is run, there is no likelihood of prevailing on the merits. Also, Mr. Combs has denied every single fact alleged in the complaint. And now, we have, and we've provided to the court, another affidavit. The affidavit of Wayne County Prosecutor Kim Worthy. We had that delivered to the court this morning and delivered to the prison so that Mr. Smith could see it. And Ms. Worthy has indicated that, as the court knows, in the court file, Mr. Smith argues that he had an agreement with Kim Worthy to commit a bunch of felonies and that he was being put in prison for no good reason. Well, she has indicated she never saw, and she's sworn under oath, she never saw the documents. She didn't sign the documents. The signature is not her signature. She never met Mr. Smith. She never met Mr. Combs. She never entered into agreement with either one of them. She's a third party who's come and provided that, and obviously that's significant both for success, for prevailing on the merits, but also obviously for the meritorious defense. Now, Your Honor, this witness has no credibility. Aside from all the inconsistencies we've heard already, the court can consider the fact that currently he's serving time for 4 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct, 6 counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct during commission of a felony, 2 counts of kidnapping, 2 counts of third-degree criminal sexual conduct. That's rape. He is serving, his earliest release date would be July 8th, 2038. This is all based on evidence this is all in the record of the Michigan Department of Corrections, very easily found online. Now, let's look at his record as a litigator. This man's been in court more times than I have, Your Honor. If you look at his record, you'll see that, and we're going to talk about that in another way, he has filed so many frivolous lawsuits that not 1 but 2 federal courts, and we just found the second one, we provided that in our supplemental brief to the court. Judge Lawson in the Eastern District, Judge Maloney in the Western District, both found that because he's a serial litigator who's filed so many frivolous lawsuits, he's not entitled to the special provisions provided to prisoners under 28 U.S.C. 1915. Now, Your Honor, even if he were credible, and he's not, even if you didn't know from this evidence all the ways he's already lied to this court, you could just look at the allegations that he's made and see that on their face, they are inconsistent and absurd. As far as the inconsistencies, of course, we showed the court previously the Monroe case. We showed you that he filed the exact same case in Monroe that he filed here. And in order to advance his fraud on this court, he whited out the words Monroe and 2 places in the new complaint that he filed in this case, but 2 identical complaints, both filed on June 10th, 2024.
Mr. Fink, we did cover all this the last
And
time. I just don't want you to waste some of your 20 minutes on stuff you've already gone over.
I appreciate that. And so what I'm going to do right now, Your Honor, is I want to show you the new exhibits that we have. And I don't have to put them up on the screen. I'll just tell you, I believe the court has them. There are 3 new complaints that we found that were filed in Macomb County. And what I'd like to do is, well, I'm just going to jump to the punchline here, Your Honor. He filed these 3 complaints, and in each of these 3 complaints, he included what he calls a mandatory disclosure statement. Now, in this case, he filed a mandatory disclosure statement, and we're going to share the screen now and show you. These are 4 different mandatory disclosure statements that this plaintiff has provided. On the bottom, you see the one in this court. The plaintiff, he writes, has filed 3 state lawsuits, 2 federal lawsuits, that's 3 civil appeals and 3 criminal appeals. That's what he wrote here. But if you look up on May 2nd, 2023, in the Macomb County case of Cardello Smith versus DePiola Carpenter, he wrote, this plaintiff has filed 124 state and federal civil cases and appeals and over 40 federal appeals. In the case against Preston, he filed on July 3rd, 2023. He wrote then, well, the plaintiff has filed 4 state and federal civil cases and appeals under civil jurisdiction. And then on September 6th, he filed a case against, among other people, Mr. Fager, who's been serving the pleadings. That was on September 6th. And in that one on the mandatory disclosure, again, this is right after he filed the case here. He filed the case here in June, saying 3 state lawsuits, 2 federal, 3 criminal appeals, 3 civil appeals. In this case, again, in Macomb County, he said 131 civil lawsuits at the state level, 141 criminal appeals at the federal level, 64 civil appeals at the federal level, 63 appeals and criminal cases at the federal level. This man will say and do anything to advance his case. It does not matter if it's true. Now, he also, we can take that screen down. He also has made absolutely ridiculous allegations. What I'd like to see now is
Mr. Fink, I just want you to know, I'd rather stick to the merits of the case. I understand that he may be litigious, but can we just focus on the merits of why you're requesting what you're requesting in relief?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank
Very
you.
quickly, I will point out that, and I won't, we don't have to show it to the court. I'll point out that he makes a claim of in this agreement that there was a deal 2 days after the alleged incident, that there was a deal in a meeting with Kim Worthy, and he provides the handwritten agreement. If this was supposed to be, you can see on this screen, supposedly her signature, but you can see her real signature. But more to the point, Your Honor, he makes the absurd allegation, the completely indefensible allegation as part of this case, that a conspiracy involving then Sheriff Robert Ficano, then Circuit Recorder's Court Judge Worthy, then Director of Wayne County Department of Community Justice Warren Evans, a couple of police officers, Sean Combs, that he made a deal with all of these people that they were going to lie about what happened. They were going to put him in jail. They were not going to prosecute related to his allegations. The absurdity of these things is only matched by how ridiculous they look when you observe them. Now, putting that aside, we also have evidence that he's been suborning perjury from prison, or we believe he has, and we showed these documents to the court. I'm sorry. In our supplemental brief, we provided the evidence of how it is that he has been, along with the exhibit we filed today, we've shown the court how he suborned perjury in trying to have a motion for reconsideration filed related to the allegations of rape filed by Carly Carpenter, the woman who he was convicted of raping her, but she filed a habeas petition and a motion for reconsideration, which we've provided to the court. You can see that motion for reconsideration was virtually dictated from prison by Mr. Smith. I won't waste the court's time on all the details of that because it's available to the court. The court can review it. And instead, I want to get down to the basic rules, the standards for the temporary restraining order and why they weren't met here. Your Honor, there must be a showing of irreparable harm, but the rule is very specific. There must be specific facts shown by affidavit or by a verified complaint. There was no affidavit here. There was no verified complaint. There was no sworn testimony before the temporary restraining order was entered. Second, there had to be, but I'll just quickly say that there was no analysis of the balance of the harms. And in this case, certainly the harm to the plaintiff is nothing like the harm from not issuing an injunction, is nothing like the harm to the defendant who is being restrained in the use of his own property without any due process, without any analysis of the facts or the law, and without any evidence supporting the injunction. Now, regarding the public interest, it can't possibly be, these are the four factors. It can't possibly be in the public interest. It can't possibly be in the public interest. I skipped something and I shouldn't have. When I talked about irreparable harm, I was in such a hurry here. I told you that there were no proofs. But more importantly, the only harm alleged here is economic damages. And the law could not be more clear that irreparable harm does not include economic damages. There has to be proof of irreparability. If that were not the case, then every single personal injury case would justify entry of a temporary restraining order against the defendant if the court believes that there's any credibility in that case. That's not the law. There has to be a judgment first. There has to be some attempt to satisfy the judgment. There has to be evidence or a reason that the judgment can't be satisfied. there has to be irreparable harm. And there was none here. And I apologize for not mentioning that when we talked about the irreparable harm. Regarding the balance of the harms, obviously tremendous harm to Mr. Combs, no harm at all to Mr. Smith in the absence of the injunction. Regarding the public interest, it is simply not in the public interest to pursue or to enforce an ex parte prejudgment attachment. The constitutional law is very clear. Until there has been a judgment with notice and opportunity to be heard, until that has occurred, there cannot be this type of remedy. And if this court enters this order, it sets a precedent that's a very, very dangerous precedent. It would, and furthermore, what we have here is with no proofs, all kinds of inconsistent claims, you have a prisoner who simply finds a very famous person and makes some atrocious, extraordinary allegations against that famous person. Well, this would create a circumstance where prisoners all over the country will be filing these phony claims against anybody they can hear of and learn about online. Finding somebody's address is easy enough. In this case, he got the wrong address, but at least he got a location that was owned by the defendant. But it's simple to do this from prison. And there's a reason that we have the rules that we do. The temporary restraining order is an awesome order with awesome power of the court being imposed. And that's why there's so many rules about it. And I want to talk about those rules. One, under 3.310B3, the injunction on a temporary restraining order can't extend more than 14 days. This order was written as 90 days, and we don't blame the court. The court didn't write the order. The court entered the order that was prepared by the plaintiff. And that order was defective in so many ways, it's hard to count. But even after the order was entered, it wasn't served. It was served 8 days after it was entered. Service of a temporary restraining order is supposed to be immediate. Then, critically important, any temporary restraining order must have findings, mandatory findings. An order granting an injunction or restraining order must set forth the reasons for its issuance and must be specific in its terms. Each of the 4 elements has to be laid out, and the TRO must describe the injury and state why it is irreparable. None of that occurred here, and the order itself is not at all clear on its terms. If the court looks at the order, it's frankly unreadable. I made a reference to the order not being served until 8 days. I'm not suggesting it ever was properly served. In the record, there's an indication that it was mailed not by the plaintiff, but apparently by the court. It was mailed to that same address on 8 days after it was entered. But that's not proper service, and there's no indication at all that it was ever received by anybody at any time. But I want to go back to the deficiencies in the order. The order is supposed to be reasonable, describe in reasonable detail the acts restrained. But if we look at the actual order essentially says, and we don't have a lot of time here, and I know the court has the order in front of it, it says that in the property and estate shall cease and desist any and all trades. The property and estate, as the order, in the terms of the order, it's not Mr. Combs who's being restrained, it's the property and estate. Now that's how it was written by Mr. Smith. It was written improperly, but it was entered that way. So the order is completely incomprehensible. Your Honor, we have a limited amount of time, and I need to talk about the default judgment because everything.
About 5 minutes. Obviously, I've read everything, so you have about 5 minutes, please.
Okay. Everything about the default judgment is incorrect. First of all, the court obviously has no jurisdiction because of the lack of service. But second, a motion for default judgment, of course, has to be served. If you look at the proof of service, the proof of service says it was served on August 6th, 2024. The default wasn't even entered until August 23rd, so that can't be proper service. Second, the actual service of the default entry. The default entry must be served. The court is very clear on that. The court rules are clear on that. But in this case, if you look at the docket, you look at docket entry number 11, The default entry is not served. The line where it says it's been mailed is not signed. There is no evidence that the default entry was served, and that's a precondition to any default judgment. Now, the default judgment itself, there's no indication that that was properly served, the motion for default judgment. And the default judgment is defective on its face because the motion from the plaintiff stated, if you read it carefully, says he seeks entry of an order in favor of the plaintiff in the amount of, and in numbers he wrote out, $100,340.10. In words, he wrote 100 million. Now, while that was an error by the plaintiff, that error was repeated by the court when the judgment was entered. If the court looks at the judgment as it's entered, the court will see that there are two separate numbers on that page, and one of them is $100 million when it's totaling, when it's identifying the components. And the court can just look quickly at the default judgment. You look at the components, and the components of the judgment shows $100 million, then $310, but the judgment is for $100 billion, $310.40. Your Honor, there are so many technical errors, but when we look to the transcript and we saw what occurred, there was never a proper affidavit by the plaintiff. The affidavit didn't say he swears to the damages. He says, I will swear to the damages. He never swore to the damages. There was no testimony from the court. And as this court well knows, since Wood v. DAIIE, a default may establish liability, but if the defendant comes forward, the defendant is allowed to defend and argue against damages. In this case, that opportunity was not provided. In fact, if the defendant demands a jury trial, the defendant is entitled to a jury trial in a situation such as this. Here, you had no evidence on the record of the damages. The court was supposed to undertake an inquiry into the damages, but instead the court just accepted the damages from the plaintiff, damages in a complaint that was not verified without an affidavit in support of the complaint. Now, Your Honor, there's so many different levels to this, but most importantly, the court has no jurisdiction because service did not occur. The TRO was improperly granted because there's no indication of proper service, but more importantly, equally importantly, there's no evidence of irreparable harm. There's no evidence of likelihood of prevailing on the merits because the statute of limitations barred the claims. There's no indication it's in the public interest. It can't possibly be in the public interest to enter this kind of an award. As far as the default judgment and the default entry was not proper because service hadn't occurred, but the default judgment was improper, partly because the default entry itself, even as of today, has never been served. No evidence of any attempt to serve it. And you can't have a default judgment without a default entry. And then, of course, there's no evidence to support the damages, whether it's $100 million or $100 billion. Either way, there's no evidence to support those damages. Your Honor, I want to be as respectful to the court as I can, and so I'm going to stop right now. And after Mr. Smith argues, I, of course, appreciate the opportunity to provide some rebuttal to the things he said and not return to the other issues.
So, Mr. Cardello Smith, you've got about 20 minutes. So, your response? All right, I'm sending a request to unmute. I had to mute you because there were noises going on. So, it should unmute itself here in a minute. Do they need to do it? Usually it's just a button. Hold on. There you go. You're unmuted now. Perfect. All right.
Oh, okay, I got it. I'm using one of these in
You may
years.
proceed.
Okay. All right. The argument that, hold on, I don't know what this is. Hold on. The argument that Mr. V, can you hear me?
Yes.
You're on to say something. Okay.
Yep, we can all hear you.
Okay, the argument that Mr. David Fink and Mr. Nate Fink made are rooted in lies, falsity, blunders, and it's absolutely false. If you look at the proof of service, there's a tracking number on that. That tracking number cannot be fake. We turn these documents in to the mailroom, our staff. That tracking number shows that I paid $10.40 out of my inmate account for the United States Postal Service to serve it at Mr. Combs' address. The reason we know this is his address is because I have the entire United States Department of Justice on my side on this, because in March, they raided Sean Combs' home, is what they did, in the Homey Hills, California area, which is 200 South Maple. That is his house. That's where he's at. You can have a different home in Florida. That's still your house. It's his. He lives there. The feds do not just raid a house that's not on a defendant and then arrest the defendant the day after, or the day after I get my judgment, arrest him and it not be his address. It doesn't work that way. Sean Combs lived at that address. That is his home, period. And that tracking number shows it was delivered there, paid for, and the green card was signed by him and sent back to me. I made copies of it and I sent it to this court. Regarding the amount of money and the relief, that summons is very clear. Notice to the defendant, in the name of the people of the state of Michigan, you are notified that you are being sued. Failure to answer could result in the relief they entered against you. You had 21 days by regular proof of service, personal service, 28 days by U.S. mail. He went past the 28 days, period. That man got that. That man signed for it. And now he's going to lie through his attorneys and say he never got it. His credibility is shot. He said he never beat Cassie. Cassie sued him, and then the feds released a tape of him beating Cassie. And then he comes out and says, I'm sorry. So their client's credibility is completely thrown. He has no credibility whatsoever. I'm the prisoner, and I have way more credibility than he does. Regarding this affidavit from Kim Worthy in Wayne County, in March of 2020, she ran against a young lady named Burton Harris, who damn near got her job out there. But prior to it, Kim Worthy had to file paperwork with the elections board that said, all the documents I'm filing are true. And then it was, and she did that by affidavit. And then it was also proven.
Stop everybody real quick. And Mr. Fink also, Kim Worthy's signature on any alleged paperwork was irrelevant to any of these proceedings.
Right.
So,
okay.
Whether it's his signature or not, that part of it had no bearing on anything in this case.
Okay, no problem. All right. The reliability on her and him saying I suborn perjury is attack on my credibility and the court's credibility. This court did everything right. This court processed it. This court heard it. He saw the hearing on August 7th. He could have popped up after that. He didn't pop up after that. He didn't pop up until September 9th when the judgment was entered against him. He knew all about this. He's on Law and Crime Network making comments about this. He's over there with Gene Deal making comments about this. Your client knew about this case before the $100 million judgment was entered. He could have shown up at any time. He lied, he stayed away, so he got served. And that tracking number is all the proof I need as far as my credibility.
Oh shit, I'm sorry, y'all. He lied.
To show it. The default entry was done properly by Ms. McCrane. I requested it, it was entered, and then I mailed it to him. The copy he's talking about that didn't have the signature, that was the copy that I got back. I signed it, then I mailed it to him. At first he said he never got served, and then he cleaned it up and said, oh, he did get served. That's a lie right there. Mr. Fink made that statement. So he's lying too to this court by saying he never got served the default. I served the motion for default judgment using money out of my inmate account to pay for the postage to send it to Mr. Combs. So I know he got it. regarding the temporary restraining order and regarding the interest of the public safety or the public interest in that, that man signed an agreement with me, and he has not denied the agreement. In Kenworthy, all of these people signed an agreement entitling me to 49% of his company. That's $400 million I could have went after. I went after him for $100 million for what he did. So this temporary restraining order should stay in place because that is in the public interest. Regarding all of my filings, I fight because I fight. I don't like my rights being violated, nor anyone else's rights being violated. These people have presented Carly's writ as false. However, if you look at Mr. Proctor, the gentleman who came up, he's an investigator. He spoke with Mr. Vincent Smothers, a hitman out of Detroit, who attended a meeting that had Carly Carpenter there, Patricia Penman, who's the lead Wayne County investigator in charge of the public integrity unit. That meeting in 2007 was to take me out on behalf of Wayne County, but he didn't do it. And his affidavit explains exactly just that. That's why Mr. Proctor was here for that investigation. And he has that report. So it implicates Kenworthy's office all day long. And her own office used Mr. Vincent Smothers' testimony to free another guy. So he's very credible. He's very credible. And I'm very credible. Carly Carpenter was a woman who issued a report on a rape charge in 1997 after she was already a victim of your client, Mr. Combs, one of 14 women. She didn't want to prosecute the case until she was harassed by Patricia Penman, who's at the public integrity unit of the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. In 2018, that's when she decided to press charges because she was paid to do that. Then she contacted me at the prison, asking me to help her get out of this because she lied. I told her exactly what to say, which is the truth. I said, if I did this to you, then let it stand. You know I didn't do this to you. So she allowed it to proceed. Also, at my preliminary examination on the case, my criminal case, I questioned Ms. Carpenter. She said only one person assaulted her that night. It was me. However, she also testified that she was kind of hesitant. She was a little shaky about it because the lead investigator and the prosecutor was there harassing her. I had a witness who actually testified that Carly Carpenter slept with two people at the same time, not just me. But she was paid $4,000 by Miss. I'm sorry. I'll get back on track.
Get back on track, because that's
I'm holding a feed. I'm sorry. I apologize. We have an agreement. Bottom line is, you served. The service was made. You issued a very righteous decision, a fair decision. The people here, Mr. Fager, who's providing all these documents and all this information, that Mr. King spoke about on Monday when we had our hearing. He said information is coming in every minute as we speak. That information was coming from Mr. Fager. Mr. Fager is a gentleman who I sued 3 times previous to this, even as far as September 6th, he said. All these lawsuits in the Western District, case number 1/22-00149, specifically shows I sued Mr. Fager, and 124-CB00308. That shows I sued him. And in that case, I charged him with filing forged documents, falsifying documents. This was back in May, before we even had any hearings out here, Your Honor. So my history of challenging this guy for forging documents is clearly established. Regarding this whole thing about Monroe and Adrian, Fishbone's Rhythm Kitchen, where I worked at, is located in downtown Detroit on Monroe and Brush. So I had Monroe on my mind because I worked it a lot. I'm in here using a cheap little typewriter, and I admit, we have a spell check, and it didn't go off when I hit Lenawee, because if you type in Lenawee on a word processor, it should be as a misspelling until you enter it as a word in your dictionary. I never did that. So I was typing the word Monroe in there. That's why I wanted out Monroe, because it's not Monroe, and I had already mailed it out, turned it into the mailroom to send it. He took $175 out of my account and sent it to the Monroe court. That's why the case is filed in Monroe. But notice there was never any action. There was nothing done because I was going to have it transferred to this court until this court received the corrected copy that I did white out and did send to this court because I wanted everything preserved. This isn't court shopping. This is a man who was the victim of a crime and who had a public interest and who had a right not to be sexually assaulted and a right not to have my money taken from me. That's what this is about. That agreement specifically said that he is not to be caught up in any federal actions. When he got caught up in that in March, that's what broke it. Regarding the statute of limitations, the statute of limitations is brand new because on April 4th and April 5th of this year, Kim Worthy's office tested one of 11,341 rape kits. She got money to test 11,341 rape kits, and she did it. The one rape kit is semen from Mr. Combs that she's kept for years. So it was discovered
Mr. Cardello Smith, Mr. Cardello Smith, I apologize. Just as I had to advise Mr. Fink that we are we got to stay on topic, and
yes,
we got about 4 more minutes. So
okay, I'll take it. All right, yes, ma'am. The statute of limitations is upheld because this man was identified as my raper, is what he was identified as. So that takes care of the 3-year statute of limitations. Your court has subject matter jurisdiction that they never argued. They stayed away from that. They're very skilled at this. 2.116 gives you subject matter jurisdiction over this case and the property. Personal matter was obtained as soon as the service was made. Everything that they're saying that you don't have and you didn't do is false, and it's a complete lie. You have subject matter jurisdiction and personal matter jurisdiction, but they didn't argue subject matter in any way, shape, or form. Your judgment should stay entered because you did everything right. The TRO should stay entered to ensure that I get the damages for this. Everything should stay in place because you did everything right, period. You didn't do anything wrong. I did everything right. I made some typos. I made some errors. I'll admit it. I'm not perfect. I'm working under some crazy conditions. I get it. But I'm a plaintiff, and I'm litigious because I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter, is what I am. And I will always be a fighter for my rights and other prisoners' rights. But this matter here, you should not set anything aside because it was done properly. It was done perfectly. It couldn't have been better. They just don't want me getting this money because I'm a prisoner. That's what it is. The state of Michigan does not want me getting it. You get everything right, Your Honor, period.
all right. So Mr. Cardello Smith, I'm going to stop you there. I am going to mute you again because of feedback. Mr. Fink, you have about 10 minutes.
Your Honor, I'm going to try to address the issues mostly in the order that they were presented. And I want to start with something very, a surprising and clear admission that Mr. Smith just made. He advised the court that he paid $10.40. Your Honor, the Postal Service for $10.40 will send a return receipt request, but will not provide adult signature restricted delivery. And that you have to pay an additional $11.65. It was not paid in this case, just as he just admitted. And that's consistent with the 2 cards that the court has seen. The fact is, he did not restrict delivery to the addressee. And because he didn't, that card did not have to be signed by the addressee. Now, to be clear, it isn't, because the court has seen the card. Mr. Combs' name is no place on the signature line. That's not his signature. It doesn't look like anybody's signature. But more importantly, the printed identification below it is not his. And then critically important, the court has seen that the card was doctored, whether it was doctored by Mr. Smith or by some confederate of his, it doesn't matter. It's a doctored card. The first card shows, consistent with the post office rules, that it was not restricted delivery. And I appreciate him admitting on the record that he only paid $10.40 because that doesn't buy you restricted delivery. That's what the problem was. Now, spent a lot of time today on service. But even if Mr. Combs was served, and he wasn't, but even if he had been served, this is a classic case where default should be set aside. He came forward on the day, or literally the day after he learned about the entry. And by the way, this nonsense that we're hearing now, that Mr. Combs made some public statements before September 9th about this case, is patently false. He makes a reference to law and crime. While we're here, I Googled, and there's nothing in law and crime from Mr. Combs before September 9th. Mr. Combs didn't know about it. He didn't sign for it. Now, for some reason, we're being told now by this witness / plaintiff that Mr. Combs didn't deny the agreement. Of course, Mr. Combs denied the agreement. Mr. Combs denied the agreement. Ms. Worthy denied the agreement. Mr. Combs, in his affidavit, denied everything in the complaint very clearly, very explicitly. And when Mr. Smith says, well, it's just my word, I'm saying these things, and you haven't heard from Mr. Smith, that's not true. We gave you an affidavit for Mr. Combs. We gave you an affidavit for Mr. Combs, and it's very, very clear. And this insane explanation that he sued, saying it was at a hotel in Monroe, a Holiday Inn in Monroe, because he had been at Monroe and Brush in Detroit, is beyond comprehension. He filed a lawsuit. That lawsuit hasn't been dismissed. He filed 2 lawsuits on the same exact day. And in one lawsuit, he said this happened in Monroe. And in the other lawsuit, he left it blank and claims it happened in Adrian. And he just didn't do his research well enough, because Monroe did have a Holiday Inn in 1997. Adrian did not have a Holiday Inn in 1997. He's making this stuff up as he goes along. Now, Your Honor, he raises what sounds like a more sophisticated argument when he says, well, what about subject matter jurisdiction, Your Honor? Until you have personal jurisdiction, subject matter jurisdiction is completely irrelevant. There's no personal jurisdiction over my client. No personal jurisdiction, because he has not been served. And if there was any question about whether he had been served, and there wasn't, from our perspective, that question disappeared when he just told us that he only paid $10.40, because for $10.40, you can't buy addressee-only delivery, which he had to have. Now, he hasn't responded to the basic issues that we've raised. It's an injunction for 90 days. The rules are clear. It can only be 14 days. The reasons are not provided in the order. The court rules are very clear. Reasons have to be provided in the order. The order has to be reasonably clear in describing the matter enjoined, and it isn't. The injunction was supposed to be served, and there's no evidence that the injunction was ever served. But that's after it was entered. Regarding the default judgment, he has no explanation for why it is he did not sign, nobody signed, that the default entry had been mailed or served. And if you don't serve a default entry, you can't get a default judgment. It's that simple. He didn't serve the default entry. He doesn't even claim to have served the default entry. He didn't serve the motion for default judgment properly, as I told the court. His so-called proof of service says it was served on August 6th, but there wasn't even a default as of August 6th. so he didn't serve that motion. And notwithstanding all of these things, notwithstanding the fact that we weren't served, that the client wasn't served with the complaint, we weren't served with the default judgment, we weren't served with the default entry, we weren't served with the temporary restraining order, despite all of that, we came to this court immediately when we found out about this. And we're very grateful to the court for hearing it, for giving us this time on its busy calendar. But we came immediately and we challenged every one of these things, and we haven't had a single substantive response. What we've heard is a prisoner who's serving time for multiple felonies and who claims he didn't do that. He didn't commit these acts, and everybody else is lying and he's innocent. Your Honor, I venture to say that almost every prisoner where he is currently residing will give you the same answer and tell you they're innocent too. And maybe some of them are. But the fact is, he doesn't, by being in jail, in prison, he doesn't get rights that the rest of us don't have. He has to follow the court rules. He has to follow every step, and he didn't follow any of these steps. He doesn't explain why the complaint's not verified, and there's no affidavit in support of it. That by itself throws all of this out. You can't have a temporary restraining order without that having been sworn to. He doesn't explain why he didn't serve these things. So, Your Honor, I appreciate so much time from the court. I really do. I will simply point out that we hope the court has seen our supplemental submissions, but in the end, this is an incredibly simple case. No service, no jurisdiction. And we really would appreciate it if the court could act quickly on this and dissolve the temporary restraining order and set aside the default judgment and the entry of default. Give us an appropriate amount of time to respond. We will respond, of course, right away.
All right, very good. Thank you. So a central complaint of both defendants' motions, currently before the court is the claim that defendant was never properly served with the summons complaint in this matter and was therefore unaware of the proceedings. MCR 2.105A2 specifies that service of the summons complaint may be served upon a non-resident individual by sending a copy of those documents by registered or certified mail, return receipt requested, delivery restricted to the addressee. Service is made under this rule when the defendant acknowledges receipt of the summons and complaint, and the return receipt must be attached to the proof of service. There is no requirement that the summons and complaint be mailed only to defendant's primary residence. A party may not simply announce a position and leave it to this court to make the party's arguments and search for authority to support the party's position. Wilson v. Taylor, 457, 232, 243, 577 Northwest 2nd, 100, 1998. The court received a return receipt indicating that the copy of the summons complaint was mailed certified mail, delivery restricted to the addressee to Sean Combs, 200 South Mapleton Drive, Holmby Hills, Los Angeles, California, 90077. Defendant does not deny that this is a residence Mr. Combs owns. The court acknowledges that the date of service on the return receipt was difficult to read and could either have read 7621 or 7624. However, given that the case number for the incident action filed in 2024 was included on that return receipt, the court at that time found the date to either be 7624 to be a typographical error. The court had no reason to believe the date was fraudulent. The court also acknowledges that the signature on the return receipt is utterly illegible, but indicates that it was signed by the addressee. Defendant's review of the proof of service indicates something the court previously did not know, the lack of delivery restriction to the addressee. Accordingly, proper service was not made under MCR 2.105A2. However, the court finds that the defendant did provide notice by mailing a copy of the motion for temporary restraining order to the same address. Accordingly, the temporary restraining order was not issued without notice, as defendant alleges, and those procedural requirements do not apply under these circumstances. As a result, the defendant's failure to contest the TRO, the temporary restraining order was issued. However, the court is persuaded by the defendant's arguments that at the very core of this matter is the statute of limitation issue, which makes it unlikely that plaintiff will succeed on the merits. As a result, as detailed in defendant's briefing, plaintiff cannot satisfy the four-pronged test to establish entitlement to an injunction, and the temporary restraining order will be appropriately set aside. Defendant's motion to set aside the temporary restraining order is therefore granted. Turning next to the motion to set aside the default and the default judgment, as the court previously addressed, it finds that defendant was not properly served with the summons and complaint. Moreover, the court notes the policy of this state generally favors the meritorious determination of issues and therefore encourages the setting aside of defaults. Huggins v. Bowman, 228, Mich. App 84, 86, 578 Northwest 2nd, 326, 1998. The court finds that the defendant has established procedural defects sufficient to establish good cause under MCR 2.603 D1. The court further finds, as it previously indicated, that defendant is likely to have a meritorious defense in at least the statute of limitation arguments. Having fully satisfied the requirements of MCR 2.603 D1, the defendant's motion to set aside the default and default judgment is granted. The default judgment previously entered is hereby vacated. The court at this time will send out a pretrial notice to the parties based upon the emergency pleadings filed. It appears that defendant would like a hearing date for a motion for summary disposition, and there will be at least 30 to 45 days out to allow defendant to file the motion and give plaintiff 28 days to respond. So would you like a date of October 30th at 10 a.m. for 2 hours? I'm sorry, October 31st at 10 a.m.
I apologize, Your Honor. What I don't know is the court was setting for October 31st. I didn't catch what the court was setting for October 31st.
Oh, my assumption is at some point you'll be filing a motion for summary disposition.
Yes.
So I was going to give you that date now.
Oh, that is, I appreciate that, and that's what I thought the court was saying, I didn't want to interrupt, but I have a previously scheduled full day mediation on that date, on October 30th.
Ms. Adams, could I get another date in November for 2 hours, please? And that'll give you plenty of time to serve Mr. Cardello Smith, and that'll give plenty of time for Mr. Cardello Smith to file a response.
Judge, we do have the afternoon of November 8th.
November 8th at 1:30 p.m.
Your Honor?
Is that date good for you?
No, I've got a probable cause doctor's remand hearing for 5 prisoners that didn't get one in their criminal case on that date. It's going to take up the whole 2 weeks of that. Can you put it towards the end of November?
Miss Adams?
I'm looking.
Your Honor, if I may, perhaps an earlier date than October 31st would make sense. It's a little odd when a prisoner has his own criminal docket that he's handling for other prisoners, but I respect his schedule. But we do want to get this done sooner. I didn't count out all the days as the court was gracious.
And I'm fine with setting this out to November. That gives him ample time to respond, because there are some mail delays with MDOC.
Oh, yeah. And Your Honor, can I put my notice of appeal on the record at this time? Or excuse me, my notice to file a motion for reconsideration of this regarding the statute of limitations, and ask for subpoena power to help meet the statute of limitations based on documents that are currently in the possession of Adrian Police Department, Lenawee County Sheriff's Department, and the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office?
So you have the right to file a motion for reconsideration and request that relief, but I'm not going to grant those reliefs today. No.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. Maybe. All right. I have a civil, criminal, and family law docket. So I'm on the bench about 8 hours every day. So my docket, I don't have like 1 or 2 hearings a day. So finding a day, because obviously my family law, my criminal docket will take precedence over any civil. It's not 45 days out, so at least do 45. I can do Monday, November 4 at 2:30 to 4:30.
Perfect.
Mr. Fink, is that good for you?
That will work, Your Honor.
And that gives you the time. All right, so obviously I'm just giving you the date for that, and I'll set a pretrial as well on the same day. So Mr. Fink, so Mr. Cardello Smith and Mr. Fink,
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Fink will serve you with his motion for summary disposition kindly, giving you ample time to respond. And then we'll come back on November 4th at 2:30 for 2 hours. Hold on one.
Your Honor.
And Mr. Fink, you will do the order from today and then put that notice in there as well.
Okay, the order will just say for the reasons stated on the record. We'll submit
Yes.
it. Now, do we need to submit it to Mr. Smith for his review or just submit it to the court?
So if you submit it the day of the hearing, I will sign it.
Okay, we'll submit it today.
And then also you can attach part of it that the court scheduled a summary disposition motion for that day. And that way Mr. Cardello Smith will have any paperwork he needs. And then when you serve the motion for summary disposition, you'll do another notice.
Your Honor, can we serve Mr. Smith by email? We do that with all the other, with attorneys all the time.
Well, Mr. Cardello Smith, do you have access to JPay or any way to receive that via email?
No, I need paper service through the mail, ma'am. We have JPay, but these people have too much access to it. It helped them win.
Okay, so
Okay, Your Honor,
we'll do mail.
I'm not trying to force the issue, and we've done fine getting it served by the prison. Can we provide the order to the court by email?
Yes, you can email that to my judicial attorney. I believe you all have her email address. And as long as that's submitted before 4:30 today and it accurately reflects what I ordered, I will sign it.
Believe it or not, we have not been communicating with her with email. I don't have email address.
Okay, I'm gonna send that to you in a chat. Mr. Cardello Smith, you have communicated with her. So, hold on one second.
Yeah.
All right, so Mr. Fink, I am going to send you, trying to look. All right, Mr. Fink, I'm sending that to you now via chat. Can you write it down, please, or copy and paste it?
Okay, I have it here. Thank you, Your Honor. I've saved it.
Okay, excellent. All right, so
Your Honor,
I will.
Your Honor, there was one. I apologize. I wanted to just say one more thing, if I may, on the record, with an abundance of caution. I have not yet obviously had an opportunity to consult with our client regarding the court's ruling and our next steps. So while I do anticipate that the court is correct, our next step will be filing a motion for summary disposition. Having not consulted with the client yet, I don't want to make a representation to the court. We may or may not file that. We appreciate having the briefing schedule. I think it's the most likely next step, but I'm not certain that's our next.
Either way, put in the order from today that a pretrial will be held that day as well. So at the very least, we'll hold a pretrial that day.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I too will be filing a motion for summary judgment in my favor, according to the pretrial rules. Okay?
Yes.
This isn't over, Mr. Fink. Let Mr. Combs know that this is not over.
Very good. Everybody will file whatever they deem is appropriate. That concludes this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Angie.
Lord.
Eh.
That I had to get that was a lot, and I think Karen put the actual link if you want to see the actual video of this. I had to. This, I mean, it all goes together. This idiot done tied that man shit up, and we see, and from the paperwork from yesterday that I read, we saw the desperation of this man trying to gather money up, and this idiot done tied his assets up, huh? Like on some janky huckabuck, transposing signatures, messing around with the law and stuff like that. And here's the thing, right? That lawyer took her ass to town, and you see in her opinion, you saw how she was trying to blame the shit on that. Now, granted, I do know that clerks and all everybody else in the office do write this stuff up and whatever, and they sign it. Okay, we all do that. I get that, but listen, that the clerks don't have nothing to do with the procedures that she did not go through. She should have known when she wasn't sending out that, serving this, seeing that this was happening. She should have known that, hey, wait a minute, what's happening to the actual process? No, she done went from one thing and signed it because she on the bench for 8 hours because her calendar is all, There's no that he took her ass to a school on that, baby. I love that. Yes, ma'am, and yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's nothing left to be said. because I mean it's very clear, and again, since you want me to call us, call out the mental health stuff. This is a person who was clearly not even oriented to time. He was not even oriented to where he's putting hotels in places where there are none. At one point, we had to go all the way back to the 1990s. He started bringing in things. All of a sudden, election interference was recognized in here. That has nothing to do with this situation. And here's the thing: it's really sad because clearly this is somebody who needs help, and this is another example of how the justice system doesn't really help to get that person's mind in shape. That said, I'm sure he probably is not taking the medication and things properly, it seems, because he's just all over the place. But like you said, I personally, and hopefully it doesn't cause an issue, but this is also the reason why when these courts do these default judgments just based off of somebody not showing up, I understand that sometimes that might be appropriate, but I don't care for that. Now I get it that they don't want to run after people. Some people will just keep running away from the debts or whatever. But this is a perfect example of how detrimental those sorts of decisions can be. And to make a decision like that just based off the fact that somebody did not show up and you haven't even done your due diligence to confirm that the proper procedures had taken place before you did that. And again, right now, I don't think things are looking good for Diddy. But to have additional, it's almost like you're piling on now, because now I have part of my assets that are, tied up, or that I can't access them the way that I need to at a very detrimental time because of a clerical or an administrative mistake or a procedural mistake that has taken place here. I don't mean no harm for somebody, dude, with all due respect, he's a wackadoodle. And, he's going to continue. And quite frankly, what it did, inadvertently, is it has now emboldened him to possibly tie up the court systems that much more. Because when once he was given that default, I'm gonna tell you, he's been riding the high. You can't tell him anything now. And now what he's going to what he's more likely to convince himself of now is, okay, now they're coming after me even more. So now I'm gonna double down because I was able to get a positive outcome at least once, even though it was short-lived and inappropriate. It doesn't seem like he's able to understand that sort of thing. And I just don't like that. Fair is fair and right is right. And
Yeah.
In this particular circumstance, Diddy's assets and things should not be tied up at all in relationship to this situation. I'm not even sure if he ever even saw Diddy besides seeing him on TV and possibly developing some sort of obsession. But it seems like he's the type that would possibly develop that kind of thing with anybody. You know, if he
he has an exception with the court of law too.
Yeah, he definitely
in there. I mean, the amount of lawsuits and the amount of appeals that turns out he done been in court more than I have.
Yeah, and you know, I don't know him at all, but you know, I've worked with multiple clients over the years. Unfortunately, you know, all of them have been circumstances where the person has experienced great trauma, especially during their childhood years and things like that. And so they were in and out of the courts a lot. And therefore, kind of, I don't want to say naturally, but kind of naturally, their mental health had kind of an obsession, if you will, that was aligned closely with the courts and that sort of thing, because they felt like that was pretty much that's who raised them. You know, they were constantly in and out of courts with their parents or with them or, you know, different sorts of things. And so everything in their mind runs through the courts. Nothing happens without the courts. And they think that, you know, they're so involved in it and they, you know, connected with so many things that they unfortunately try to do that. And, you know, and it sounds like based upon the convictions that he has, you know, they can keep him on in there, you know, as long as they need they need to, because I don't think it's safe for him to be out, not for himself and not for others. But that is messed up. Now, I have a question, and then I'll certainly let Kim jump in on this. Okay, so where are we now, or how quickly can something like that be handled? You know what I'm saying? Is that like an instantaneous thing, or does he now still have to wait until they go back to court and he gets another bite of the apple, which we of course see that it's not very unlikely that it will work in his favor? Are those assets going to remain tied up until then, or are they immediately released to him to do what he needs to do in anticipation of the updated hearing? Do you know?
Yeah. So if I'm not mistaken, she said she's going to sign the motion. She's going to grant the motion to set aside or vacate today, and not today. Yeah, today. So that will release it, but they still have.
Or does it have to go through a process?
No, he can use whatever she grants today.
Okay, good.
You know, he can use that, and then they just have to go back to. I mean, now of course there's the paperwork. All right, you understand?
But outside of essentially, once the ink dries today, he can go ahead and, you know, if he needed to get another attorney or try to post his own bail or something, he could use those assets and that money to do it.
Right. I mean, as long as you know, a lot of people like to have the official paperwork. So of course, you know, as soon as it can flow through the hands of the clerk of court, you know, get mailed out back to the lawyers or whatever, and saying that, you know, hey, that the judgment has been set aside or vacated or whatever, and then they just have to go back for that summary disposition or what have you, and that's pretty much I really don't know why she's setting a summary disposition. I mean, she seemed robotic or something. I don't know, maybe that's how this all happened, because I mean, you know, it's like to dissolve any disputes quickly based on, you know, if it's a matter of law or fact. So I don't know why they're going back in November to kind of rehash what has already been rehashed, and I guess maybe for her to make a decision, you know, a more detailed decision. But you use a summary of the disposition or summary judgment, like for matters that you can resolve without a jury. So But there's also I think he's gonna appeal it and all of that. So I guess you want to take care of it. And if there's any other motions that may be on the table by this idiot by then, because she's saying something about she's gonna that'll give him enough time to read through everything and whatever. So maybe that's why she is putting it, having a summary disposition hearing, so they could really read in detail by that time, and then she can make a bit more informed decision. But but they can use that vacay and that to really, as soon as he get the official paperwork. Once you get the word that say order, that's what it is. Yeah. So that this is like that is outrageous. You understand what I'm saying? And and one thing for me, like when I look at get other sources, right? I use other sources, right? Just to complete the package of what we're talking about, whatever. I get a source, if I use a YouTube source, whatever. I like to use YouTube sources that are not the ones that are opinion driven, or the shit don't be, or be, well, I heard. No. Because it's going on the record. I don't want shit about what you heard or this, that, and that. I want to shit about what you know or what something you put in that paper up. So that's why I like to use media outlets. I'm talking about, more real ones or whatever, or some people on the ground or some shit like that. And depending on the people on the ground. I wouldn't use probably nobody on the ground here, other than my y'all, you be fucked up. I mean, I tell you, I heard so much shit coming from R. Kelly case, and when we got the paperwork, I'm like, ain't none of that happened. That ain't said on the stand, huh? Oh my gosh. But I don't like all that. I'm trying to incorrect information can really get you fucked up with me, baby. I'm trying to tell you, I'll be ready to get you. Oh, because my head, I mean, I have a baby. I can't stand all of that, and I know I get a lot of people sending me things from sources, and I be like, now you know what, this person is half and half. But let me tell you something. I don't even use Tasha K as a source, so and for the most part, she's been, pretty decent, accurately. You know what I'm saying? Other than some of the stuff where she was maybe had a personal motivation to to whatever, right? I don't even use her as a source. I don't even use Wendy as a source. You know what I'm saying? I use them sources that they check out their sources. Those sources check out their source. None of the sources I use. I don't use let me tell you something. I find that the Breakfast Club is pretty stable in that aspect, because I can tell when it's opinion based and when it's you done checked out your sources, so I can tell. Like now you got something like that on some of these channels. You done checked out your sources versus your opinion, then whatever. But a lot of these people.
Let me tell you something. You can tell that one of them has an actual legal one has a legal department that's vetting what can go out and what cannot, and what meets the standard, and what does, and who's just cranking out stuff. Also, for me, as soon as I always thought that Tasha was unreliable. She was sensationalized and she was very personal. I won't share my thoughts on. I think there's some stuff going on with her as well. But
oh yeah,
Tasha, when she actually got on the stand during that Cardi B case and outright said, yes, like she said it multiple times in multiple ways. Yes, I lied. Yes, I make up stuff. Oh well, that's just who I am, kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't understand why. And now I think people are just watching the train wreck unfold. And she doesn't personally, to me, look well, or at least she doesn't look happy. Now I haven't even listened to her since then, because once you sit up there and you can blatantly and brazenly say, "Yeah, that's what I do," that's, to me, your whole model. That gets back to the Perez Hilton days. I don't know if you remember, he was kind of one of the original gossip blogger, putting out all kinds of stuff. And once it came forward that some of it was just intentionally fabricated, now he still has some notoriety or popularity, but it's not nearly
Mm-hmm.
at the same level as it once was. And quite frankly, he would have been way bigger than Tasha K, at that time. So I don't understand why people follow that. And even with the blogs, there's some blogs that you have to take some of it with a grain of salt.
Mm-hmm.
Or you at least got to look around for some corroboration or something else that points you in that right direction. Some of them will just put out close to anything. The Tasha case, I think, has backed a few people down, but not that much.
Yeah.
That some people still do it, but you can tell the ones that have at least some legal department doing a cursory review before they
Right.
put certain stuff out, or even the ones that will come and take something down real quickly or whatever. Those are the ones that I kind of at least look at a little bit differently. I don't, even though I do not care for Harvey, and what he has stood for over the years of some of the things he's done. TMZ, I mean, he's a lawyer. he was a lawyer, and so a lot of times that's the reason why you kind of wait and go, okay, yeah, this blog said it, but if TMZ has it, there's at least been some level of vetting.
Right. I use TMZ. I use TMZ now. Yeah. TMZ. If
Mm-hmm.
TMZ got it, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because they're going to show you. Look here. And because, TMZ follows your life, honey. They, baby, what? They'll find some kind of way to get your closest friend to turn on and tell all your goddamn business. You're like, what? So, yeah. TMZ is another good source. I don't like fucked up sources. So people using fucked up sources, I'd be like, I can't even get down with that. Now I'm going to move ahead to read the expansive parts that was only found in the detention, the detention package that I got yesterday that would hit the system today. I don't ask no questions, but whatever. Okay. And it kind of give more details about the sex trafficking and abuse and the other violence and the firearms, right? So I am going to put that up there. And if anybody wants that, you can go to Twitter. Not Twitter, Jesus. Hey, Twitter. Hey, YouTube. Hey, Facebook. You can go to Pacer, and it's out there today. So those of you guys that didn't have it yesterday, that read the paperwork, you can go out there today and get it. Okay, it's out there on Pacer. But here it is, right? So let me read this onto the record. It says, sex trafficking and abuse. Using the power and prestige of the enterprise, the defendant lured female victims into the defendant's orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. The defendant then used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause those female victims to engage into sexual activity, which included frequent sex acts with male commercial sex workers that the defendant referred to as freak-offs. Freak-offs were elaborate sex performances that the defendant arranged, directed, masturbated during, and often electronically recorded. Freak-offs occurred regularly from at least in or around 2009 through this year, sometimes lasted multiple days and frequently involved multiple sex workers. The defendant arranged freak-offs with the assistance of members and associates of the enterprise, including employees of his business, and the hotel rooms where they were staged often sustained significant damages. The defendant ensured the victims that participated in freak-offs through coercion. Wait a minute, is that right? Okay, yeah, through coercion and violence. For instance, the defendant provided controlled substances including ketamine, ecstasy, and gamma hydroxybutyrate.
Ketamine?
Yeah, ketamine. GHB, okay, also to female victims so that they could and would continue to engage in freak-offs despite fatigue, physical and emotional exhaustion, and pain. Additionally, both during freak-offs and separate from freak-offs, the defendant subjected female victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse, in part to cause them to engage in freak-offs. The defendant hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged female victims, sometimes by their hair. At least a dozen witnesses will confirm that they personally observed the defendant's violence toward women and or the injuries sustained by women and at the defendant's hands. So, oh Lord, so now we know there are what?
Witnesses.
Yeah, he's getting more. It's getting worse and worse, honey.
Yeah,
Oh,
I told you.
another one. Yeah, it's getting worse.
And also, we're already hearing about recordings. What is with these celebrities and these recordings?
Yeah, self-snitching. I don't understand what is the wrong with this culture. Self-snitching, snitching, lying, snitching. Just stop snitching. Just shut the fuck up and stop recording. Damn. Lord have mercy. And it says one incident of physical abuse occurred when a female victim was attempting to leave a hotel following a March 2016 freak-off. The abuse was captured on video surveillance and publicly reported in May 2024. Now listen, I hadn't read this. So what I was up and telling y'all about the freak-off in the hotel room, that was told to me by somebody. Okay? And that and that she took his clothes or something, and she ran out with the and that's when she ran out, and that's why he had to come out there in a towel, because she took his clothes. I hadn't read this, but I'm telling you what I was told. Now you ain't heard it from me. I don't know nothing, and I don't know nobody, and I don't know nobody that know nothing about it. But
Are you a witness, or are you a member
I ain't
of
shit. I'm an old lady with cats.
Well, you got some insight. Okay, all right.
No, don't let me do that old ghetto. How let me do daddy.
So she took his clothes.
Uh-huh.
What was she trying to do to prevent? She was thinking if he didn't have his clothes on, that he wouldn't run after her, or like what was the purpose of that?
Apparently, they had gotten into it in the hotel room. They had gotten into it, and
she took
his clothes and ran on out there. It was something out after the freak-off, and something she had got upset back, and she tried to get on the elevator. Maybe that's why he dashed back to the room, because he knew he had people in there or whatever. Or maybe the freak-offs hadn't been. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll find out. I don't know what the hell going on, but I don't know nothing.
Okay. All right, continue.
All right. It says this abuse was captured on video surveillance and publicly reported in May 2024. The defendant assaults often resulted in serious injuries to the victims that took days or weeks to heal. The defendant also coerced victims into participating in freak-offs by controlling their careers, finances, livelihood, and or housing, among other aspects of their lives, or by threatening to disseminate recordings of freak-offs. The defendant used his considerable wealth and influence to make victims rely on him financially, for example, by paying for their rent or their cars, or by offering them career opportunities. Once he provided his support, the defendant repeatedly threatened to take it away to ensure the victim's compliance with his demands, including their participation in freak-offs. Indeed, victims believed that they could not refuse the defendant's demands, that they engaged in freak-offs without risking their financial security or career prospects, or without repercussions in the form of physical or emotional abuse. Now we're here to other violence. Okay. It says, in addition to the defendant's physical, sexual, and emotional abuse of his romantic partners, the defendant repeatedly engaged in acts of violence directed toward his employees and others. As charged in the indictment, the defendant, often assisted by members and associates of the enterprise, engaged in kidnapping, arson, and physical violence, such as throwing objects at people, throwing people to the ground, and hitting, dragging, choking, and shoving others. Numerous witnesses, including the defendant's employees and others, observed or experienced violence from the defendant firsthand and sustained lasting trauma as a result. For example, in the early morning hours of December 22nd, 2011, the defendant and a co-conspirator kidnapped an individual at gunpoint. Oh my God. Yeah. To facilitate breaking into and entering the residence of another individual one. Ooh, y'all know I get tight-tongued and thrown off when I read shit that shocked me. Okay. Multiple witnesses would testify at trial to the events surrounding the kidnapping and break-in, the latter of which is corroborated by the police reports and other records. Oh my God.
Multiple.
Yes.
And a police report too?
Yeah.
I wonder when that was filed. Okay, continue on. You know how we do.
Okay, girl, you know how we have to do it like that. It says approximately 2 weeks later, the defendant's co-conspirators set fire to individual one's vehicle.
Okay, so that's Kid Cudi then.
Must be.
We know who that is.
Slicing open the car convertible top and dropping a Molotov cocktail inside the interior. Police and fire department reports extensively document the arson and conclude that the fire was intentionally set. Multiple witnesses would also testify to the defendant bragging about his role in destroying individual one's car. Lord, I knew that was about that car.
Can I get a clarification on two things? So first of all, when these documents indicate individual one or individual two, whatever, okay, is that just to conceal the identity? Is that they have not been able to definitively talk to that person? Like, what does that, because I know they'll do things like because like to me, when they're trying to hide your identity, it's more of a Jane Doe or whatever. What does the individual one or whatever, witness one, witness two, what does that denote anything, or is that just a way that they reference somebody?
No, that's just the way they reference something. But we may know who it is. We might not know. They may take the stand at some point. They may not. Their story might be in a statement that may, get entered in maybe through a hearsay exception, or, you know what I'm saying? But it's pretty much administrative. It's just how, way to identify somebody without giving their name. You know what I'm saying? Without giving their name.
So it's just that at this phase, they wouldn't list a name. They would just...
Yeah, or it could remain individual one all the way through. You know what I'm saying? Until, like, they get to the trial, and then,
And what I'm trying to get at is, I can't, and we may not know from here, if Kid Cudi has spoken with the police is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to be I'm trying to get up in people's business, but I'm trying to figure out has the feds already talked to him, or are they basing that off of Cassie's report? And then, of course, they're continuing the interview, trying to get in contact with this person and that person. Because we saw some of that in the R. Kelly trial. They referenced people who later on dropped off, or, different things change as things. So I'm trying to figure out, did he talk to him? Because he's made it clear he is not a Diddy fan, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody's willing to talk to the police.
Right. So what will happen is, so they will make, what they do is they try to make every effort to get as much evidence to confirm that one fact. And if you are willing to talk, that is a cherry on top. So they're gonna see if they can get, other people that witness it. They're gonna see if they can get, maybe a police report, maybe someone that Kid Cudi spoke to about it. And if they can get Kid Cudi themselves, that is even that's a cherry on top. And sometimes you can't get that person. But if you get enough, like, just say YSL has that detective on the stand, right? Now, those witnesses have been, how they have been, right? But now you have a detective that says, but you know what? I captured the video of them doing it. I got a report about it happened, and I got this, that, and the third. So we have enough to help try to prove a point. Okay, it's all about collecting as much evidence you can from whatever source to prove a point.
Well, here's the thing too. So in this case, well, not here's the thing. So in this case, we know Kid Cudi won. He's come forward. Like, there's at least stuff on social media and stuff where he has said in interviews, or at least in like video lives and also in comments, he said, yes, it's true, it did happen. Like right after the Cassie thing came out, he came forward. So just that, for instance, the detective could use that and say, okay, he's now individual one for me. I may not have talked to him yet, but here's all the evidence. She said it happened. Here are these couple of witnesses. And here's the times on social media where he said, yeah, that's exactly what happened. I can still list him. We might get him in later. We might not. Or it could be he already came forward too and said, yep, it all happened. We just don't know yet what status it is. Is that what you're saying? It could be anything.
Yeah. Any type of independent sources that you can get, they're gonna try to get it to use it for that very reason. People change their mind at a later date. Now, with those independent sources, sometimes it's a lot harder to get in because the defendant has a right to confront their accuser. Right? It doesn't have to be a named. Somebody named an indictment. Your accusers, anyone get on there talking about your ass. All right.
Yeah.
It's called a confrontation clause. So that's when I was about 2 years ago. Y'all can go and put it in the search bar. If you look up under Bruton or Crawford, I talked about those two as it relates to co-conspirators and statements and the confrontation clause. So what was that? Approximately 2 weeks later, the defendant's co-conspirators set fire to individual vehicle. Okay, I read that. More broadly, since at least 2008, allegations of defendants' physical abuse of women and others have been publicly reported in the media, including in Hollywood blogs and on podcasts. Law enforcement reports corroborate the police responded to several instances of the defendant's violence, including assaults against victims and other individuals. More recently, there has been an outpouring of other public allegations against the defendant, including claims of threats and physical and sexual violence dating as far back as the 1990s. In short, the defendant's violent tendencies are widely known. However, at no point during the past few decades has the threat of public exposure or law enforcement intervention deterred the defendant from continuing his abuse.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we pause?
Yes, ma'am. That's why I say yes, ma'am.
Now, you know, we had talked earlier when Just Fee was up here, we talked a little bit about the fact that they had explicitly said, you know, something about 2014 or whatever. This is yet another, I feel, very explicit statement that suggests that in recent months, he has continued this behavior and they've had an eye on it.
Mm-hmm.
So either somebody was talking or they had phone taps or, you know, different sorts of things, but they're suggesting and showing their hand to some degree to say, we know that it's continued to happen, which again makes me go Young Miami and who is 50 Cent, is it 50? Yeah, 50 Cent's baby mama. Those are the two names. And if we look at what she said, the baby mama said, and what Miami said back to her, it further corroborates that it happened.
Well,
and I also want to put, I ain't gonna jump ahead, but as I'm sitting here, you know that old Raggedy Boosie, I can't stand him.
yeah.
But if you recall, he was also a supportive of R. Kelly, and he is now standing 10 toes down with Diddy as well, with a lengthy statement in which he admits in writing to soliciting sex workers.
Boosie?
Yes.
Well, all of them do.
But who puts it in writing? Who puts that in writing?
Oh yeah.
But anywho, continue.
You know, oh Lord, it's such a great area. Because like I was saying, you have people that, you know, you have sex workers and that's what they do. They are literally sex workers, aka prostitutes. And then you have a group of people that is down, that's DTF, okay? So, and those are more or less somebody trying to get on, somebody trying to get a bag, somebody that's probably, you know, in between being a social media influencer, somebody that done. I have one of the guys that was in he's still in the group. Is in a group. He runs a magazine now that show your ass. If you got a big ass, you can get on these magazines and stuff like that. A lot of those type of girls, you know, are DTF, and they down to get that phone call for the people that's looking for that type of stuff. Those people calling around on the low, like but it's already been put out there, so I can go ahead and say it. Like T.I. and Tiny, they know where to call, and they know who to call if they need some people that's DTF, and you know, if they okay with the drugs or whatever, you know what I'm saying? They know that, and then they know, you know, the people who to call that's not doing all of that, any of that. So you know, so honey, everybody, the people know. The people know. It's quiet as it's kept, but the people know. That's why he can speak on it, because he know how it's done. This the South. What the hell? And
my issue is, I don't care who. Again, Boosie is the king of calling everybody else a snitch and this, and you know, he's always focused on who telling, who this, who that, who this. And for you to then put in writing when you already, if I'm not mistaken, they have already brought his Fed charges back. Okay, so he has charges that he is pending. There is no way that any attorney, and be very clear, I don't have a problem with anybody who does sex work. That's not my issue. My issue is, of course, if they're of age, so on and so forth. My issue is when you have charges pending, you also have made a career on Vlad, a secondary career, if you will, on Vlad, going in, calling everybody else a snitch. And then you make a post in writing from your account, which is verified, saying, I do it all the time. let me go with the exact language that he has here. I feel Diddy in jail for basically doing what every other famous entertainer has done. Flew bitches out for threesomes. He's just freakier. We actually go call we actually go call women prostitutes who fly willingly to be with they partners for sex. Now, again, when you're putting yourself as a we, I don't think this is wise when you have a case pending and you're talking about prostitution and you're saying fly, which immediately signals to me interstate. I don't think that's wise.
He said he doesn't call them sex workers.
He calls them prostitutes.
He called them prostitutes.
He said women prostitutes. We actually go call women prostitutes who fly in willingly to be with their partners for sex. If that's the case, if you've been flued out and had sex, you should be labeled a prostitute. If that's the case, that's 80% of the women reading this and trafficking.
That's crazy. So here's the case, and I've spoken about this, you know, and hell, I got a call on it, kind of, sort of, on the channel, but listen. So when he says we, that's because he calls a contact, and a contact does all the texting, all the negotiating, and all the getting the people. Okay, they ask you, do you want to make some money tonight with such and such? They want you to do this, that, and the third, and then you be up for it or you're not. You know what I'm saying? And then they give you the details. And it's on a low, but it ain't. It's not like you know. And I think he's pretty much saying he's not shocked because he knows that's how it goes. I mean,
and that part of it, I think we all acknowledge, right? The part that I don't think is wise, let me at least say it that way, I don't think it's wise to put that in writing when you already are fighting a whole other case.
Yeah.
I just don't think I don't think and I think the other part of it from a moral standpoint that comes into play then becomes the number of things. One person, I don't think that Boosie even has a moral compass in regards to those sorts of issues. One, he paid for that same sort of service for his 16-year-old nephew and son. So once I heard that, and he bragged about it and continues to find no fault in that, I take issue with it. He's also obsessed with other people's sexuality and other things. So I don't think he has a moral compass, but to be so careless and haphazard as to put your own, you see what I'm saying? Now you're worried about defending. He's always worried about defending the R. Kellys of the world, the Diddys of the world. And now in this, you've now implicated yourself while you're in the midst of your own criminal situation that you need to get rectified. So what's the stop then for them to say, okay, well, he just put that. Let's pull that. Get a warrant for that. Let's look into that. Who has he been flying at? You're asking them to dig deeper when you're already in it. You're already in it deep yourself. Like, even if you wanted to stand 10 toes down, a simple keep your head up Diddy post would have been sufficient. I don't find any wisdom in what he posted there, whether he does it or not, whether it's a matter of fact. We know it's a matter of fact.
Well, let me say this, and this isn't really a defense of Boots or anything, but it's more of an understanding. The way they do the contacts and stuff like that, they don't know or they don't think that it is against the law how it's being done, because it's actually people that are of agreement that are showing up wherever they tell them to show up, which is showing a willing participation. They don't know that the drugs and all this extra shit is where, you might be, can get in trouble. Okay. And like I was explaining to just read, it's the part of that gets you in trouble is the part where a person is rendered unable to consent. And that doesn't mean they say, yes, I want to have sex and take drugs with you. They can say that. But you give it to them, you can still be indicted for someone not giving you consent, because no one can consent when they are drunk and high. That's number one. And when they're underage, I don't care if they show up butt naked with a bow on it.
Exactly.
They don't know that part. And see, because the folks that send these celebrities and athletes and business people and drug dealers that handle getting down with the get down that way, and I'm surprised, and I really took me by surprise to hear that. I don't know if Diddy contact prostitutes, streetwalker prostitutes, or they call them prostitutes people that get flown out. I don't know, but I mean, the reason why they get on the phone and make the connects and stuff like that way is because it takes away the stigma of acting like they buying coochie and whatever. It's more like buying a good time, buying having a party. That's going to end in somebody having sex, and having drugs and stuff. It takes away the stigma of them indulging with a crack whore prostitute on the street. So that's what I want to know. Is it the Instagram models or whatever you get and hold to, or is it really sex? But I think that girl said she was contacting sex workers. I mean, so you call now. I don't know if that's the word she used, or if that's the word they gave her. When they wrote it down in the report. Sex workers, yeah.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to find the details about that, and the intel too. So it's why this is a whole, the whole a whole, I don't want to say underground what be going on or whatever, but it's known, but it's not like hey, let's put it on the internet. This is what we do. No, that one of the type of situation, because it has more of a sophistication to it. You understand what I'm saying? Than just going out there and getting some regular prostitute whore, and that's like that, whatever. And they be people be concerned about the diseases and all that type of stuff or whatever. But my thing is, hell, even though you do it on a low like that, you still can catch a disease. So don't worry about that. But they want to say that the quality is more, and the people that you know what I'm saying. There's all kind of shit be going on. There's all kind of stuff be going on. So that's why that stomped me yesterday. I'm like, oh my gosh, I hope he ain't got no streetwalker prostitutes. Jesus.
Well, if we, the concept, and this is another reason why I don't have an issue with anybody's, what they're doing. But quite frankly, the whole city, I think that was part of the attraction of the city girl thing. And here's why. The city girls, that was their shtick, if you will, in that they were, give me your money, I put it on you real good. As long as you pay that check, we could do whatever. As long as you keep me flossed up, as long as you keep me, And I think that he, of course, looked at that very much as, well, that's right up my alley. And there are plenty of, if we look at it, even the origination of the concept of basketball wives and all of that stuff has been around, not basketball wives, but the basketball groupies, I'm sorry. That sort of stuff has been around, and even celebrity groupies in general has been around for a very long time. And we've always, or at least we've almost always associated that with leave a little something on the dresser, kiss on the cheek, a pat on the butt, and out the door you go. But you go home with a bag and you get flued out, as they would say. So that part
I
of it,
cannot bring myself to say that.
girl,
Flu.
you know what I'm saying?
It's flown or flu.
Flued. That's what Young Miami said. And
I know, but I'm saying flown out because that's what I've been saying.
Flued.
Proper English. I want the proper English way to say it. Isn't it flown out?
But it is flown. Of course, we know it's flown.
I want to make sure it's flown out because y'all got me so confused, child. Honey.
Well, it was a running joke because she was doing it as an actual promo thing, and she talks so. She doesn't talk as eloquently as you or I may choose to speak. And so then it went viral because everybody was like, flu, she can't even talk, and then she kind of just took it from there and made some money off of it. And so now it's just a running joke, when you get flued out. And again, that's associated with this concept of you don't have to be smart. All you got to do is be willing to do whatever, you know what I'm saying? And come on out. And pretty much the thing was, okay, well, anybody who would even sign up to participate, they have to be as, unpolished as she is. You see what I'm saying? So, it all went there. But, my issue is not with how they choose to engage with each other. That's not the issue. The issue is, one, when you're taking it that extra step, as is alleged in this indictment, and you're now trying to intimidate people, or you're now trying to force people to still participate, or you're using the coercion thing is a big issue, and it's something that even Boosie in his statement he's downplaying, right? Because it's not a matter of just flying somebody. You right now, Angie, could get a call from Idris Elba, and he say, Angie, you the one. You know what I'm saying? Come on over here and I'm going to fly you out. I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you that. You have every right to go there and have a good time as a grown woman, right? The issue is that you also have the right to leave when you want to. You also should not be coerced into doing so. It shouldn't be, well, if you don't, here's what's going to happen to your house, your career, your whatever. That's the part that people are... They're
intimidation. Right. So
no, I'm just talking to Angie real quick.
Right.
Love you. So like huh?
I was saying what it do to
Andrew said what it do. He said what's happening. But here's the thing. That's the piece that I don't like, that they dial back, or they can't seem to wrap their minds around it because it's the patriarchy of it all. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's what I was trying to explain. It's the other elements around.
The other stuff that you think comes with.
Get on the plane, go through the door, and say, yes, you can have it. It's the other stuff.
Yeah, and the fact that he feels like everything else that comes along with that is just part of the game. Like just by proxy of you getting on that plane, that does not mean that I have now given up my rights to still say no, to still leave, to still be able to live the rest of my life free, to be able to go and hook up with 5 other people and do the exact same thing. The fact that I should be able to go wherever I want to go without having your lawyers and other people stalking me. The fact that I should be able to date somebody else without their car getting blown up. Those are those other pieces of it that, quite frankly, I think makes it very different from sex work. Because I don't mean it harm. And while we know that sex work is just dangerous work in general, but for the most part, somebody who's just walking the track, they don't have to, you know what I'm saying? They don't have that same obligation. It's a very understood or implied thing. You come, this is what it is. You come, you go, you move forward. Even when those things happen on the track, when, things happen that are in excess of what that person has consented to, that's where you have an issue. And that's the reason why, even if they are saying, I'm right here on the track, they still have the right, if they wanted to come forward and say, okay, I want to file a charge against that person because they did more than what we what I wanted to do. I don't understand how people like Boosie or the people who support R. Kelly or the people who are now trying to support Diddy don't understand that it's that extra step that can't be there and that it's inappropriate.
Right. Yeah.
And now even it's illegal again. It's illegal.
That's what
for a reason.
That's what makes it that's what makes it illegal. See, and that's why I was kept telling everybody, focus on what they write. I understand you don't care what they done wrote, and you feel like somebody didn't do it, whatever. I get what you're saying. I'm not saying I don't get it, and I know why you feel that way. But I am telling you, read what it says, okay? And they are saying, if they did this, and that in the act of whatever, that person should be considered guilty. That's why his attorney attacked what was on the paper and not your feelings behind if she is innocent or this, that, and why she is or not. That's why her defense, when she put in her motion for an acquittal or for motion to what was the motion to a motion for a new trial, she put in there, she tried to attack that it was the mother, doing the enticing and all of that. You know what I'm saying? She is attacking the words, the language of the code. That is what she's attacking. Anything else going in there with y'all shit and the what is it and the what them things were, the text messages and the parents behind her, baby, what gonna get all if at most it would have gotten the parents an indictment. That wouldn't clear that would have cleared him from nothing.
Nothing. And the obsession with that and that argument has always been one of the more frustrating parts of it for me. Especially after at one point I felt like we had already gotten resolved in that. I feel like between you, me, and the discussions that many people have had, we have finally gotten people to get a little bit more understanding of coercion and realize, okay, I can't go with that argument. Like, okay, I at least get it a little bit, whether they liked it or not. But then when people came back and chose this parent angle as the get out of jail free card, it speaks so much to, and I don't want to go too far this way, but it also speaks so much, especially from Black men. It speaks to how sometimes they still don't get it, how to advocate for us, and they're not necessarily always interested or understanding of what it truly is that they're trying to get at, because there's still this little small piece of society that has ingrained in them that they have access and rights to women and women's bodies in ways, if it's granted. For instance, the whole concept of giving a woman's hand in marriage and stuff like that, we know where that came from. That came from initially women were property, just like cattle, just like slaves, just like everything else. And that was deeply ingrained in the culture. And so we keep portions of that, even though we say and we know, and the law says, we know that everybody is free and that doesn't stand in place. And this is the same thing when it comes to the parent argument and that sort of thing. This concept that a child is property and that if the parent provided the child as a piece of property, then all hands are off. You know what I'm saying? Or that opens up some sort of door that then does not hold or holds blameless R. Kelly for what he did after the fact, when neither is true. The child is not property, never was. And then number two is that the other stuff, that coercion piece, the pressuring piece, the violence pieces, all of those different things that came into play, that's when all of it is null and void. But it's still people don't get that.
Well, I'll sum it all up. People just aren't intellectually sound. I'll just say it like that. Because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. If you look at the paper, and you have to look at all the papers, okay? I mean, and even if you can, you don't, whatever. Look at the paper. And if whatever the penal code, what it says, what does it say? And then we know from just general legal knowledge, and you don't have to be a lawyer to know this, is what they can prove. What do they have? I'm giving a shortcut, all right, to legal sense. Well, we're going to start with just being intellectually sound, because you got to start there to get to legal sense, right? So you what they got to prove. Okay, let's look at the evidence they have. All right, do they have that? Do they have that? Boom. Do they have that? Boom. Do they have that? All right. Now, they didn't say nothing about no parents. I don't know in detail. All right. In the trial, other than was your mama on the phone, whatever. So what I'm saying is, law is about what you establish either by fact and or law. So ain't no and or law and fact and law. Okay. So, but understand this: it is the prosecutor's case, so they introduce what they want to as fact. That's what they do. So they don't have to introduce all everything in the book. And then on top of that, they have a Hail Mary saving grace, because the things that they do introduce, it have to be according with the law, meaning substantive and procedural. So substantive for me, that tells us what we have as rights, what is prohibited. So when it comes to anybody under 18, automatically that's a gray area. So they can't, as a matter of Brady material, they can include all kinds of stuff in there, but they know you got a law degree too, and they know you ain't gonna use it. Okay, because you look a damn fool by talking about the parents was okay with it, the parents drove them up there, the parents was outside, the parents blah 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 blah, the parents got some text messages we ain't see, the parents blah, blah, blah. They're gonna be like, listen here, we're gonna set a separate hearing to evaluate your competency as an attorney, and we also gonna send us a letter for them to do a review of your license to the goddamn bar. Are you crazy? It's like, huh? It's like it's certain things you can't even go there because you just can't go there. I mean, but so that's why I always try to like focus on the paperwork. And then I thought I would be clever. I said, okay, check this out. You're gonna like this. His attorneys is an extension of him. Follow what they say. Whatever it is they say, you follow it. And you put some money on it. Okay? Because whatever it is they saying in court, please know that's what they can say in court. All right? And if they ain't saying nothing about no parents and they're appealing about no parents and this, that, and the third, and to this day, I've been right, because they ain't said nothing about none of that. Because they know we have good sense. And on top of that, good legal sense. We have to make a proper legal argument. And we can't go on and say that the parents had something to do with it. Can't say that. Can't even suggest that. Because that right there is not even that falls up under unenumerated what can be considered enumerated and unenumerated in the law, meaning what is written and what is not written, what is presumed by common sense, common legal sense. Like, no, you can't do that, can't say that, can't use none of that as a defense, because when you come in there talking about the parents, this and the third, understand that's your defense. You're making a legal argument. That is your defense. Can't do that. Can't say that. So I don't know. I'm glad I got to deal with it. I throw my hands all the way up in the sky, and baby, I do the cha-cha slide, baby. That my head ain't hurt no more. I be looking around like, because then you flip over and you leave that legal stuff alone, and you just go to you as a regular teacher and what you want and what your goals and objectives are for the people that you instruct, the people that you profess to, the people that you teach, right? What is it? for them to what? Get it, understand, and pass. All right, and then you be looking like, Lord have mercy. I'm just turning my head. What am I doing wrong, Lord? And then I figure out some of these motherfuckers need geodome. It ain't me. They need geodome, and the intelligence is just at a low. And it might end up sometimes. A lot of times, people intelligence and understanding and comprehension is skewed by, other personal reasons, personal attachments and stuff like that. And I get that, but don't come fucking with me. You can have that. That's fine with me. I understand it. I'm telling you, I understand it. Don't give me no headache. Just say, hey, I think about it this way because I have some type of personal, whatever. And I get it. Don't think I don't get it. Don't give me no goddamn headache and have me popping an extra blood pressure pill for me to really swear, honey. Look like Rocky Dennis. Don't mess me up in the game. So, but no more like, oh Lord. More like, oh my God. Hey, it is what it is. I don't know what you want me to do. I ain't gonna tell it no other way than how it is. Now listen, I do the best I can, but try not to offend. But it is what it is. People, everybody else don't think about not offending, so why should I? I ain't gonna tell. Y'all ever did this? Y'all ever ordered Chinese food and then the next day you think about, oh, I really want some Mexican food and stuff, and then you be like the food.
Oh, you still on mute? Oh.
I was muted. Let me tell you something. I've been sitting here listening to you, and you're gonna stop prescribing that geodone to people. It doesn't make. And you did it to rile me up, and I couldn't get down on you fast enough, but I got you right now. I wasn't gonna let it slide, and now I'm trying to go and eat my dinner. I'm gonna still be in the chat. I don't have time for this. You have no other now.
Mo, you must be missing. I found a whole new set of medications. I'm gonna go down the line, and I'm gonna.
You and Diddy prescribing stuff and giving people prescription medication that shouldn't be given. I'm really shocked that he's giving people that ketamine, because with ketamine for certain people with those conditions, that was that case. It's a documentary even about it. Certain people have those conditions and they put them on that ketamine and they sleep for weeks. Wow. And it was controversial. Now, mind you, I'm sure if you smaller doses, you're not going to sleep for weeks, but like you are unconscious. It's nothing with that. And I know now that they are changing, or at least trying to ask for, for the medicinal purposes, for that to be expanded and what have you. But he has no business giving people any of those drugs that he had listed. That ketamine, I got to find the, take care of whatever her name is.
They don't prescribe that stuff, do they?
Yes, but some people for a while have had to Take Care of Maya. It's on Netflix. You should watch it. You would really like it, and I would love to hear your legal take on it. But essentially, the girl has some sort of rare condition, and the doctors, the doctors were looking into it to try to figure out what would help, and pretty much they tried everything. Her mom was a nurse and had, listened to the research. They had literally tried everything. They went broke behind it, all of this stuff, and they finally found a doctor who would, maybe they went overseas, I think, eventually and did it, something like that. She did this ketamine regimen, and it essentially cured her. And because it was not legal, when they found out that she was given, or that they had been giving their daughter that treatment, the mom got charged with it as a crime and convicted of it. And then she got so depressed that she unfortunately, took some action on her own. The daughter is still alive and still credits ketamine. And now, of course, it's opened the door for, and actually even in Congress now, they're asking, or they're trying to push forward on getting with the psychedelics and all of those different sorts of things, that's in that same category of, hey, there are some medicinal purposes for this under very, exclusive circumstances. So how he's getting his hands on it and just giving it to people for a freak off is absolutely beyond me.
You know what always surprises me? Why they always come across these people that get all this medicine, it be in the bottles when they find the dead bodies and all this stuff, and the doctors never get in trouble. We don't hear about it. The only doctor we heard get in trouble is Conrad Murray. He done killed the man. He done had the reason why I be arguing with them people that be trying to give me that propofol. I go into negotiation mode. Let me tell you something. Them people, I had one procedure in this little event here. I had one procedure where I was able to negotiate with the anesthesiologist, and I said, hey, I really don't be like messing around with that propofol or whatever. I just don't like that, and I told her why. I said, because Michael Jackson and all this, I don't like all that. And I said, is there another way or whatever? And she's like, yeah, I can do Twilight. I'm like, what's Twilight? She said, where you breathe on your own and so, this and that, whatever. You don't be fully out or whatever. It's okay. I said, okay, yeah, let's do that. So and I had nobody's never, let me win that argument, right? With, negotiating my propofol. So the other, this major one, not major one, but the main one, I went in there with the same, hey, how you doing? Listen here, do you think maybe I can get that Twilight or whatever? No, it's going to be general anesthesia. You're going to be fully out. And then when I heard that lady told me about that Twilight said, like, you can breathe on your own. Are they saying, like, with general, you don't breathe on your own? Because now that's going to have a whole new meaning. That's going to mess me up. And I hate that I had to recall that. And I'm going to look at it. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to look into it while I'm up here. Because that's a whole major problem with me. Y'all done lost more. That's a whole major problem with me. That goddamn general anesthesia. And let me tell you something. When those people see that they got one of them anxious patients or one of them patients that's nervous or whatever, like me, because I've been negotiating, I go in and doing a whole bunch of talking or whatever. Twice, I done went in there and, we rolling me around, whatever, and they hit me with that verse said. Well, verse said don't work, suckers. Verse said don't do nothing for me. Verse said don't knock me out, don't make me comfortable, don't do jack, crap, nothing for me. Baby, I think, and I have never heard of this, but I think from what I had, when they told me they was going to give me Dilaudid and fentanyl and a whole bunch of medicines and whatever, along with the darn propofol or whatever, to help me with comfort, y'all. Time I go, I start all them questions and acting crazy and looking and whining and whatever. They'll try to, while they prepping, they'll try to try to hit me with something. Where they usually try to hit me with verses. They might, if somebody should need to be taking notes, because verses don't work, suckers. And then they see that don't work, then they come on with that shit that do. And I'm trying to tell you, I be trying to do mind over matter. I be like, because they'll tell you, now, wait a minute. Now, when they sneaking something in you sometimes, and I don't know, it's because I know them or whatever, they won't tell you. Because I done been hit a couple of, I heard the dude, he said that, because one time they said, why she's not asleep? I don't know. Like, bitch, I hear you. And then they said, they hit me again with that verse said, that ain't work. Next thing you know, that anesthesiologist came in there, and they hadn't hit me with the propofol yet, but they hit me with something, and I'll start saying, mind over matter. I would not go out. I would not go out. Then the next thing I heard say, okay, ma'am, we finna give you the administrative whatever. Then I heard because they announced that propofol shit. When they and did that one in between Versed and propofol, whatever that was, it was doing the trick. But I was fighting. Your girl was fighting in there. You ain't gonna take me out, baby. I ain't going out without a fight, baby. Not your mama. Not your mama. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I woke up some kind of way in the middle of that shit, because I was coughing. And I knew something was still in my damn throat. I was coughing. Your mama's strong, baby. Your mama is strong. To take me out. Conrad Murray, you weren't gonna get me, nigga. And you couldn't take me out. You ain't gonna take me out, Conrad. Shit. It's crazy. But yeah, and I told him, I said, listen, I can deal with a lot of pain, whatever. I mean, hell, if you want to, you can do it and just numb it up or whatever. Just let me be awake, because I don't like all this. I don't like all this going to sleep shit. I don't like all that. And it's so crazy. I have my daughter all with my worries and stuff. I don't like when they put you on. I don't like when they come on. You know, like, baby, we all but I don't like that shit. Because they put you out when they do, scopes and going up there in your colon and all those checks. They put you out. So, you know what I'm talking about? And you got to get your routine checks. They put you out. Okay? And there's no way around it. Because trust me, I have tried negotiating all the time. But now that I know I can get that twilight, or that stuff, that for not those procedures that, just for the scopes and stuff, oh, they got, baby, it's on and popping. It's on and popping. I'm like, nope. I want to breathe on my own. if it's okay with you, I'll stay up. You just gonna stick the scope up there. I take it. I ain't used to nobody going up yonder, but go and put it up there. Get some of that baby oil. Apparently it works bad for a Diddy. Apparently, it's crazy, y'all. It's crazy, crazy. I be fighting that propofol. Let me tell you, and I never win. You never can win. I be fighting. Next thing I'm shoving. Hey, all I know that they put the block in the mouth. I don't never know when the other part coming. I be out like a light, baby. Baby, that medicine guy, they win. Whatever they got in that hospital, they win. But my thing is, I never understand why they find all these prescriptions with, they see where somebody was doctor shopping, but they know that they have an internal process to track that and to stop that. And apparently somebody didn't, adhere to that and just went ahead and gave the prescription anyway and whatever. And I don't never hear no doctor going down for it or getting in trouble or whatever. Or maybe they do, and we just don't know about it. Maybe they do it, but you know what? If I ever went back to work for them people, you know where I want to work at? I want to work in the area where they deal with tracking down people that is giving out all that bad fentanyl and stuff like that. Now, I'm not going on the block. I'm not going on the street, but I want to be in the office. Okay, I want to do like the online portion of it. I'm never going to no streets, no bullshit. No, that ain't what I want to do. I mean, I'm overqualified to be on the streets anyway, doing bullshit like that, because I'm an all-in-one type motherfucker. So I want to deal with that, because a lot of kids are losing their lives out from dealing, getting fentanyl and all that type of shit like that, and I don't understand, what's going on with all of that. So, but that's that is something I wanna if I ever went back, which I doubt it, but I would wanna work in that area that deals with that. You know who? Let's see. This is a bill hearing from yesterday. I want that one from today because it seemed like it got a lot going on in there. Well, let's read about these firearms. Firearms. The defendant and members of the enterprise, including the defendant's security personnel, at times carried firearms, and the defendant himself carried and brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others. Oh, Lord, Big Ant ain't got no firearm. Indeed, some victims were aware of the defendant's access to firearms. On one occasion, the defendant forced a female victim to carry a firearm on his behalf, and on another occasion, he pointed a firearm at a female victim. The defendant continues to have access to guns, including illegal firearms. In March 2024, during searches of the defendant's residence in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including the 3 AR-15s, each with defaced serial numbers, as well as a large capacity drum magazine. As pictured below in a close-up image of the serial number of one of the AR-15s is visibly bored through and obscured. 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in the defendant's Miami bedroom closet, stored broken down in parts, along with magazines that were loaded with ammunition as depicted below. One of the AR-15s had a 10-round magazine loaded with 10 rounds of large caliber .223 ammunition, while the second AR-15 had a 30-round magazine loaded with 19 rounds of .223 ammunition. A large capacity drum magazine loaded with 59 rounds of .223 ammunition was seized from the defendant's Los Angeles residence as depicted below. In addition, 6 illegally purchased guns with serial numbers, some of which were stored in gun safes, were recovered from the defendant's residences. Although these particular guns, both the legal and illegal firearms, were seized, their presence in the defendant's home demonstrates that the defendant had access to and surrounds himself with both guns and ammunition. Now, either they took this portion of this directly from what Damien was writing, because this is his writing style. Likewise, even if the defendant were personally restrained by the court from obtaining new firearms himself, he could retain access to them through others. In sum, the defendant's regular use of violence and the threats of violence, as well as the coercion described above against the victims and others, fostered a culture of fear in which these individuals believed they were unable to reject the defendant's demands without subjecting themselves to physical violence or other abuse. Oh, yeah, I'm going to read about obstruction of justice. All right, Combs bribed witnesses and obstructed justice. Throughout the time period charged in the indictment, when the defendant faced the possibility that his violent and criminal conduct could become public, the defendant and other members and associates of the enterprise pressured witnesses and victims not to report what they saw or heard to law enforcement or to otherwise conceal the criminal conduct. That's that suborning that that attorney was talking about, the that Derek Cadello Smith, that fool that I tied that man's asset up. That's what in law what we call suborning. For example, as noted above, in March 2016, and of course, subordinate also has a regular Webster dictionary definition to it as well, because you can use it over there as well. But anyway, for example, as noted above, in March 2016, the defendant was captured on video surveillance striking, kicking, and dragging a woman in public area of a hotel in an apparent attempt to prevent her from leaving a freak off. When a member of hotel security staff intervened, the defendant attempted to offer the hotel security officer a stack of cash to ensure his silence. After the security guard refused the defendant's bribe, and after coordination between the defendant and his employees, the defendant's staff contacted other members of hotel security. At the same time, staff members were in close communication with the victim of the assault as well, all in an effort to cover up the defendant's assault and to prevent the incident from being publicly disclosed. Within days of the incident, the surveillance video disappeared from the hotel server. Child, money talks. Similarly, throughout the time period charged in the indictment, members and associates of the enterprise have reached out to multiple victims on behalf of the defendant to convince them not to report the defendant's abuse. Most recently, in late 2023, immediately following public allegations of certain of the defendant's crimes, including his physical and sexual abuse of women, the defendant and other members of the enterprise made repeated phone calls to victims and witnesses, during which they provided victims and witnesses with false narratives of events in an apparent effort to conceal the defendant's crime. On at least 2 occasions, the defendant recorded those calls on a co-conspirator's cell phone, thereby attempting to obscure his involvement in the obstruction. Ooh, child, they don't like them to it. His bail hearing transcript is 57 pages. And I don't want to go through that right now because I want to make sure I get the YSL stuff on there. So maybe I will put both of these together and pack it up. You know what I'm saying? Maybe for tomorrow. So yeah, it is moving. And let me check this pacer trap to see if anything else will drop since it's been sitting up here. No things. So shall we move on to YSA? I can't believe Javaris Crittenton. All these people are involved in this YSL stuff. This is cray. Let me check my trap. If I got something. order from the crab shack. What kind of crab? Sure hope it's king crab. All right, let me find why. S. I don't know why that's doing that. Yup, that. But with the whole Diddy situation and what they're saying with regards to these women being making their money or whatever you want to call it. It's I look at it as being subjective, a subjective thing because of the nature of how it's done or whatever. But it really is objective because it really ends up being the same thing. It's some kind of payment for sex, But I mean, I know. But the girl said she was on the internet looking for people. I mean, I don't know if but do the prostitutes and shit have internet, whatever? I guess so. I guess the prostitutes, probably got business cards and all kinds of shit too. Because let me tell you, y'all might be laughing, but some of the ones that ain't out there, but you probably wouldn't, because the ones I call them for a good time call, they got business cards. Some of them, there's a whole a whole bunch of shit be going on. Honey. Yes. What? And I'm gonna tell you how when you know it's one of them people, because they don't have no list of services or whatever they provide. They just got a business card with nothing on there but contact information. If they on Instagram, this, that, and that, whatever, because a lot of people like to drop in the DMs and stuff like that or whatever. It's one idea of having a personal touch from them not having to drop into random girls' DMs and shit like that or whatever. That you might be dropping into a church girl's shit, them motherfuckers worse than anybody. Never mind, that's bad. You might be dropping into, some my DM. Put it like that. Okay. And you say some crazy. I'm like, I don't do that. You know how hard it is to get this here? This is premium. No. What are you talking about? What? I don't give a damn how much you got, baby. That ain't no. You good. You good. So, but if they got, hey, Lavelle, what's going on? Lord, Lavelle being nice. I hope you're having a good day. So, is this the right Lavelle? To be honest, I love Lavelle because Lavelle understands. Once you demonstrate the ability at least 2 times, 3 times to understand me and comprehend me. I love you. See, I'm real easy. Some people think it's real hard. No, I love you, boo. We're good. Mhm. Oh, wow. Shut up, Lavelle. You doing good. I'm always in a good mood. Now even if I'm cussing your ass out, whatever, I'm still in a good mood. I'm being a good and I'm one of the ones I keep my issue with who I keep with. I'm not one of the ones that, my whole day is ruined and everybody I come in contact with, I'm giving them a unit and all this, I'm acting crazy. No. I am okay with cussing your ass out and be like, hey, how y'all doing? What's going on? And talking through my teeth, reading your ass. I mean, hell, a lot of y'all might not have unlocked it, don't know that y'all have that potential. Just ain't unlocked it. You got kids, don't you? You ain't never been out somewhere in the store or something, and you sit your ass down somewhere. People passing by, hey, how y'all doing? You having a good day? All right, then. You better shut up. Your ass up, I beat the shit out of you. Yeah, same thing. Yes. But anyway. Let's get YSL on the table. Hopefully I don't run out of time there because it got real, real interesting. Towards the end, child, that lady was trying Miss Love. I'm like, baby, I would call her at her house. I would have called Paige at her house or sent her a hot email or something. Or Paige would have known that I was not pleased by how she trying me in them people courtroom. No, ma'am, we ain't finna do all that. You ain't finna like talking to me like you talking to a child. Who are you talking to? Hold on now. I know this your courtroom. I got that. Well, there's a way that you can talk to people. Baby, I would have got her. I would have got her all the way. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you a slick way of doing it. To let the courtroom know and to let her know. And everybody know. Know what Love should have did? Judge, can I see you after for a few seconds after this, please? Yeah, that would have been it. That'll let you know, bitch, you finna get it. You finna get it, bitch. You finna get in that motherfucking chambers. You finna get it. What? Who you talking crazy to? I don't do all of that. You don't talk to me crazy on no job. You don't do none of that. And let me tell you something. It was taking everything it took because y'all know I had to recover quick. When I was on that job, and that boy was because I had taken a whole bunch of contracts, a whole bunch of jobs. I was the Daytona girl. I was doing all kind of shit. I hadn't done it. Let me tell you something. Whew. Because when the man hired me, he said, people have familiarity with people. He said, just let me know when you're mad. I said, you tell when I'm mad because when I'm mad, I go quiet. Okay? That's my coping mechanism. Because I know I need to shut up. Because I know I have a child and that's more important. Because I have, shown my ass. And you shouldn't be doing that. But I had to really, really, really bite my motherfucking tongue. And I don't like biting my goddamn tongue. I like to tell you just how I feel. Yeah, you can be my manager or not. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna tell you, right? And what happened was, with that particular job, that ended up being just one of many as as the time was ticking on. So I stopped caring as much, and that's how I ended up, telling him, when he said he gonna beat my mother, and it's a job. It was really, really loose. Everybody was pretty much their own boss, kind of, sorta. But you know what I'm saying? It was like working kind of under contract terms. But I don't know how to say it, but it had you know, full-time benefits and stuff like that. But listen, a full-time package to it, baby. As the money, you know, as I, you know, started coming on back, whatever, I was on them steroids. Then I was on them steroids too. That was crazy when I was on them. I was crazy time too. All right. Yvette in there telling with something went on, and Yvette told one of the doctors, said, please, you know, do something different because we got to deal with her. We got to deal with her. And I'm like, I hear you, bitch. I hear you. So, but anyway, I was on steroids too, so it was, and it was really crazy. I'd be yelling for no goddamn reason. And people like, why are you yelling? But anyway, so once I was kind of feeling like, you know, okay, I'm climbing, right? I'm getting out this hole. Okay. I'm only a few months away from being back. All right. So a lot of shit, honey. Baby, that's when I had to let you know. You got me fucked up on this job. Fuck you in this goddamn job. You think I can call a friend right now and get one? And but it's a lot. But I usually don't work with them. I usually work not work for them. I usually like work with them, or we, you know, put each other down on something outside because I don't want to fuck up they motherfucking they, you know, they company and stuff. I don't want them looking bad. Cause you been saying some crazy shit to me, you know. It is what the fuck it is. But I don't like all that. That's crazy how that lady was talking to her. That's crazy. I can't do that. I'd have told, Judge, can I speak to you for a minute after this, him? It won't take nothing but a minute. Nothing but a minute. Is that Lavelle in the Atlanta 5 chat? Hold on. Lavelle, is that you in the Atlanta 5 chat? Oh, damn, the chat is disabled. I just saw. Hold on. Lavelle, was you in the Atlanta 5 chat? I just clicked real fast. Yeah, let's see what that looks like.
Let's have your next witness. Okay.
Yes. Christy, Kristi, Pitts, Pitts.
Good morning. I heard you spell your name. Has your name changed in any time recently?
It has.
Okay, what did your name used to be?
Christy Sanders.
Okay, and when did it become Pitts?
I was born in Pitts. I went back to my maiden name.
Okay, all right. And was it Sanders in or around or about 2015?
Yes.
Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you currently do?
I am a full-time professor at Purdue University Global.
And how long have you been working in that capacity?
I've been working at Purdue University for about 3.5 years. I've been teaching post-secondary education for over 10 years.
Okay. And what did you do, what capacity did you work prior to beginning your teaching career?
I worked at Atlanta Police Department as a crime scene technician.
And what were your usual duties and responsibilities as a crime scene technician with the Atlanta Police Department?
I processed crime scenes that I was dispatched out to.
And when you say process, what did that all entail?
Photographing of the scene, processing evidence that was collected, and testifying to those findings and to that processing.
And how long were you employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Maybe a little over 5 years.
Were you ever a sworn law enforcement officer with post-certification?
Yes.
Were you sworn in post-certified in your capacity as a crime scene technician?
Yes.
What year did your employment with the Atlanta Police Department begin?
2013.
All right, I'm going to turn your attention to the date of January 26, 2015. Do you recall working on Monday, January 26, 2015, Dr. Pitts?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you remember about working on that day?
I remember being dispatched out to a number of crime scenes that day.
Do you recall one of those crime scenes being 1007 Hill Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. And in what county is that location situated?
If I recall, it's in Fulton County.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is located at that address? Is it a house, a business, or?
I would actually have to take a look at my report if possible.
No problem. Now approaching the witness with what has been pre-marked, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 90 GG, and it has already been previously served in discovery.
All right. It appears to be a house based off of my description in one of my photographs.
Okay. So can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you recall about being dispatched to that location in that call? Do you know what kind of call it was?
According to my crime scene report, it was an aggravated assault / battery.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you arrived to that location?
What did I observe?
Did you, what did you see? Did you see anything on the ground? Did you see any people? What did you see?
I would probably have to look at photographs to be able to determine that.
Okay. I am going to approach the witness with what has been pre-marked in State's Exhibits 30, golf through 85, golf. And when you've had a chance to look at those, I mean, let me ask you this question, Dr. Pitts. Have you previously had an opportunity to review those exhibits that have been placed before you before coming to court?
Yes.
And what are those exhibits that have been placed before you?
These are photographs that I have taken of this crime scene.
And I'm also going to put before you what has already been previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibits 1 golf, 2, 28 golf. And I'm going to put these over here so they can remain separate. Have those exhibits identified as State's Exhibits 30 golf to 85 golf, do they fairly and accurately depict the location of 1007 Hill Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia, as you remember that crime scene to be on the day of January 26, 2015?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
They don't appear to be.
Your Honor, at this time, I now move to admit state's exhibits 30 golf to 85 golf into evidence to request permission to publish at the appropriate time.
They're admitted, Meg.
If you will take a moment to refresh your recollection using those photos about what you may or may have not seen, and look back up at me when you have had such an opportunity to do so. All right, do you need me to restate the question or?
Absolutely, please.
Okay, all right. What, if anything, did you see upon arriving to the location of 1007 Hill Street Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia on January 26, 2015?
Upon arrival, I remember seeing the first responding officer that was there, did a quick briefing with that officer. And during that briefing, I did a preliminary walkthrough, and that's when I was able to locate shell casings that was at this particular crime scene.
Do you know who the initial responding officer or officer on the scene was?
According to my report, and I could be pronouncing this wrong, I think it's Ledesi.
How do you spell it?
It's Leduc.
Okay, all right. Is it fair to say that might be Leduc?
Hey, potato.
Okay, all right. And do you know who called you out to the scene? Was it Officer Leduc?
It's not. It's typically the 911 communication dispatcher.
When you arrived to that location, well, let me back up. Around or about what time did you get dispatched to that location, if you can recall?
According to the report, it was 21:33 hours.
And I'm not good with military time. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for my sake, what that time might be?
That time is 8:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
All right. And was the sun up or down at that time?
If we're going off based this time when it came in, based on the dates, we're in the winter season, I would say that it's dark.
Okay. All right. I'm not good with math, but how would you, if you said 21:30?
Maybe 9 p.m.
Okay, I just want to make sure I know. All right. So I want to ask you a little bit more about your arrival. So how do you determine where to start when processing your crime scene?
It's based off of training. You want to approach a crime scene in the most systematic manner possible. So before you even approach a crime scene, you should have a plan of action. And that's typically how I approach all of my crime scenes. I conduct a quick, brief walkthrough with that first responding officer or either the lead investigator that's there. Speak with them as we're walking through. I'm observing the scene. They're letting me know what they've already witnessed or uncovered. And then while I'm doing that, I'm thinking simultaneously how am I going to go ahead and process this crime scene.
Okay. And in the course of processing the crime scene, is this particular crime scene that you responded to given a case number at any point?
Yes, it is.
What is that case number associated with this crime scene?
The incident number for this one is 150-262-672.
All right. In the course of processing this crime scene that you responded to, did you, you stated earlier that you saw shell casings on the ground. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in seeing shell casings, did you collect those shell casings?
Yes.
Do you recall how many shell casings you collected on that day?
According to my crime scene report, it was 66 pieces of evidence.
And did you collect any live projectiles? Or live rounds, rather?
No, I collected 65 shell casings and 1 projectile.
And when you say a projectile, what do you mean by that, Dr. Pitts?
So a projectile is a piece that comes off of a shell casing or a live round that has been fired. So it can be a piece of metal that's off of that.
And prior to collecting the said evidence that you obtained on that evening, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you do before removing it from the premises?
You want to photograph the crime scene in its totality. And then from there, you must photograph each individual piece of evidence. So in this instance, I collected 65 shell casings. I took 65 individual photographs of those shell casings in overall, a mid-range, and a close-up of each and every piece of evidence.
And after you take those photographs, well, let me ask you a different question. How do you distinguish shell casings one from another on the scene when you're taking pictures?
Based on the initial walkthrough that I conduct with that first responding officer, or either that lead investigator, we typically discuss, did you determine what was the entryway into this crime scene? And from there, that's how I methodically place the evidence markers on those shell casings.
With the evidence markers, are those included in the crime scene photos that you take?
Yes.
Okay. And after taking your photos of the crime scene, what, if anything, do you do with the shell casings?
I collect them.
Did you take them put them in your pocket? Did you put them in a backpack? How did you transport them or collect them?
So they are not put in my pocket. That would be extremely unethical. They are individually collected and placed into a small manila envelope, meaning a little bullet bag, and they are numbered based off of the evidence markers. They are given their approximate time based on when I collect each and every piece of evidence. On that evidence bag or that bullet bag, I also clearly specify where in the crime scene they were collected at.
And do you also, on that evidence bag, include the case number associated with the crime scene?
Yes.
I should say incident. I am now going to publish a select set, Your Honor, of crime scene photos that have been previously admitted, subject to the court's rulings, starting with right. Dr. Pitts, you can utilize the screen in front of you to track with the presentation of evidence. Excuse me. Now showing you what has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 30 Golf. Dr. Pitts, are those little yellow things on the ground the placards that you were describing earlier?
Yes.
And with those little placards that are on this photo, be next to the shell casings that you saw outside of the residence?
Yes.
And are those the same shell casings that you described as collecting from the crime scene and putting into small bullet bags or small bullet bags?
Yes.
Now transitioning to the next State's Exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 31 Golf. Is this a different angle of additional shell casings that you took photos of on that same street?
It appears to be from a different angle of those same shell casings.
Transitioning now to State's Exhibit 32. All right. Is this a different also angle of the street that contains some of the shell casings, as you remember?
Yes.
And that moisture on the street, was that there prior to your arrival, or do you remember that to be something that came as a result of the gun shots that rang out at the crime scene, if you recall.
That was there prior to my arrival.
Okay, now showing you what has been previously admitted as state's exhibit, the next state's exhibit, which is 33 golf, is what, do you recall this particular residence at the crime scene?
Yes,
And what do you know this residence to be?
a house.
Okay, is that where the incident will be, is that the residence that is listed in? Is that the residence that is listed in your crime scene record with the address?
Yes,
Now turning to the next state's exhibit. This exhibit here showing evidence marker 1, which is state's exhibit 34 golf. Is this next to one of the shell casings that you collected?
yes,
And is that one such shell casing that you also included in your report?
yes.
Okay, turning to the next state's exhibit, which is state's exhibit 35 golf. Is this another such shell casing that you recovered?
Yes.
All right, next exhibit. What about this exhibit 36 golf?
This is another shell casing.
30, turning to the next exhibit with evidence marker 4. Is this another shell casing that you recovered?
Yes,
And do you recall or have any independent recollection of the caliber of the shell casings by any chance that you recovered that day?
not listed on my crime scene report. However, in my personal notes, yes.
Would that help refresh your recollection?
My personal notes, yes.
Ma'am.
I can,
Yes. Oh, well, they're not with you? Oh.
they are with, well, they're in the courtroom.
Hold tight on that. Okay.
Yes,
I'll transition to the next state's exhibit. And, state's exhibit 38 golf. Did you collect this shell casing?
yes,
Next exhibit. Evidence placard 6, which is on state's exhibit 39 golf. Is this another such separate shell casing from the one in the last photo?
yes,
And did you collect this one?
yes,
And would you have included this shell casing in your crime scene record?
yes.
All right, turning to state's exhibit 40 golf. What about this shell casing depicted in state's 40 golf? Did you collect this?
Yes,
Objection, Your Honor, cumulative.
These are separate photos, Judge. They're not the same.
Everroom.
All right, you can answer the question.
Yes,
All right, you may turn to the next state's exhibit, please. State's exhibit 41 golf. As to evidence marker 8, is this another shell casing that you recovered on that evening?
yes.
State's exhibit 42 golf.
Let me ask you this. I don't know if you were in here when Mr. Atkins was handling one of the other crime scene techs, and we had sort of a overview. Is there any way you could do it that way and just ask a broader question?
Yes, I will do just
Thank
as what is asked. Turning to, if I may, Your Honor, ignoring it myself. Just a brief indulgence. I want to turn your attention to state's exhibit 30 golf. Does the state's exhibit that is published on the screen just about encapsulate all of the shell casings that you recovered from outside of the address of 1007 Hill Street Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, it appears to be.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 2GG. All right. The address that you listed on your report is 1007, correct, Hill Street?
1007 Hill Street, Southeast, yes.
Is this picture depict the correct address of the home to which you responded on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
All right. Do you know from your crime scene record or independent recollection how many different types of shell casings were recovered from the crime scene?
From my crime scene report that I'm presently looking at, no, but from my personal notes from this crime scene, yes.
All right. I want to turn your attention to the State's Exhibit that has been identified as State's Exhibit 90 Golf. What is, earlier was used to refresh your recollection, but what is that, in fact, before you?
This is a crime scene record or a crime scene report.
And why are such documents, well, how do you know what it is?
I was trained on this. This is how I document each and every crime scene that I'm dispatched out to and each and every crime scene that I process.
And is that particular crime scene record one that was drafted by yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And is that crime scene record made at or near the time that you have would have performed your duties as a crime scene technician?
Give or take maybe a day or two.
And would the evidence that was depicted in the photos that were published a few moments ago be included in that document?
Yes.
And would you also include any other such things that you would have, actions you would have taken that evening or thereabouts for reference purposes in that same document?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, and is that document in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you last had the opportunity to review it?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state now moves to this State's Exhibit 90 golf off into evidence.
All right, that's admitted.
All right. Do you remember, or are you able to say now, how many types of shell casings you recovered from State's exhibits from the location of 1007 Hill Street Southeast?
If I was given the opportunity to review the notes that I've brought with me today, yes.
Your Honor,
Mm-hmm.
may I see clarification? Is
Your Honor, we had that speaking testimony in the approach. It's going to be commentary.
I don't know. I can't tell what you're saying.
Can we, I don't want to put anything in front of the jury unless it's an objection. Can we approach this?
I'm wondering the notes. Are we speaking of her report or are there separate notes?
Sounds like they're notes separate from the report. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Could the defense be provided a copy of those notes?
Do y'all have the notes?
I brought.
They are with the witness. We would have to take a moment to, they're independent, but we can't get those.
Well, we
Okay.
don't have them. We'd like to see them, please.
Okay, I don't, have y'all seen them before? Nobody's seen them before. They've been with the witness. So, is the question just going to be to refresh her recollection?
It would be, that's the only point for those notes now that she's mentioned.
All right. I mean, y'all certainly can look at them when, if and when y'all cross-examine her. I think at this point, she's just going to look at them to refresh recollection. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I want to transition to,
So is she not gonna look at them and refresh her
yes, they're
recollection?
currently in, are they in the room?
No, they're here in my briefcase.
Okay. Just a brief note.
Thank you. So the listing of shell casings that breaks it down based off of the caliber, it's for a different incident date, but not for this particular address.
All right, excuse me. So I'm gonna transition to the next set of questions. And I wanna ask you, based on State's Exhibit, which we're gonna get up for you, State's Exhibit 52, golf, with the assistance of Ms. Knight. It should be coming up before you on the screen too, if you want. Okay. Based on the exhibit that's before you on the laptop, which is State's Exhibit 52, golf, are you able to, based on your training and experience, say that there are at least two different types of shell casings that were recovered from?
Sustained.
How many shell casing types were recovered from the crime scene based on State's Exhibit 52, golf?
Based on this photograph, it appears to be 2.
Are you able to say just based on this at least 2?
Overruled.
At least 2 based off of this photograph would be fair to say.
Now I'm going to transition your attention to the date of January the 28th, 2015, which would have been a Wednesday. Do you recall working on that day, Dr. Pitts?
January the 28th, 2015, yes.
What do you recall working about on? What do you recall about working on that?
I would need to either look at my notes or my crime scene report.
I am now going to approach the witness, which what has already been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 123, Charlie. And I have now handed the witness that exhibit. And after you've had a chance to review it, please look up at me and we'll continue asking questions. Has your memory been refreshed?
I would say that's a fair assessment.
Okay, all right. So Dr. Pitts, what do you recall about working on Wednesday, January 28th, 2015?
I recall being called out to a damage to property at 2905 Springdale Road, Southwest.
And in what county is that address located to your recollection?
Fulton County.
Okay. And based on your report, can you, or do you recall, let me ask, if that was a home or some other type of structure?
Based off of my narrative, it appears to be, not appears to be, it is an apartment.
And did you in fact actually go out to that location?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe upon arrival?
I would have to see the photographs.
I am now approaching you with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 1, Charlie Charlie, to 122, Charlie Charlie, and they have also been shared in the discovery process already. And I want to ask you preliminarily, Dr. Pitts, have you had the opportunity to view State's Exhibits 1, Charlie Charlie Charlie, and through 122, Charlie Charlie Charlie, prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
And how do you know what those are?
These are my photographs.
Okay. And do those exhibits that are in front of you now, that have been previously identified, fairly and accurately depict the area that you responded to on January 28, 2015?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit said identified exhibits into evidence and publish with your permission.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I'm asking clarification. Is the state referring to 1CC or 1CCC?
Triple C, right? Triple C, I think he said it one time, is just a double C, but it's triple C. Any objection? Those are admitted without, or is there objection?
No. Your Honor, these have been previously provided in discovery for this exact reason as the court is instructed, and I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm not sure if you understood my instruction yesterday, but it's okay.
But there are three separate PowerPoints that we gave, so we gave.
I am not, and I don't think they're questioning that they have seen them before. They just don't know what's what, because when they saw it before, apparently it wasn't numbered as, you know, a specific exhibit number, or it had a different exhibit number. So they need to know what they're looking at, basically.
Your Honor, so what they have is what's being published. So we consolidated what everything's been admitted, has been turned over, they should have, but what they have in this PowerPoint are the ones we're going to admit, which is a smaller number than what the full amount of pictures are. So we're only publishing.
Okay, so have they been renumbered?
Yes.
Is the question.
Yes.
Okay, which makes it difficult for them to know what to look at, because
They have not.
15 CCC might be something different now.
They have, you just said one.
The exhibit number, Your Honor, is one, but on the actual way in which they are presented for the publication.
Okay, so that's why they're asking for either some clarification. But if y'all follow my instruction from earlier today and just get together in the morning before we start and look at everything, then we shouldn't have this problem tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we didn't know that we were gonna get.
I'm not blaming anybody. It just,
You're right. If we can clarify this, I think that we just.
just give them a chance to look at them for a second.
They take the full stack. What they have is only what's being published, so that's what.
Right, but the numbers are not.
They-
That full stack.
Show me
number
the
we
number
got.
20 CCs.
No, listen to what I'm-
Can I see those?
Sure.
This is the whole. We gotta pull out which ones.
this step to admit
122 of them, and I do not expect 122 of them to be published or anywhere near that.
Correct. And these are all the pictures that were in the witness folder that we went over a few weeks ago. So that's what we're saying is that.
no one's denying?
They're just trying to figure out what's what.
All right, Your Honor, are the question remains, what state's waiting on you?
Okay, so it doesn't sound like there's any objection, so admitted without objection.
Okay.
And you may publish a select
Yes,
number of
that's
them.
the actual petition. Okay. Dr. Pitts, earlier you stated that you would need to refresh with your photos. If you have an opportunity to look through them, if you need to look through, to see what you recall about what you saw when you arrived.
As I previously stated, based off of my crime scene report, I was dispatched out to a damaged property. Looking through these photographs, I have seen these briefly before. It does appear to be shell casings that were documented or photographed at this scene, as well as a vehicle, apartments, outside and inside, as well as defects inside of some of the apartment units.
And do you recall who was the on-scene investigator upon your arrival, if any?
According to my crime scene report, I was working with or speaking with Collins.
And what was the actual address of the location to which you were dispatched?
2905 Springdale Road, Southwest,
And what county is that address situated?
Fulton County.
And do you remember whether it was daytime or nighttime when you responded to that crime scene?
Based off of the time that the call was received and the time that the call was answered, it was the early morning of January 28th, 2015.
Do you have a round or about the time that you may have went?
So this call was received at 1:01 a.m. It appears that I responded at 2:07 a.m.
Did you collect any evidence from this crime scene after you arrived?
Based off of my crime scene report, I collected 22 pieces of evidence, 17 shell casings, and 5 projectiles were collected from this crime scene.
And do you recall, based on your report, or do you recall off your independent recollection, which caliber they may have been?
Let me see if this was. Yes, based off of my notes, I collected a 9mm Luger. That was eight 9mm Luger shell casings were collected. I also collected 40 Smith & Wesson RP, and it appears to be 7 of those shell casings that were collected. I also collected a PMC 9mm Luger. It appears to be One of those were collected. No, I stand corrected, sorry. 5 of those. There was also a Hornady 9mm Luger that was collected, a Blazer 9mm Luger that was collected. And those were all as it relates to the shell casings. The rest were projectile pieces.
Right. And is there a case number associated with this particular call that you went out to, or an incident number associated with it that you responded to at the 2905 Springdale Road, Southwest Atlanta?
Yes.
What is that case or incident number?
150-280-046.
And after you collected that evidence, did you handle that evidence in the same manner as you did in the prior APD case or incident number?
Prior to collecting any pieces of evidence, including these shell casings and projectiles, photographs are taken of the entire scene, and then individually of each and every shell casing before any collection is done.
I want to publish select photos for on the screen for you, and if you give it a brief moment, it will come up. And it is now showing, the screen is now showing States Exhibit 1 CCC. Utilizing States 1 CCC, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we are looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the shell casings and the parking lot area of this apartment complex based on my arrival.
And now turning to the next States Exhibit, which is 5 CCC. Is this another evidence? Thank you. Another evidence placard associated with one of the shell casings that you collected?
Yes.
And would there have been multiple placards of this type for the shell casings that were outside?
Yes.
All right. Turning your attention now to States Exhibit 22, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, why would you have taken a photograph of this vehicle?
If I'm not mistaken, based on what I briefly recall, this car may have had some damage. Anytime a vehicle has been damaged or a part of a crime scene, you are to photograph the vehicle, all sides, all 4 sides. And that's what this photograph is showing, the backside of this vehicle.
Okay. Turning your attention to States Exhibit 24, Charlie. Is this another angle of that view of that same vehicle?
This appears to be the passenger side of that vehicle.
And do you see from this view any defects to this vehicle on this side of the vehicle?
Not based on this photograph, no.
Next States Exhibit, which is States Exhibit 25, Charlie. What about this exhibit?
It appears to be some type of defect on the driver's side, but I would have to have that photograph zoomed in for an exact.
Yep. All right. Utilizing the zoom feature, are you now able to see any such defects to this vehicle on this States Exhibit?
Yes.
And where do you see that defect?
On the driver side back window.
All right. Now turning your attention to States Exhibit 29, Charlie. And do you see any defects in this photo here?
No.
Okay. We are now publishing for your viewing States Exhibit 30, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, why would you have taken a picture of the front entrance of this apartment unit?
Anytime you're photographing a crime scene, you're supposed to tell a story. And this is another photograph of me showing or telling a story through photography.
Next state's exhibit. 32 Charlie is published. And do you see any bullet defects here?
Yes,
How many?
it appears to be one.
And are you ever able to recover any such projectiles that may have entered the home at such range or from distance?
If a defect was in this building on the outside, no, we typically don't have a ladder that we would climb up for that. But if it penetrated through and it was now inside of that apartment unit, yes, I would cut the wall out and retrieve it with tweezers.
Showing you state's exhibit 34 Charlie. Do you see a bullet defect here in this exhibit?
Could you zoom in for me?
Yes.
Yes, it does appear to be a defect in the wall.
Showing you state's exhibit 36 Charlie. And I'm going to zoom in. Do you see in this room, separate from the last exhibit, a bullet defect?
Yes.
Turning to the next state's exhibit. And being published now as state's exhibit 39 Charlie. Is this a separate unit from the first unit that you took pictures at featured in this particular state's exhibit?
Yes.
And was this unit impacted by the gunfire that led to defects that may be there present?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you now state's exhibit 40 Charlie. Okay. Featured in this photo, do you see any such defects as you were talking about on this unit?
Are we able to zoom in some?
Yes.
It does appear to be a defect on the outside.
Right. Turn your attention to state's exhibit 42 Charlie. And if we can go and enlarge. Dr. Pitts, why was this photo of any significance to you?
It appears to be maybe some type of defect.
Okay. If you could utilize the cursor to just beneath, thank you, just go a little lower, right there. Do you see a defect there?
Are we able to zoom in some?
I think that's as far as it goes, Dr. Pitts.
I wouldn't be able to accurately say that that's a defect.
We'll turn to the next state's exhibit, which is 44 Charlie. Dr. Pitts, before you go to state's exhibit 44 CCC, why is there evidence placard on the inside of the house as opposed to the outside?
Because at this point, I am working my way indoors, and this appears to be the first piece of evidence upon entering this apartment unit.
Okay, if we could zoom in, Ms. Knight. And from that angle or vantage point, are you able to tell what that evidence may have been?
I can refer to my crime scene report. It appears to be a projectile piece.
And now turning your attention to state's exhibit 46, Charlie. All right. And is this a different defect from the others that we have observed in Unit 2?
That we observed in Unit 1, because I think we've just entered into Unit 2.
Yes, so within Unit 2, is this a separate defect from any others?
Yes.
Okay. And now turning your attention to the next state's exhibit. Utilizing state's exhibit, this appears to be 48 Charlie. Do you see any defects in this particular photo?
Yes.
Okay, and is that also another such defect inside of Unit 2, Apartment 2?
Yes, it appears to be.
Turning your attention to next state's exhibit. We're just about done. State's exhibit 50, Charlie. If we could zoom in, do you see anything by the light switch in this photo?
Yes,
What do you see by the light switch?
it appears to be a defect in the wall.
Turning your attention now to the next state's exhibit, which is 55, Charlie. Do you see any defects here on this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Next exhibit, please. 57. And in this photo, do you see any such defects within this closet area depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
State's exhibit 59, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, now that it has been enlarged, are you able to see another defect in the same unit on this photo?
Yes.
Turning your attention now to State's exhibit 61, Charlie. In the same unit, and if you can enlarge, Ms. Knight, thank you. Do you see any bullet defects here with this exhibit on the screen? And if you're not able to, you can always utilize the hard copies of photos.
What was the number of this photograph?
This is State's exhibit 61, Charlie.
Thank you. That didn't help either. It appears to be.
Okay, all right. And now directing your attention to the next set in photo. This set 63, Charlie. And utilizing this photo, do you see another bullet defect here in this apartment unit?
Yes.
And I'll ask that silly question. Turning your attention to State's exhibit 66, Charlie. Okay. Is this a separate unit from the prior two that you have taken pictures in?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see any bullet defects on this photo pertaining to unit 3?
Yes.
Turning your attention to 67, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, do you see any bullet defects in this photograph? And if yes.
Yes, it does appear to be.
And to the top right where the cursor is now pointed, do you see any more bullet defects?
Yes.
And how many do you see?
I see 3.
And in total on this exhibit, how many do you see?
I want to say 4.
Okay.
It could be on other parts.
We're utilizing the hard copy of that exhibit in front of you, making confirm that.
What was the number
That's
again?
exhibit 70, Charlie. Excuse me, my apologies. That was 67, Charlie.
67.
Yes.
I can't accurately say, and the reason that I state that if you scroll down, it's 2 others, and I can't say if those are defects or not, so I don't want to misstate.
I want to turn your attention to State's exhibit 70, Charlie. And utilizing this exhibit, Dr. Pitts, are you able to see any bullet defects that would have led you to take this photo of this part of the home?
Yes.
Right. Where do you see that up there about?
I see one that's right under the window.
Turning your attention now to 71, Charlie. All right. From what view of this unit are we looking at the door in State's Charlie 71, Charlie?
It appears to be that I'm now inside of the unit and the front entry door is closed.
Okay, and if we could zoom in a little bit on the door tonight, do you see the bullet defect that you took a notice of outside of the door when you took this photo?
Yes.
Okay. Turning your attention to 73, triple C. Right. Dr. Pitts, are there any bullet defects in this photo which would have led you to take it?
Yes, it appears to be one.
Ms. Knight, if you could put the cursor, do you see where the cursor is?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a bullet defect to you?
Yes.
Publishing States Exhibit 75, Charlie. And in this photograph, where does it appear that you are now when you took it?
Maybe in another room of this apartment unit.
Is that a bed? Does that look like a bed to the left of the photograph?
I can't accurately state that if that's a bed.
Ms. Knight, if you could zoom in on the wall. Is that okay? Utilizing this photo where the cursor is, if you can't see it through this photo, you can always refer to the hard copy in front of you. But do you see what appears to be a bullet defect?
Yes.
'76, Charlie. All right. And if we, as far as you can, do you see any bullet defects in this photo that you took further in the room?
Yes.
And how many do you see with your eye?
I see 3.
Now, publishing State 77, triple C. And are you still in the same room that you were in when you took the first couple of photos?
Yes.
Okay, and if we can zoom in just a bit, do you see additional bullet defect, an additional bullet defect in this one?
Yes.
And do you see? Yes, I was going to ask you.
Is it 76 Charlie?
It is 77.
It appears to be 3.
Okay. All right. Now publishing 79, Charlie. And do you see any bullet defects in this portion of the photograph that you took for this case?
Yes.
How many do you see?
2.
Now publishing States Exhibit 81, Charlie. And Dr. Pitts, do you see a bullet defect there?
Yes.
And is that window in the same room that you were in with the last photo that you took? To your recollection?
It appears to be, yes.
All right, publishing 82, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, why would an evidence placard now be in this portion of the house of Unit 3?
Because the projectile piece was actually recovered from that wall.
And do you see a defect that may have come from that projectile piece?
Yes.
Where do you see it?
On the wall next to the placard.
Okay. Publishing States Exhibit 85, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, do you see any defects to this piece of furniture featured in this photo?
Yes, it appears to
And
be.
is it fair to say that that is a headboard in which that defect is located?
I can't speculate. I would have to zoom out.
Showing you States Exhibit 86, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, what is on the floor near that placard?
That's a projectile piece.
Showing you now States Exhibit 88, Charlie. As to this evidence placard, we're going to forego that. We're going to go to the next exhibit. 90, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, in the corner of this photograph, is there yet another bullet defect to your ability to see?
Yes.
And now publishing 92, triple C. In the same room, do you see another bullet defect separate from the others that you identified?
Yes.
Hey y'all, baby, I hate to interrupt you, but I'm gonna put it back on. Let me tell you, I just been out there trying to get my mail, baby. There was a motherfucking grizzly Adam ass fucking frog out there waiting for my motherfucking ass to come on up out of there. Honey, we don't do all of that. Lizards, frogs, no, I know frogs ain't scared. I don't give a damn what nobody said. Tell it to me and my child. Honey, it was some shit. I was out there one time with that goddamn frog too. Trying to throw all kind of shit, trying to throw the mail at them and shit like that to get them to get on off my door. It jumped up on my door, the very place I'm trying to get in. Like, what the fuck? Understand that. I'm gonna have to switch locations because I can't live like that. This is the part when they say when you need a man, this is it. So this is why I advocate for staying together, because baby, you never know when your ass will run across a motherfucking grizzly Adam ass goddamn frog out there waiting for your bitch ass to come on out. Yeah. Just waiting. And one of them goddamn gorilla motherfucking lizards just sitting out there sliding all up your damn your damn structure and shit. And here you go, them lizards, baby, them lizards, I'm telling you. Oh, them lizards sent me in an opposite direction. It does them to my mental and my physical. It snatches my soul. Oh, I be calling people. You got to come get it. Man, they pull. Bro, they is tired of the people. Everybody is so tired of me. I love everybody, Lord. Oh, and they know I do it. They love me because, baby, they already know. Oh, them little, y'all tell anybody about it, baby. And I met a person that I didn't know she was. I knew, of course, I knew because we worked together. But one time, my little got in that motherfucking building, and this fuck around was on her desk. She tore that motherfucking cubicle off. And I said, oh, girl, oh, we are bonding over your goddamn fright of lizards. And too, you like that too? Baby, all we heard was, we saw papers flying and hollering and screaming and running. You goddamn what? So I'm going to tell you, ladies, go on, let his trifling ass stay there for a minute. Okay? Because I'm trying to tell you. Now, if his ass ain't willing to go out, get out there and one, two of them goddamn insects and lizards and goddamn low belly ass caterpillars and shit, then tell him he gonna have to move on to the next victim. Cause But if he would go out there and one, two with them dogs, them frogs, and them lizards and them roaches and all that type of shit, anything, that's gonna send you, cause you to pack the fuck up and get the hell on. Hey, it might be worth keeping around you. I don't know. But yeah, I just had to tell you that shit. I'm out of breath. I'm trying to go get. I'm gonna fix me something to eat because there's some bullshit here. Baby, I was out there one, two, and with. I was starting to mail and everything. Then I got to go. Listen. Then I had done. Listen. I had done created by me throwing the mail. I had done created me a little triathlon or whatever you want to call it. I had created me a little something that's where now I'm in the Olympics, okay? Because now I got to run by and pick up the goddamn mail and run on in the house that I'm throwing at. Yeah, ain't that some bullshit? Baby, I be going through it, you know? Sometimes it's self-inflicted, but it is what it is. I got to get the mail. Now I got to run by. Look here, I'm all still bandaged up and shit. And now I got to go pick up the mail and shit and run on in the damn door. The fuck? Man, listen, it's hard out here for a black woman. I wish somebody would come fucking with me and saying all this old hard ass work out and shit I have to combat and deal with.
Publishing the next state's exhibit, 93 Charlie. Dr. Pitts, what's here in this photo?
This is a photograph of a projectile piece.
Publishing 95, Charlie. And Dr. Pitts, do you see a bullet defect in this photograph?
Yes.
And is it where about the cursor is located on the screen?
Yes.
Now publishing the next day's exhibit, which appears to be State's Exhibit 100. But let's confirm. Just a brief moment. Okay, it's 98. Yes. Yes, State's Exhibit 98, Charlie, which is on the screen.
Is it 99 CCC?
No, it's 98 on the screen. Charlie.
Okay.
And Dr. Pitts, why did you put an evidence placard here on the floor right in this photograph?
This is a photograph of a projectile piece.
Okay. And utilizing the cursor, Ms. Knight, can you hover over what that object appears to be? Do you see a projectile where the cursor is located?
Yes, it appears to be.
Now posting the next day's exhibit, State's Exhibit 101, Charlie. Excuse me. Dr. Pitts, what led you to take a photo here of this part of the room? Do you see any defects?
Are we able to zoom in some?
Yes.
Maybe to the corner going up? Is that the closest we can get? And what was the number of that?
That is State's Exhibit 101, Charlie. And if not, I can put the next exhibit up.
Can we put the next, because this is kind of out of sequence. Thank you.
Actually, we're going to transition to State's Exhibit 106, Charlie. And you can still refer to that.
That's not in order, so I'll stick to this.
All right. Is this a separate unit from the first three that you took pictures of?
Yes.
All right. And was this unit also affected by the gunfire that occurred on that unit?
Yes.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 108, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, what drew you to take a picture of this portion above the unit 4?
It appears to be damage to the window and possible defects in this building.
Publishing States 1, the next exhibit, 109, Charlie. And zooming further in, do you see any other additional defects here in this exhibit that you didn't see in the last?
Yes, it appears to be a defect to the right side of the window on the brick.
Publishing states 110, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Is there damage or defects to this window in this photograph?
The lower part, yes.
Publishing states exhibit 112, Trixie. All right, zooming in, yep. Dr. Pitts, do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes.
And how many do you see with your eye?
It appears to be 5 or 6 if we're looking at the top right corner of the page or the photograph.
Where the cursor is located.
Correct.
And now publishing states exhibit 115, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Does this appear to you to be the interior angle of the exterior damage to the window that you were describing earlier?
Yes.
And Dr. Cruz, did you create a crime scene record for this particular incident?
Yes.
And do you recognize the crime scene record in this case, identified as states exhibit 123, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the crime scene report that I generated.
Okay. And does that crime scene report fairly and accurately, does that crime scene report or record, is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you authored it?
It appears to be, but I'm sure it's not the exact original.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit states exhibit 123, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
All right, it's submitted.
Dr. Pitts, I want to turn your attention to the final case number here. Do you recall working on Tuesday, April 28, 2015?
Yes.
And do you recall being called out to the location of 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway?
Yes.
And in what county, to your knowledge, is that location situated?
It's on the other end of Hollowell, Fulton.
Okay. And do you recall what is located at that address?
Based on the photographs that I have been briefed on, it appears to be at a club.
I am now approaching you with what has been previously labeled as states exhibits 2, Juliet, Juliet through states exhibit 91, Juliet, Juliet. If defense would like to take a peek, remain, otherwise I'll approach. Starting the search.
Thank you.
I have now had witness states exhibits 2, Juliet, Juliet to 91, Juliet, Juliet. And what have I handed you, Dr. Pitts?
A stack of photographs.
Do you recognize those photographs? I should say, have you had an opportunity prior to coming to court today to review those?
Yes.
All right. And do those photographs that you have in front of you that have been previously identified fairly and accurately depict the area of 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway, Atlanta, Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, as it was on the day that you responded to that crime scene location on April 28, 2015?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit states exhibit 1, now moves to admit states exhibits 2, Juliet, Juliet to 91, Juliet, Juliet.
Those are admitted.
92, Juliet, Juliet, excuse me.
92 through 92?
Yes, yes.
All right.
2 through 92.
They're admitted.
Okay, all right. I'm also going to approach you with what has already been marked as state's exhibits, exhibit 93, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, I will ask you, do you know what that is?
Yes,
And have you had a chance to, what is it?
it's a crime scene report or
And
record.
Does it pertain to the address of 22517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
And does it pertain to, what incident number to which does it pertain to?
151180288.
And does that crime scene record is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you authored it?
Yes,
Your Honor, I now move to admit state's exhibit 93, Juliet into evidence.
Admitted.
What was the basis for the call that you were dispatched to at that location on April 28, 2015?
I was dispatched out to a damage to private property.
And when you arrived to the location, what did you see, if anything?
Based off of my photographs, I saw damaged vehicles, some shell casings.
And do you know who the on-scene investigator was, or a responding officer?
Based off of my report, it was Sutton.
All right, I hate to do this, but I'm going to interrupt and have us break for lunch because it's been past the 45 minutes anticipated and we're at 1 p.m. now. So I'm sure people are getting hungry. So we'll pick up with this witness after the lunch break. And we'll break until 2:15.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll see you back at 2:15. All right, I'm not sure where Miss Love went, but y'all were going to get the dates of the witness list that these various witnesses first ever appeared on. Have y'all been able to provide that to the defense yet?
I'll look as we're sitting here before I leave for lunch. Your Honor.
Okay, so I don't think you were in here yet, but somebody should have already been doing that. And in fact, y'all called a witness that we hadn't yet covered because you gave me one order that you were calling the witnesses in and then called them in a different order. Not that anybody from the defense objected, but there's Miss Love. Miss Love, the defense still needs the information on which witness list these recently re-added witnesses were on.
Okay, I had, earlier this morning, I had our paralegal looking at our first list that we sent out. So I'll go and get that information
Okay,
from her.
I mean, doesn't your paralegal email you?
Yeah.
When they've got the information you need, do you have to?
Yes, and
go
actually she did
physically
tell
over here?
no,
Okay.
no, I was just gonna step out and talk to her, but she already told me that, for instance, Kornbacher
Yeah,
was
well,
a
he
name.
found Kornbacher, but anybody else?
Yes, there was another one.
All
There
right.
were, I think, at least 5 more that she found. I'll go and check.
Is she outside right now?
No, she's at the office. No, I stepped in because another matter came up. The court had asked me about Mr. Zachary, and I had the person there to
Okay.
address that. So
Well,
that's the
maybe
reason I
somebody
stepped
else
back
could
in.
go get the information about the witnesses, or
I'll
if,
just
do
send
you
it.
have the ADA or investigator who got the information from the hospital?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's deal with that.
The ones that want.
Give you crazy. Now, somebody please tell me why is she continuing to talk to this lady like that?
Hey, I'm just, if you were the person who was present for the doctor's conversation yesterday, I am wondering if the doctor.
Wait a minute. Damn, why am I circling? I need to hear this.
Said anything about whether stress would adversely impact Mr. Zachary to the extent that the doctor had concerns about, a rapidly deteriorating medical condition.
Oh, so he's in the hospital.
Was it discussed? Okay. 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 And nothing about, he or she had no concerns about stress being able to. Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate your time. All right, Ms. Love, during this lunch break, please get that information to the defense. If you want to just email it to everybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm going to pull up the email. I think I saw it.
Great.
So I'll
If you have
pull
it right now, that's even better.
Okay.
What email? What?
And Your Honor, what I was looking for was, what I'm going to go get is the email that Mr. Steele sent us this morning at 7:30. I saw it this morning, so I'm going to go and check those names and go ahead and see what names that we're looking for. And by that, I mean, he specifically identified a chunk.
Right. Yes. At 7:30 this morning. So. All righty. Well, Miss Love's leaving, so I'm not sure if Miss Love's coming back immediately or what's going on right now.
I was just going to the room right outside to grab my computer. I wasn't moving. I was just going to grab it. I mean,
Y'all don't have the ability on your laptops to get your emails?
Yes, my laptop is outside the courtroom right now.
Okay. All right. Well, just get the information to the defense. Okay. So we're going to take our lunch break.
Oh,
All right.
I know, honey, he'll be burn the phone up at night talking about this apple. Child Shabuki, can't be me. No, I ain't used to no shit like that. Talking me crazy. I mean, you talking to a fellow judge, ho. See how I jump off across the line on the other side. Wait a minute now.
Able to locate each of those names on the list, and I need to forward them over to Mr. Steele.
Okay.
But the court will afford me a second to do that. I'm gonna do it. And was there something else we were supposed to argue? You sure? Okay. I think that Mr. Atkins.
I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
I just had some random set of keys up here that are not mine that appeared over the lunch break.
Mr. Atkins, I think, forwarded the exhibits that he'll use with Ms. Latner's later today. And I didn't know, I don't believe that I can't speak for anyone. So I just wanted to make the court aware if there's any objection, we're prepared to argue it, but we did forward over. I don't think that there is. There shouldn't be. It's a CAD report and a 911 call.
Good afternoon.
April 2019, CAD report, no issues with that. There's going to be a Holland CAD report, no issues with that. And the 911 calls are being litigated, and there's a channel during 911 call that I need to look through.
Is Ms. Latner's the next witness? I mean, we're on this witness still anyway.
She's not.
Okay,
She's not.
You think you'll have time to do that? Okay, all right.
And I don't think that was I would ask that the court inquire if there are any more objections about the ones that he sent over, because I think that was the extent of it, but he just wanted me to make sure that I addressed it with the court.
And let me let you understand this, right? Because I'm about to, oh, she wants that. No, y'all slow. Listen. I understand that Love is making these problems for herself. I get it. I understand that. And this and Miss Judge Whitaker may be a Virgo. Because simple administrative things that should be in order, that's not. They don't take nothing but bip, bip, bap, bap, bam to get them in order. You know, that'll drive me crazy too if it's not in order. I'm talking about the level of professionalism. And at this point, if she's having this many issues with Love, she should have pulled over to the side by now, instead of continuing to admonish her on simple administrative shit. It's not the arguments that Granville was having with the defense over, with regards to law of fact. Motions and shit. This is timekeeping and stuff like that. Housekeeping ass shit. Administrative shit. I mean, Love, you gotta do better than this now. I get that. But Whitaker, now come on now. Shit, was you appointed or was you elected? Because we can change that. Well, they can change that in Georgia. Don't play.
Yes,
that's fine. We'll give you a chance to do that before.
I will check, Your Honor, and good afternoon as well. I will check what was sent to our previous motion that we filed to exclude certain portions of Ms. Latner's 911 calls as well as CAD reports. And we already itemized that, but I could check it. No problem.
Okay, well, hopefully Mr. Atkins is checked too, and knows what comes in and what doesn't.
And I believe that Mr. Smith as well forwarded some exhibits that he intends to introduce with the crime scene technician that he has coming up after this witness. What was that?
So they're actually, Your Honor, from body cam footage from the Holloman incident.
But it's a still shot or
They're screenshots from body cam.
Who's the witness?
Detective Stark.
That's not the next witness or the next witness.
Please review what they sent over.
Okay, who's going to be the next witness after Professor or Dr. Pitts?
Dr. Pitts, it will be CST Porter.
Porter?
Yes, I think Montgomery might be the name on there.
Okay. I mean, I don't see that name on here, but there it is, Montgomery. Okay. So Montgomery and then who?
Why is it timing out?
Be the name on there.
Okay. I mean, I don't see that name on here, but there it is, Montgomery. Okay.
Oh shit, where is it? Oh, there it is. Sorry.
So Montgomery and then who?
We have Miss Latner's coming, we have Miss Smith coming, and we have.
So is Miss Latner's going to be right after Montgomery?
No, in fact, it's going to
Okay,
be.
I guess what I'm asking is, could you give me in them, in order, kind of who you expect for the afternoon?
Dr. Pitts, crime scene tech, Montgomery Porter, Miss Smith, Officer Collins, Miss Latner's,
okay,
and Starks if we reach Starks.
All right, great. All right, and whatever evidence is going to come in through those witnesses has been shared. Is that accurate?
Whatever. Say that for me one time.
Whatever evidence is going to be introduced through these witnesses has been shared?
Yes.
Okay, and as far as we know, the only thing that somebody still needs to look at is that listen to is that 1911 call.
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm going to review I understand that there were some stills that were apparently sent over. I need to look at that, apparently from a body cam. That's the first I've heard of that, so I need to look at that, Judge.
Okay, and the stills would be with what witness?
Starks.
Starks.
The
Okay.
last one.
All right. Okay, so we've got 3 witnesses plus the one on the stand to get through before them, so y'all should have some time to do that.
I'll review it,
If there's
Judge.
any issue with it, just let me know.
I'll bring it to the court's attention. Thank you.
All right, anything else before we get the witness back and the jury in?
No, I'm just sending over the.
Great. All right.
Is it timing out again? No.
Is the Smith, A. Smith, whom there's a concern about? Yeah, okay.
It was also important to get Your Honor had asked specifically about threats, and it was more, not threats, it was alerting her and making her very disturbed.
So before we have her come in, there needs to be a determination made because we haven't done that yet. Okay. We're ready. I'm sorry. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
All right. Can you hear me? Dr. Pitts, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the address of 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And not sure, but was there a case, APD incident number associated with that location?
Yes.
Okay, what was that incident?
151180288.
And with respect to this particular incident that occurred at that location just mentioned, do you recall who it was that called you out to that scene?
Yes. Sutton.
Okay. And around or about what time did you go out to that scene?
I would have to look at my notes because it's not on this report. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. The call came through at 2:30 a.m. I responded at 3:04 a.m.
And you now have the photos in front of you. Using those if needed, can you recall whether the sun was up or down at that time?
It was early morning. Sun was down.
Okay. And when you got to that scene, as with the prior two cases that you testified about earlier, did you in fact process that crime scene at 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway Northwest?
Yes.
And when you began to process that, did you go through the same type of steps that you described earlier in the first two APD incident numbers?
Yes.
And what, in terms of processing, did you collect any evidence at that time?
Yes.
What evidence was located on that crime, at that crime scene?
49 shell casings and 1 projectile. was recovered as evidence from that crime scene.
And did you turn that evidence in as you did with the prior shell casings and the other two APD incident numbers?
Yes.
Was any of the evidence in the first APD incident number tested by you for anything?
We're going all the way back to the
Yes, I
very
wanna-
first
I wanna go
incident.
back just a brief moment.
Was that the Springdale location? What
That would have
location was
been-
that? Or the Hill Street?
Yes, the Hill Street location.
No, I turned it over to the APD crime lab for further review for ballistics.
Did you do any testing in the the second APD incident case number that you responded in process?
No, I submitted it to the crime lab for ballistics.
And as to the third case number, which we were talking about before we circled back, this case specifically pertaining to 2517 down at Lee Hollowell Parkway Northwest, did you perform any testing on that evidence that you collected at the scene?
No, I turned this over to the APD property unit.
I am now going to have published for you the crime scene photos that were already admitted that have been identified as state's exhibits 2 Juliet through 92 Juliet, and Your Honor, there will only be a select few.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, showing you now on the screen, Dr. Pitt's state's exhibit 2 Juliet. Does this picture that you see here help you recall the scenes which you responded to on April the 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And where exactly, what type of business or structure is located at that address?
This is Club Crucial.
And how familiar are you with Club Crucial in terms of knowing its operations and being in that area?
Familiar with it, but not familiar to the extent that I know someone that has been to that club.
Okay, and are you familiar, based on your experience in employment, with the hours of operation? They may be more frequent?
No.
Okay. All right, now turning to the next state's exhibits. Now being published as States 3 Juliet. Dr. Pitts, what is exactly being shown here in this exhibit that's just been viewed?
This appears to be the front entry side of the club.
Now publishing States Exhibit 8 Juliet. Dr. Pitts, is it fair to say that this is an overview shot of the placards that were placed in that crime scene location?
Majority of the placards, yes.
And those placards that were placed down, do you recall to what number they went to?
I don't.
Okay. Is it by chance that your notes may refresh your recollection?
It could have went up to 50, being that I had 49 shell casings that were recovered and 1 projectile piece that was recovered.
Now showing you States Exhibit 50 Juliet. Dr. Pitts, why was this vehicle of interest to you during your processing of the crime scene, such that you take a photo?
It could be that it's been damaged. That would be the only reason that I would photograph it.
Okay. And what is the license plate that you see associated with that vehicle?
AUX 9521.
Do you see, can you make out a color for that vehicle?
It appears to be plum,
Okay.
maroon.
All right, now turning to the next State's Exhibit. Now published on the screen is 52 Juliet. Dr. Pitts, do you see on this exhibit any damage from what could have been gunfire in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, all right, now zooming in for a closer view. Can you see, Dr. Pitts, or describe where you may see such defects to this vehicle?
Over the back tire, maybe that's called the fender. I'm not really sure.
All right. Now turning to State's Exhibit 53, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, utilizing the exhibit that is now posted on the screen, do you see any other additional damage from bullet defects to this vehicle on this exhibit?
Are we able to zoom in some?
Bless
No, it doesn't appear to be.
you. Turning to this next State's Exhibit 54, Juliet. What about from this vantage point of the vehicle?
No, it doesn't appear to be.
Okay, now turning to State's Exhibit 56, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, utilizing this photo that is now on the screen, can you describe any such damage or defects that you see to the vehicle?
It appears to be the sunroof of this vehicle that's damaged.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 57, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, utilizing this exhibit for this, what type of vehicle are we looking at here to your best of your knowledge?
A Ford pickup truck.
Okay, and with this vehicle, do you see any defects such that you would have taken a picture of the front?
Yes.
Where do you see those defects?
Right above the grill.
Is that the only one?
That I can see, yes.
Okay. Now publishing for your viewing State's Exhibit 58, Juliet. Excuse me. Now let's actually publish State's Exhibit 59, Juliet. Okay. Doctor, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you see any defects to the passenger side of this vehicle?
It doesn't appear to be.
Okay. Where the cursor is located, can you see any such type of damage or defect?
Yes.
Okay. Now turning to State's Exhibit 60, Juliet. And was there anything of value in terms of your experience as a crime scene tech that you would take the rear of this photo, this rear photo of the truck?
Well, as I mentioned earlier on, when you're photographing a vehicle, you should be capturing all four sides of that car. So it doesn't appear that I see a defect. And so it just appears to be that this photograph was captured for documentation purposes.
And what is what is the license plate or tag number associated with this pickup truck?
I do wear contacts. I think it's BZE 0994.
Okay. All right. And we are now publishing State's Exhibit 62, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, was this another such vehicle that was impacted or received defects at the Club Crucial location?
Yes.
Okay. And do you, from this vantage point of the vehicle, see any defects where the cursor once was, but I believe it did move? Okay.
Are we able to zoom in some?
Yes, that's what I believe is happening. Yes.
I can't accurately say if that's a defect or not.
If you, using the hard copy of the exhibit that has been entered, can
What
you
was the
tell
number
that
again?
exhibit now is 62 Juliet.
It still appeared to look the same.
Okay.
So yeah, I can't.
All right. Now publishing 63 Juliet. Just a moment, all right? Here's the- Thank you, Ms. Knight. Dr. Pitts, before we ask any questions about the exhibit that is published at this point, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what vehicle you know this to be, if at all? What type of vehicle, I should say?
Based on the emblem, it looks like a Ford-or BMW.
And with respect to this vantage point of that BMW that you described, is there a defect to you, to your ability to see from utilizing this picture? Any defects?
No.
Where the cursor is, can you describe whether you believe that to be to the right of the cursor? That is, can you describe if you know that to be a defect?
What was
And this
the
is
number?
State's Exhibit 63, Juliet. Okay.
I can't accurately say that. No.
No problem. Publishing 64, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, with this passenger side view of the BMW, are you able to distinguish if you see any defects to this portion of the car?
I do not see any defects.
All right. Now publishing 65, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, do you see anything of this of pertinent on this picture that would have looked like defects to you?
Yes.
Okay. Where on this photograph do you see defects?
It appears to be a defect at the top of the trunk.
Okay.
And then on the bottom lower area of the fender, the back fender.
And what is the what is the tag number that is associated, if you can make it out, associated with this vehicle?
I think that's PYI4970.
Right. Now publishing the next State's Exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 68, Juliet. What type of vehicle, based on this photo, can you tell, make this out to be?
This is a Volvo.
And is there a tag number that you can see associated with this vehicle?
Yes.
What is that tag number, Dr. Pitts?
Can we zoom in
Yes,
just so I can get the first? The first letter appears to be maybe PTG7271.
What state is that tag associated with?
Georgia.
And do you see any defects to this vehicle here on this view?
No.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 70, Juliet. What about here, Dr. Pitts? Do you see any defects that drew your attention when you processed this crime scene and this vehicle on it?
No.
What about in State's Exhibit 71, Juliet, which is getting ready to be published now, which shows the passenger side? Do you see any such defects that drew your attention?
Can we zoom in a little more?
And I believe that is about as far as the technology will allow.
It appears to be something on the passenger front door.
And if we can put the cursor on the passenger front door, is that what you're saying to be that something? Is it above or beneath the cursor? The cursor disappeared.
It's above.
Okay. And is that what you believe to be a defect to this vehicle?
I'm gonna say it's not a defect because I'm not 100%. I'm gonna say it's not a defect. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Now showing you what has been pre-marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 72, Juliet. Okay. Utilizing this exhibit, Doctor, is there anything that you see in terms of defects to the front of this vehicle?
No.
All right. Now publishing State's Exhibit 73, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, are you able to say that, do you see anything that may appear or resemble to be a defect on this portion of the car?
Yes.
And is that what you would believe to be a defect?
Yes.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 74, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, using this exhibit, can you tell what type of vehicle this is?
A Nissan Sentra.
And what's the, if we can zoom in? Does there appear to be a permanent or a temporary tag here?
It's a drive-out tag.
And I know this may be a little smaller, but can you make out those letters or numbers? You can see them?
14310132.
And what appears to be the expiration date?
May 29th, 2015.
Okay, now publishing States Exhibit 76, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, what are we looking at here in State 76, Juliet?
The driver's side of this vehicle with defects.
How many windows do you see to have defects or damage?
3.
Okay. And okay. Now showing you States Exhibit 77, Juliet. What about on this side of the vehicle? Can you see any such defects on this side? And if you can zoom in, Dr. Pitts.
It appears to on the back passenger side door.
And do you see anything on the front passenger side door in terms of damage?
The window.
Okay. Is there anything on the ground near the vehicle on this side of it?
We would have to, can we zoom in some? It appears to be shattered glass that I can see.
Okay. Now turning your attention to the next State's Exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 78, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, do you see any such damage to the front of the vehicle?
No.
Okay. Next State's Exhibit, please. Actually, if we may zoom in right there, Dr. Pitts, can you see any damage where the cursor was pointed, just above it?
Yes.
And what does that damage appear to be to you?
It appears that it is a defect in the windshield.
Right, next State's Exhibit, please. Now publishing your viewing State's Exhibit 80, Juliet. Dr. Pitts, is this a different vehicle from the last one that we just viewed?
Yes.
And what type of vehicle do you know this to be, if at all?
This is a Impala Chevrolet SS.
And does there appear to be any damage or defects to this vehicle?
Yes.
Where do you see them?
The back window.
All right. Is the back window fully intact, or does there seem to be some other type of damage?
It has a defect and it's shattered.
Showing you now Dr. Pitts State's Exhibit 82, Juliet. And what are we looking at here? Thank you.
Another drive-out tag or a temporary tag.
All right, and can you make out those digits and numbers?
14223-495.
And does there appear to be an expiration associated with those temporary tags?
Yes.
What is that date?
June 2nd, 2015.
Now, publishing 81, Juliet. Outside of the damage that you described to the back rear windshield, do you see any additional damage to this vehicle, Dr. Pitts?
It looks like there is damage to the front passenger door.
Do you see any damage to the rear passenger door?
It looks like it could be a scrape or a dent, but I would maybe need to zoom in some. What was the number again?
Yes, that is State's Exhibit for you. 81, Juliet.
Thank you. Yeah, it still appears to be maybe as if it's some type of scraping.
Okay. Do the windows appear to be shattered as the back windshield, or do they look intact from this view?
They appear to be intact.
Dr. Pitts, if you could zoom out just a bit, Ms. Knight, can you tell if this vehicle is parked properly within the space that it should be, or is there something different going on with this vehicle?
It's in 2 lanes.
Showing you now the next state's exhibit. 83 Juliet. And if we could just zoom in partially. Dr. Pitts, do you see any damage to this portion of the vehicle, the driver's side?
Not that I can say with certain.
Okay. And I want to go up to the top left-hand corner of this photo. Dr. Pitts, do you know any of those individuals that appear to be positioned in this photo?
I do not.
Okay. Did anyone come up to you and tell you that anything about these vehicles at all or anything?
No.
Okay. All right. Now showing you the next state's exhibit 84, Juliet. And if we could just zoom in just a little bit this night. Right. Dr. Pitts, do you see anything of value to you in your experience as a crime scene tech in terms of defects here?
No.
Okay. Now publishing 86 JJ. Right. Dr. Pitts, do you see thank you, Ms. Knight. Do you see any defects to this vehicle at all?
Yes.
Where do you see such defects?
Initially, I saw something on the front fender towards under the grill and then the windshield.
Okay. If we could move the cursor, Ms. Knight, is that where the cursor is about located? Is that where you're speaking about a defect?
Yes.
And can we move it to the windshield? Is that where the cursor located? Where about you are describing the second defect you observed?
Yes.
Okay. Now turning to the next state's exhibit for publication, and that is 88 Juliet. Dr. Pitts, what type of vehicle is this to your knowledge?
A Challenger?
Okay, and do you see a license plate or tag identifier associated with this vehicle?
Yes.
What type of digits are associated with this vehicle?
BBN 9843.
Right, and now, do you see any defects to this portion of the vehicle, the rear of the Challenger?
Are we able to zoom in a little?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now publishing the next state's exhibit, and that is states 90 Juliet. Dr. Pitts, do you see any defects here?
Yes.
And what do you see? Where is that defect?
The front windshield.
And when you process these vehicles in terms of photographs, did these vehicles remain on scene or were they ever transported somewhere else?
That I have no idea.
All right. And Dr. Pitts, in conclusion, did that conclude your involvement as to APD incident numbers 15-026-2672? For the first case that you dealt with?
2672 is the last four.
Let me restate that. As to all that you testified today, did that conclude your involvement with the first case that you testified about regarding APD case number 15-026-2672?
Yes.
Okay. As to the second case that you testified about, did all that you testified about conclude your involvement with respect to 15-118-028?
Yes.
And as to the last case to which you testified about, that being APD incident number 15-028-0046, Did that conclude your involvement with that?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
All right, thank you. Are there defense questions for this witness?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
No questions. Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Pitts.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. I just want to ask you a couple questions about your work on January 26th at 1007 Hill Street. Okay?
Okay.
All right. And if you need to refer to your reports, just let me know, and then that's fine. But we just need to, for the record, just make it clear that you're referring to your report. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. As I understand, you were the crime scene technician on that scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And were you the only crime scene technician on that scene?
Yes.
All right. And I understand your testimony is that you took a large amount of photographs and also collected shell cases.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're at a crime scene working as a crime scene tech, do you dictate your actions or do you follow the responding officer? How does that work?
It's based off of my discretion. The first responding officer really just briefs me during that initial walkthrough of what they've uncovered, but no, they do not tell me or lead me on how to process a crime scene.
Okay. And these shell casings, I believe your testimony is you've collected 65 documented and collected 65 shell casings from that scene. Is that correct?
Yes, based on my notes, yes.
Okay. And I'm not asking for an exact measurement, but with your fingers, I guess, could you show the jury how large these shell casings are?
Are we able to pull up a photo so I can make sure that I'm referencing the correct shell casing?
I believe it's the batch labeled GG.
Is it starting with 1 GG? Okay.
I know that there's some photos in there of different shell casings.
Maybe about this big.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, and they're made of metal,
Yes.
and the surface of these shell casings are smooth.
Yes, I guess. I'm not an expert in the manufacturing of shell casings.
Okay, well, when you collect them, do they appear to be smooth, the surface?
For the most part, yes.
All right. Are you familiar, as part of a crime scene technician's role, you're trained to collect fingerprints?
We are trained to process for fingerprints.
Okay, and thank you for that correction. When you say, you corrected me, I said collect, you said process. Could you explain what you mean by process?
So when you're processing a surface for fingerprints, there may not be a fingerprint that's even there to collect. And so in terms of saying collect, therefore there's something that you've brought to the surface and you're adding lifting tape, and then you are physically collecting that print off of that particular surface, and you can actually take it with you and turn it over.
Is there another process of processing? Is there another way to process for fingerprints that involves the use of super glue causing prints to rise.
So that is called cyanoacrylate, and yes,
And that process, cyanoacrylate?
correct.
Okay. The process using cyanoacrylate, that can be used on shell casings, correct?
Yes,
Okay. The 65 shell casings in this case, were they ever processed for fingerprints using cyanoacrylate?
cyanoacrylate, no, they were not.
Okay. And were they processed for fingerprints using any other method of processing evidence for prints?
Let me refer to my report. According to my report, no, I turned them over to the APD crime lab for ballistics testing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other defense counsel with questions for this witness? All right, any redirect? All right, thank you so much for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness.
State calls Prosecution Director Porter. On that report.
I'm just wondering why that person's not walking in the door right now. Y'all, the other person's been out, and there's no harm in them passing by each other. I actually, I'm not trying to be a stickler, but any little bit of time we can save, everybody would appreciate.
Okay. LaShantis Porter, LaShantisAntise, last name Porter, Porter.
Ms. Porter, good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Ms. Porter, did you change your name? Did your name change?
Yes,
And what did you go by formerly?
Hill,
Where do you currently work, Ms. Porter?
Atlanta Police Crime Scene Unit,
And how long have you worked for APD?
for 19 years.
Can you tell the jury what your current role is?
I am a crime scene director for the Atlanta Police Department.
And what are some of your responsibilities in that role?
I ensure that the crime scene technicians are doing their jobs properly, processing evidence properly, collecting evidence properly. I also manage our customer service section where they do background checks.
And how long have you been in that role?
For 3 months.
In 2014, strike that. Yeah, in 2014, what was your position?
A senior crime scene technician.
And what were some of your responsibilities as a senior crime scene technician?
Responding to crime scene calls, processing evidence, and assisting with training new hires.
Now, it's kind of important to distinguish. Are you a member of law enforcement?
Yes, however, I'm a civilian employee.
Are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
Now, Director Porter, I want to draw your attention to December 26, 2014. Were you working that day?
Yes,
And on that day, how long had you been working as a senior crime scene technician?
I believe about 2 to 3 years.
And were you on shifts or on call?
We were on shifts at the time.
And what was your shift?
I was 4 p.m. to 12 a.m.
Were you alone or with a partner?
I was alone.
So on December 26, 2014, were you dispatched to a shooting scene at 1097 Harwell Road, Southwest?
Yes,
Now, was this a business or residential area?
it was a business.
What business?
The Blue Flame.
Have you been to this business before?
At that time, I'm not sure if I had.
Is this business located in Fulton County?
Yes,
Do you know what time you were dispatched?
I was dispatched at 9:29 p.m.
Now, what was your job when you arrived on scene?
My job was to process the scene by taking photos and collecting the evidence that needed to be collected.
Now, is there a difference between searching for evidence and collecting evidence?
Yes.
What is that difference?
So if you're searching for evidence, you're combing the scene, looking for items of evidentiary value. Collecting, you have located those items and you are now collecting them for processing and submissions.
Did you search for any evidence in this case?
No, I didn't.
Did you collect any evidence in this case?
Yes,
What did you collect?
I collected 7 shell casings.
And where did you collect these shell casings from?
The shell cases were located in the parking lot of the business.
The Blue Flame.
Yes,
Did you happen to take any photographs?
yes, I did.
About how many photographs did you take?
I took 63 photographs.
You actually photographed, took your photograph?
Repeat the question.
Do you recall, do you recall where you actually took photographs that night?
They were toward the bottom, maybe toward the street of the parking lot.
And the shell casings that you collected, were they all of the same type?
No,
Did you take any prints from the casings?
the casings were processed for prints, but there were none of value lifted.
All right. What did you do with the shell casings you did collect?
Once they were collected and processed, they were submitted to our APD crime lab for ballistics analysis.
Did you perform any ballistics testing?
No,
Now, what did you do with the photographs?
the photographs were placed on a disc and sent to our photo lab.
Do you recall the case number of this particular incident?
No, I don't.
Would looking at your report help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes.
Let's take a look at that. And once you have a moment to look at it, look up at me. And what was that case number?
It was 143602137.
Now, would your crime scene report have the same report number as the APD report number?
Yes.
I am now showing you what's been marked as 33 delta through 96 delta. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And these have been previously served to Ms. Compton. All right. Take a moment to look at those. Your Honor, have you approached?
Yes. And if you can just do it here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Whenever you're ready.
Your Honor, these shell casings that were collected at 1097 Harwell Road, this location is just down the street from Club Crucial. It happened December 26, 2014, and it produced a knifing hit to 2905 Springdale Road, which occurred on January 28, 2015, one of the other cases that the state has presented evidence on.
Okay,
And so, Your Honor, as we're talking about the shootings and the violence that has occurred throughout this investigation, the shell casings, the fact that there is this knife and hit, it just shows various locations. We're not going to say this person had it in their hands, but the fact that there are knife and hits to locations that are in close proximity to locations where we know where we
I have no idea why it's doing that.
Testing. Where we know that other instances that have involved the groups of people that are an interest in this gang war have been seen and apprehended at. We believe that it's relevant because it tends to show that this particular firearm was used in at more than one location and more than one incident. So the connection of the locations by shell casings, it's not like it's 2 years earlier or it's 20 miles away. The proximity and temporal proximity of the locations are what we believe make it relevant.
All right, and which group is it that is alleged to, that the state's theory at least, committed this, you said Springdale Road in this?
Yes, so 2905 Springdale Road, yes, on January the 28th, which was,
right.
And Your Honor, we are not going to always in each case be able to say this person had this gun.
Right, but I mean, was this alleged to be 2 YSL shootings?
No,
or
the 2905 Springdale Road, just one second, was January 28th. Was the location of Miss Antrevia is a location of one of the witnesses that we have.
The Springdale Road?
Yes.
Right, and who is alleged to, or which group is alleged to have committed that shooting?
There was, during interviews, there was an allegation. The groups that were alleged to have been involved were the groups that are listed, YSL and F Gang. But I cannot say there.
So for the Blue Flame and then for Springdale Road, is YSL the group alleged to have committed those shootings?
Not for Blue Flame, we don't know. But the Springdale Road, there was an allegation that YSL committed the Springdale Road shooting.
Okay.
We don't know who committed the Blue Flame, but we do know that the shell casings that were at Springdale Road were also fired at the, they are producing knife and matches to a location just a mile away from Club Crucial in the latter part of December 2014.
All right, and is this Club Crucial, or not, I'm sorry, is this Blue Flame shooting anywhere in the indictment?
No, it's not that it's in the indictment. It's just that it's the proliferation of violence and the location of the amount of violence caused by these weapons that have been used in these various shootings, we believe is relevant.
Okay, and is the weapon that matches both of these also, was it found in the possession of anybody who's alleged to be a YSL co-conspirator?
No, let me make sure about that. Hang on.
Do y'all even have the weapon that these two things match?
No, we don't have the weapon. We have shell casings, but not the gun in this particular case. And so we don't, and we're in showing the back and forths, we're showing the amount of shootings.
Okay. So I know that for a lot of the different incidents, there is a theory that, you know, there is one shooting by one gang against another, and then the other gang retaliates against the first gang, and it goes back and forth, back and forth.
Right.
Is the Blue Flame shooting alleged to have been any part of that back and forth, back and forth?
We don't have that. We don't, in as much as we don't know who committed that, all that we know is that the weapons used there were knife and hits to.
Okay. So you just want to show that I assume we'll have some evidence that in some way ties YSL to the Springdale Road shooting, and you want to be able to show that somebody involved in that might have been involved in some other shooting, just to show that they shoot things up a lot.
Well, the count one of this indictment alleges exactly that.
Okay, but this isn't an overt act in count one of the indictment, right?
No, but it's it's not an overt act. No, the Blue Flame, no, but it is. I guess our position is it doesn't need to be an overt act to be proof of something that we are showing.
Has there been any prior notice about this? Any argument that it's 404B or intrinsic?
Well, we have not.
Yes or no?
No, I don't think we have. No.
All right, I'm going to sustain that relevance objection.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm going to exclude it based on relevance, 403, lack of notice.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Your Honor, in as much as it has produced a knife and hit, and that they have known, we have provided that information from day one. This is not something that has been kept. And in as much as it is a firearm that has been used in a shooting that we believe was committed by and perpetrated by one of the, or at least a member or associate of the enterprise that we're talking about for a reason.
Okay. Well, I asked you if you had anything that tied this gun to a particular YSL co-conspirator, and you said no.
I'm sorry, we said that 2905 Springdale Road is a location that we have heard from interviews that a YSL person shot up. We don't have a particular YSL person. And the fact that that same firearm was used less than a month, about a month earlier at a location about a mile away from where other YSL shootings occurred, we believe that makes it intrinsic. We've not argued, the court asked us, had we argued that? We have not argued it, no, but we do believe that it's intrinsic, it's definitely relevant. The jury could draw the conclusion that this same firearm was used in a different location. It would then be part of the evidence showing the nature of the enterprise that is described and alleged in count one. So in as much as the relevance, we believe, is that this firearm that we believe was used by a YSL member is used in another location, showing the level of the type of violence, showing the nature of the acts committed by the enterprise. We believe that it certainly meets the very, very, very low burden of relevance, and we believe it meets it. It's more than, the small burden required to be relevant.
Okay, well, maybe relevance wasn't the right.
And in as much as it's intrinsic, there's not notice that's required for intrinsic evidence. Evidence is just proving an element of count one. So there's no 404B analysis. There's nothing that has been argued or that suggests that somehow this would cause the jury to convict either of the defendants on grounds other than those alleged in the indictment. So we believe that it's relevant, pertinent, intrinsic, and admissible, and should not be subject to that extreme sanction of exclusion, given that this is something that has been, this particular NIBA match, this particular information has been made known to the defense since the beginning of this case back in 2022. So we would ask that the court not exclude this information. And this is not a witness that is going to take a very long time. We have 2 photographs that we're going to publish. We have, I think, about maybe 30 that she took, but 60 that she took, but 2 that we were going to publish.
All right, well, maybe I misunderstood a little bit about what Mr. Smith was saying at the bench. It sounded, and that may be my fault. I thought he was saying the night and match was something that just got learned this week.
No.
So that was my misunderstanding. No. Maybe you just meant, I don't know what you meant. So you said something about things that had just occurred this week.
Well, we just put these witnesses back on the list. But no.
Okay. So I'll hear from the defense.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of irrelevant police reports that are included in discovery.
Talk into your mic, please.
There are many, many irrelevant police reports and irrelevant incidents that are included in discovery. So just because the state put in discovery and we didn't jump up and down doesn't all of a sudden make something relevant or past 403. Your Honor, what the state is not telling you, and quite honestly, I don't think they're being a little misleading. The 2905 Springdale Road address.
Yes.
That's in Trivia Smith's house. No one was ever charged with that. There's no solid evidence whatsoever. The state wants to say, oh, well, we believe YSL is involved. They didn't say a name. They didn't say anyone that's allegedly did the shooting. They have no idea. And, they also know from the discovery, if we're being honest about it, in the discovery, there's several references to Shell Kell shooting up 2905 Springdale Road. Nothing's funny about this. And the reality is they have no clue. The police have no clue. No one was charged with it. And now they want to bring in a separate incident that involves a man, it appears from me reading the police report, a man, Mr. Strozier, who's targeted outside Blue Flame, waiting on his wife to cash out, probably a robbery. Mr. Strozier has no relation that I know of to either YSL or If Gang or anything else that would suggest this is a back and forth shooting between the 2 groups. This has nothing to do with anything.
Your Honor, if I may respond briefly. Contrary to the belief, I guess, by counsel for defendant Stillwell regarding the information that we provided to the court heard me say, and I maintained what address was at that location. I started to say the name and then I chose not to say all of it, but it is alleged at that time that she had begun seeing Kelvin Watts. And this is the precipitation of the providing of that video where we see Antonio Sledge and Quindarius Zachary saying we ain't going back and forth. She provided this to the police after this shooting, right after this shooting. That's how she interfaced with Detective Dennis. So while a member of YSL, I think Mr. Zachary said something to the effect of, well, somebody said Shell Kell shot it up. But at the time that this shooting happened, she was dating Mr. Watts. And so there was, it was said sort of sheepishly, the court can hear it, it'll come in, I believe, during other testimony. But the idea that I'm certain there would be a desire that everything that we put in here is considered irrelevant, but it's not, simply because an assertion is made by, one of the accused that it's not relevant. It is in fact relevant. It does not, there's nothing that warrants its exclusion. It meets the very low requirement for relevance, and arguments to the contrary don't take into account the information I believe we've just shared with the court. And no one has ever said anything about the victim in this case. We're not bringing up his name. We're not trying to say he has anything to do with it. But guess what? A lot of the other shootings that occurred, for instance, the location of Miss B, she wasn't an intended target. And that's one of the themes here. We see people who aren't intended targets getting affected by the violence that's perpetrated by persons on behalf of this enterprise. And so in as much as that person's name,
Do you have any evidence that the shooting at the Blue Flame was perpetrated on behalf of, at the direction of YSL?
Your Honor, what the evidence that we have that we believe suggests that a member of YSL was involved in that is a knife hit
Right.
to the.
Okay. A member of YSL was involved in that is not the same as it was done at the direction of, in furtherance of YSL.
And Your Honor,
so
I get that.
All you have is that the gun used here is suspected to have, was apparently the same gun used at the Springdale Road location, which is suspected to have been done by a YSL member, but could equally have been done by somebody who's not YSL, under the theory that, I mean,
Your Honor,
it's
circumstantial evidence.
right? It is circumstantial evidence.
It is.
All right. Right. And I mean, yes, you can prove your case based on circumstantial evidence. You have a right to do that. But I do not find that this Blue Flame incident is intrinsic to the issues in this indictment. So I am excluding it. All right. So does that mean that we're done with this witness?
Your Honor, if the court's going to exclude that one, then we'll.
Your Honor, can we just have a instruction to the jury to just strike the testimony about this incident?
Well, they hadn't heard much of anything yet anyway, but yes. All right.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that, given that the court has decided that it has not heard very much, there's nothing that's prejudicial to anyone that's been presented. We would ask that the court simply allow the state to have no further questions and move forward. They haven't even seen the photographs. And so to strike the information, there's nothing that has been in any way that could, they consider harmful. So we'd ask that.
Well, it's not harmful, but I mean, we don't want to be confusing the jury, so I'll just tell them to disregard it. You can certainly put her back on the stand and say, thank you, no further questions, but then I'm going to turn around and say, disregard all that testimony.
Baby, that judge is gutting that motherfucking case. I if something, and I gotta go back and listen to it. I had to nod it and I caught it the end of it. But the judge knows how the Rico goes. And if someone is a member of YSL that did something, Now, I don't know. Now, see, I don't know if this has happened. And if those 3 Bs haven't been, what the judge was kind of saying, they was at the direction of whatever. Now, if y'all don't mind, let me roll that back, cause like this is some bullshit, like, oh my God, and the way the judge is, she will allow personal shit cross over into her professional opinion. And she got a problem with Miss Love, and I get it. I mean, shit,
Was involved in that is a knife in hit.
Right.
Hold on.
YSL, I think Mr. Zachary.
Hold on.
Your Honor, what the state is not telling you, and quite honestly, I don't think they're being a little misleading. The 2905 Springdale Road address.
Yes.
That's in Trivia Smith's house. No one was ever charged with that. There's no solid evidence whatsoever. The state wants to say, oh, well, we believe YSL is involved. They didn't say a name. They didn't say anyone that's allegedly did the shooting. They have no idea. And, they also know from the discovery, if we're being honest about it, in the discovery, there's several references to Shell Kell shooting up 2905 Springdale Road. Nothing's funny about this. And the reality is they have no clue. The police have no clue. No one was charged with it. And now they want to bring in a separate incident that involves a man, it appears from me reading the police report, a man, Mr. Strozier, who's targeted outside Blue Flame, waiting on his wife to cash out, probably a robbery. Mr. Strozier has no relation that I know of to either YSL or If Gang or anything else that would suggest this is a back and forth shooting between the two groups. This has nothing to do with anything.
Your Honor, if I may respond briefly. Contrary to the belief, I guess, by counsel for defendant Stillwell regarding the information that we provided to the court heard me say, and I maintained what address was at that location. I started to say the name and then I chose not to say all of it, but it is alleged at that time that she had begun seeing Kelvin Watts. And this is the precipitation of the providing of that video where we see Antonio Sledge and Quindarius Zachary saying we ain't going back and forth. She provided this to the police after this shooting, right after this shooting. That's how she interfaced with Detective Dennis. So while a member of YSL, I think Mr. Zachary said something to the effect of, well, somebody said Shell Kell shot it up. But at the time that this shooting happened, she was dating Mr. Watts. And so there was, it was said sort of sheepishly, the court can hear it, it'll come in, I believe, during other testimony. But the idea that I'm certain there would be a desire that everything that we put in here is considered irrelevant, but it's not, simply because an assertion is made by, one of the accused that it's not relevant. It is in fact relevant. There's nothing that warrants its exclusion. It meets the very low requirement for relevance, and arguments to the contrary don't take into account the information I believe we've just shared with the court. And no one has ever said anything about the victim in this case. We're not bringing up his name. We're not trying to say he has anything to do with it. But guess what? A lot of the other shootings that occurred, for instance, the location of Miss B, she wasn't an intended target. And that's one of the themes here. We see people who aren't intended targets getting affected by the violence that's perpetrated by persons on behalf of this enterprise. And so in as much as that person's name, Do you
have any evidence that the shooting at the Blue Flame was perpetrated on behalf of, at the direction of YSL?
Your Honor, what the evidence that we have that we believe suggests that a member of YSL was involved in that is a Nibin hit to
Right.
the.
Okay. A member of YSL was involved in that is not the same as it was done at the direction of, in furtherance of YSL.
And Your Honor, I
So
get that.
all you have is that the gun used here is suspected to have, was apparently the same gun used at the Springdale Road location, which is suspected to have been done by a YSL member, but could equally have been done by somebody who's not YSL under the theory that, I mean,
Your Honor,
it's
circumstantial evidence.
right? It is circumstantial evidence.
It is
All right. Right. And I mean, yes, you can prove your case based on circumstantial evidence. You have a right to do that. But I do not find that this Blue Flame incident is intrinsic to the issues in this indictment. So I am excluding it. All right. So does that mean that we're done with this witness?
Sure. Okay, so she's excluding it because it's not intrinsic, meaning that you cannot form an actual conclusion using that particular piece of evidence. Okay. Oh Lord. Oh God. So hold on. Let me let it play because I don't want to run out of tape like I did last night.
Your Honor, if the court's going to exclude that one, then we'll.
Your Honor, can we just have a instruction to the jury to just strike?
Yes.
The testimony
We
about
will
this
add-
Well, they hadn't heard much of anything yet anyway. but
Every
yes.
opportunity. And he's doing his job.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that, given that the court has decided that it has not heard very much, there's nothing that's prejudicial to anyone that's been presented. We would ask that the court simply allow the state to have no further questions and move forward. They haven't even seen the photographs. And so to strike the information, there's nothing that has been in any way that could, they consider harmful. So we'd ask that.
Well, it's not harmful, but I mean, we don't want to be confusing the jury, so I'll
This
just
is
tell
already
them
on
to
the record, so
disregard.
I'm gonna talk over it.
You can certainly put her back on the stand
judge,
and
so
say,
she gave her version
thank
of
you,
3B.
no further questions, but then I'm going to turn around and say, disregard all that testimony.
I'll
If you want me to say it in a way that,
after thinking about it,
you want to come up with a particular way for me to potentially say it, I'm willing to consider it.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The court will allow
Anybody
us.
need to use the restroom while we're on break anyway? Yes. Okay.
Your
Think
Honor.
about it. Well, let's try to take, yes.
And when you come back, or I can do it now.
We can do it now.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the court asked me some questions regarding any objections I have to a
Yes.
911 call.
Yes.
I'd like to be heard at the court's
Okay.
pleasure.
Yeah, that's fine. If we want to do that now.
We want to
Break
craft
and
it.
then-
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, please.
Okay, we'll break. We'll do the crafting of the instruction. We'll take the 911 issue up. You can let the jury know it'll be at least. Does anybody have any suggestions? One thing that I have a concern with about it is just the use of the word "we" are removing.
The court is removed. I
Well-
don't know what state. So what is the we?
Is that the one in green?
So yeah, that's the one in green, Your Honor. Would the court mind advising when the court says the problem is with the word "we"? I don't have a problem with any pronoun. The state, the court. I don't know.
I know, love. She got you all shook. You should have checked it. See, that's you. You should have. If you don't know by now how to get your shit together and to check a bitch professionally, and she can't fire you. She can, remove you from this, but not for that reason, because you done got her to motherfucking let her know. Huh? Like, girl. What kind of shit is this? Now, and let me explain. So, can't come in because the judge says It's not extrinsic, meaning you can't get a finding of fact. Like you can't say, all right, you can't get the truth pretty much right out of that piece of evidence because you don't know. It might have been used, whatever. It's not. It's different if it was direct, right? Saying this was used, and we have a witness that saw him use the gun or something like that. Something, you understand what I'm saying? So that would be more direct, and it would be a witness to, support that. This is circumstantial because we don't know who really did it. The gun is tied to the scene, but we don't know who really did it. But they said such and such did it, and we said because somebody said it on FaceTime that that's not acceptable to prove those three B's. And even as loose of a requirement is the Rico. You know what I'm saying? I went over that pretty much yesterday. It doesn't even fall really in the conspiracy because she can't prove if it was conspiratorial. She can't prove if it's an overact or in furtherance of. Can't prove any of that. So I'm with the judge on that 100% on that. It's just love. Come on, baby. Like, and now you got this lady up here. Now you might be running into a 403, running a file of 403, which is gonna confuse the jury if they done sat up there to listen to shit. And I said, no, don't listen to it. Oh my God. But y'all, another thing I was thinking about while I was, and this is just a Diddy thing. Hey, like, what is going on with all that oil and stuff like that? I personally, I don't want nobody all oiled up and glistening and looking like a damn fool. Regular lotion is okay. I'm talking about on their body, not their body for sex. You don't really need that. You can keep. You don't need to buy none of that. But what I'm saying is, like, I'm just saying, like a person that put out, you know how them bodybuilders be all looking like a damn fool, all shiny and shit, looking like they just been in the rain 24/7 and shit. That's just not. I wonder what he needed all that oil for. Who is letting somebody put baby oil? And that's a yeast infection now. Or that's butthole, butt action shit. Somebody's getting around my tam in the ass. Well, let me play this thing because I don't want to run out of things because my mind be all over the place. Oh, Lord.
This court is
hang on, I haven't gotten anything from y'all, Mr. Steele, and maybe that you just sent it to Ms. Persfield and she'll be in here in just a minute, but you want to just tell me what it is?
Yeah.
Your Honor, it reads, ladies and gentlemen, you are hereby ordered to disregard in its entirety the testimony of the last witness. State may call its next witness.
Okay. I mean, I was just going to say you are to disregard the testimony of the last witness, but I understand if you want some sort of a reason why, but it's not.
Your Honor, if I may, the other thing is, Your Honor, the court asked us specific questions, and I understand that what the court's ruling is regarding relevance and the admissibility of that evidence. We asked in the second email to the court that it was just a follow-up. It was the same thing. It was just a follow-up with a parenthetical at the bottom that the court allowed, should the state have additional information to present to the court regarding this matter, that we may ask for reconsideration. And that is the only reason that I asked that the court tell the jury that the court, whoever the court wishes, it's being removed. The evidence of incident 1-4
Had she already said the incident number?
I believe she had, didn't you have? She had, that is all that she had said. I think did she say the yeah, she had said the incident number and location. She had never said a person's name, and we had not shown or published any photographs or tendered any photographs.
All right, I'll hear from anybody as to this.
Your Honor, I just would like the instruction that we gave or asked for in writing. If you don't have it, it's what I read out. And
I'm just gonna say at this time, you're to disregard the testimony of the last witness.
okay.
That way the at this time's in there, and if it comes up later, great.
And the bigger problem
Thank
with
you, Your Honor.
with this is the state is saying we have evidence from somebody that they never disclosed to us. We've asked for expert reports. We've gotten zero. And that's been the problem the whole time.
I'm confused now about what you're talking
sure.
about. Evidence of what? Evidence that a YSL member committed the Springdale
Yeah. So it's,
thing? Well, I don't know that that would be an expert.
well, what they're saying is gang experts go out and interview people, but we don't have any of those interviews. So we're just, trusting the word of Miss Love. And that happens all the time because we don't get an expert report by saying, why is the blue flame linked to this crime besides just a random hit on a computer database? But that's besides the point. I understand we have a jury. I don't want it to read. We don't want it to read the incident. It sounds like the court is saying that it happened. It has something to do with this case. We just want to say disregard the witness's testimony. The state can call its next witness.
All right. Let's get that jury out. Oh, gosh, you're right. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Short attention span sometimes. Was there something else on this, Ms. Love, before we move to the 911?
No, Your Honor. The court intends to get the
I'm just going to say at this time, you're to disregard the testimony of the last witness.
Thank you. And whenever Mr. Matthews has this.
So Judge, good afternoon. There's a 911 call that is going to be planned to be introduced by the state. It's from a March 12th, 2020 theft of a vehicle call. Your Honor, I have had an opportunity to listen to the 911 call. And based on the 911 call, Your Honor, it's our position that that call is a testimonial call that would be excluded under the confrontation clause.
I need to listen to it. Do you know how long after?
It's about a minute or two.
Oh, no,
couple
I
minutes.
meant how long after the incident it came in?
How long after? Oh, yes. So according to the 911 call, it was the caller said that over an hour ago, the theft took place.
All right, I'll take a listen.
Okay.
If somebody can cue that up for me.
Okay. While they're queuing it up, Your Honor, I would submit that when you listen to the call, it's not going to indicate that it's thwarting an ongoing crime. It's not going to be to seek any assistance in any situation involving immediate danger. And the callers, Chandler Durham or this other person, hasn't been called as a witness. We've never had an opportunity to cross-examine this person at any prior proceedings or anything of that nature. So this will be the first time. So that's what makes it, in our opinion, testimonial. And the cases that I'd like to cite for the court is going to be two cases, Pitts versus the state, 280 Georgia, 288. That's an 06 case. It's been cited several times. It was one of the recent sightings on it was McCord versus the state, 305 Georgia, 318. It's a 2019 case.
Right.
This is not a present citizen impression call that you're about to hear, in our opinion.
Mr. Atkins is queuing that up for the court.
Thank you.
Atlanta 911 operator 7434. What's the location of your emergency?
500 Bishop Street,
500 Bishop Street, you need police, fire, and ambulance.
Sweet C.
Sweet C, you need police, fire, and ambulance.
I can't hear you.
Do you need police, fire, or an ambulance?
Police.
And that's Sweet C, Charlie.
Say that again.
It's Sweet letter C, Charlie.
Yeah, sweet letter C as in Charlie, yeah.
Okay, is this a business, a house, apartment?
It's a business.
What's the name of it?
Conoco.
Conoco, okay, and what's going on at Conoco? Why you need an officer?
Stolen car.
Your car was stolen from this location?
Yeah, well, not my car, one of my clients' car was stolen.
Okay. What color is the vehicle?
It's a black vehicle.
Is the owner of the vehicle there?
Yes, he is.
Okay, can you ask him what year it is?
It's 2019.
And what type of car is it?
It's a Dodge a Hellcat Red Eye.
So is that a Challenger or a Charger?
Challenger.
You said Hellcat?
Yes.
Okay, do we have the tag number available?
Oh, 1 second.
Do we have a description of the person who took the vehicle?
No, I don't.
When was it taken? Today?
Yeah, about 30 minutes ago. What time it is? So about an hour. I guess it's been about an hour. I think a little over an hour.
And this is your first time calling?
Yep.
Okay. The vehicle owner, what's that person's name?
Hello.
Yes, it's 911. May I have your name?
My name is Chandler. First name Chandler, last name Durham. Durham.
Okay, Mr. Durham, what's your phone number?
404-502-2953.
That's 404-502-2953?
Yeah.
And so they also know this you. Tell me what you're wearing. What color shirt and pants?
I have on a black hoodie and green sweatpants.
Black hoodie, green sweatpants. Are you a black, white, Hispanic, or Asian male?
Black.
And will you be inside or outside of the location?
I'm outside.
Okay. And do you have the tag number to your vehicle?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it right.
And is it registered in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Do you see the VIN number? You have a VIN number?
Let me look on my insurance. I might have a number for it. See if I can find my code. No, I don't have a VIN number.
Okay. So by the time the officer arrives, you'll need the VIN number or the tag number. I would advise you to go ahead and call your insurance company and ask them for it because they'll be able to give it to you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right.
So, Your Honor, the caller initially says, I don't know if the court heard it, but I heard it, says, need a police report. It's number one. There were two callers on the call. One was the owner of the business. The second one was the victim of the theft of the vehicle. And that description that the court heard, that was the description of Chandler Durham, who says, I have on a black hoodie, I'll be
Yeah.
outside, so
Seems
forth.
like they
When the-
switched the phone over.
They switched the
after
phone
a few
over.
minutes to say, for him to give the details.
Right, and Durham says, hey, I have a black hoodie
Yeah.
on, green pants, I'll be outside when the police get there. So the police get there and then they do some further questioning. So in our, based on the law, Your Honor, this is a testimonial call. It doesn't involve a present sense impression, Your Honor. The court heard the call. And it was over an hour after the theft of the vehicle. So it's not to thwart an ongoing crime. And it's not to seek any assistance in a situation involving any danger. They don't know who took the car. They have no other information other than the car is gone when they discover it. So they call in to make a report, have a police officer come out there. Thank you, Judge.
I hear from the state.
Yes, Judge. Your Honor, clearly this call was made to report the theft of this person's property. He's not trying to implicate anyone, to get anyone in any trouble for any kind of litigation. He's trying to get his car back. And the only thing that he's describing, I believe in all of the cases that we've looked at to, or at least previously with the court's predecessor, when the court was evaluating whether or not it considered a call to be testimonial, and for the purposes of future litigation, it involved a situation where, for instance, someone called to report not an ongoing emergency, but he's violating his probation or something like that. In this case, Judge, the man's car had just gotten stolen. Even if maybe he had to walk around the parking lot for an hour and he, it's really gone. But the fact remains, it was gone and he was trying to get it back. He didn't give anyone's description but his own. And he's telling them, I'll be out here waiting on you. So I don't believe that this falls into the category of testimonial, and we believe that it should be admitted, Your Honor.
All right. Do you have any case law about, because it's not to report a crime in progress. The crime already occurred. And it maybe, we don't know whether they just discovered it, even though it occurred in 30 minutes to an hour ago or not. We don't have that information, but it's not a crime in progress and it's not to avert immediate danger. It still also may not be something that anybody objectively would know would be used in a future prosecution. They don't seem to be saying, we think it was, the big bad wolf who stole my car. We're just saying my car's gone. So do you have anything that covers that kind of a situation in case law?
Your Honor, I can be with the court's permission, getting it while we're putting up other pieces of.
All right, she's not our next witness anyway, right? Miss Latner's. Okay,
right.
All right. I will, understanding what the issue is, get back to y'all with a ruling before she takes the stand.
Thank you.
Okay, so do you have your next witness available?
Yes.
All right, let's get the jury out.
Your Honor, while the jury's coming in, can you just also, I just want to put on the record, because you excluded that last witness, that's also on the NIBIN chart, if that could be removed by the state.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's not in evidence yet, right? The NIBIN chart?
No, we put a NIBIN chart in evidence.
Are you going to ever?
No. Not that includes something that the court excluded. Nope.
Okay, well, make sure that it gets removed from the chart, even if the chart gets used as a demonstrative.
Yes, Your
Thank you
Honor.
for bringing that to our attention.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the jury. Okay, that's good. Well, hopefully they can get this set up. I'm sorry, hold just a second. We need the witness to be excused again. Can we ask you to step back out for a second?
Yes.
Oh, well, but stay really close because we might need you in here again. Just stand at the door for us. Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. We're requesting that this not be filmed.
Okay, is there any issue with that? I don't know.
Detective Starks.
John,
Y'all come on up here. Yes. Yeah, that's what I figured, is that nobody said that before he walked in as the next witness. So. And honestly, y'all, even like, y'all keep skipping around. You will tell everybody it's going to be witnesses A, B, C, D, and E. And then it's witness A, witness E, witness D, witness B. I mean, y'all can't keep your order straight either. He was supposed to be the last witness of the day. At 1:30, when we came back from lunch, he was listed as the last witness of the day. And y'all can change it around if you want to, but.
And not only that, Your Honor, but circumstances obviously change and we have to adjust, and it's.
Okay, well, I mean, I cannot help the fact, he also, I don't think, was listed on the media email from last Friday.
Your Honor,
probably because you didn't know that he was going to be a witness this
right,
week. But.
Right. We didn't know that he was going to be a witness. So we're asking, Your Honor, that he not, that his face not be.
Y'all knew he was going to be a witness this morning, and you don't bother to think about, oh, by the way, until he's already here on the stand being filmed.
Your Honor, if the court remembers, the reason that we give a list of a number of witnesses is so that we are not in the position that we will not be in a position like yesterday where the court has admonished that we are not to have no one out there. And so as we arrange and rearrange,
I'm not faulting you for not having him on last week's list because things changed, but I am saying that if you have concerns about a witness being filmed, then please raise it maybe that morning, if that's the first you know you're going to call that witness, and not after the witness is in the courtroom and has been filmed.
I don't disagree.
Okay, because there is nothing I can do about the fact that he was filmed. So with regard to further filming of him,
we are asking that he not be further filmed.
Okay.
Please.
And I think that given the reason given that is reasonable, so I don't have a problem with that. Anybody have a problem with that? Media does not, that are in the courtroom, defense attorneys, nobody has a problem. All right, fantastic. And that, what have we been doing? Just last initial?
No, we, with respect to the name, I don't think that we've been concealing the name. We've just not been showing the faces. So I don't, let me make sure about that because.
Well, what is in the order says that anything that displays the name, display first initial, last initial, and so.
Yes, that part.
As well. Okay, and then, but audio is fine, right? Just not the victim, I mean, the witness's face,
right.
Not the witness's name.
Right, thank you.
All righty, so let's stop the filming, get him on the stand.
You almost stopped filming altogether.
Oh, I think so. Beats me.
Officer is present, counsel.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you will notice that there's a different witness in front of you right now. And I'm going to instruct you at this time, you are to disregard the testimony of the last witness. If you'll swear this witness for us.
Yes, I'm Javaria Starks, JARVARIOUS. Last name is Starks, STARKS.
Good afternoon, Detective Starks.
Good afternoon.
Detective Starks, where do you work?
I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been there?
I've been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department since 2012.
What is your current position with APD?
I'm currently a detective with the Atlanta Police Department.
Back in November 2020, what was your position?
I was a detective.
What are some of your responsibilities as a detective?
I investigate things such as robberies, homicides, auto thefts, entering autos, burglaries, shoplifting.
And are you post-certified?
I am.
And have you maintained that post-certification throughout your career?
I have.
I want to turn your attention to November 24th, 2020. Now, did you respond to a call at 4275 Walton Crossings, apartment 3216?
Yes, sir, I did.
And is that location in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
And what is this location? Is it apartment, business? What is it?
It's an apartment complex.
And was it a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment that you responded to?
I believe it was a 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom.
Now, can you orient the jury on why you were called?
Yes. So I responded to the location to assist with a search warrant. The warrant was for a person and for ammunition, guns, and cellular devices.
Now, when you responded to the call, were you alone or were you with a partner?
I was transported to the apartment complex with Sergeant Price, and we met other people there, the people who actually executed the warrant and other members of my team.
Do you typically travel with a partner?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Now, you mentioned that you were there to aid in the assistance of the search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you arrived at the location, were you assigned to a specific area to search?
When I arrived to this apartment, I started searching around the bedroom and closet area of the apartment.
Why did you search that area?
When I initially came to the apartment, I was escorted in and they showed me stuff that was already found. So I just started that way.
Did you find anything in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find?
In the closet, I found a rifle. Also located in the closet inside of a shoebox, I found a shoebox with a driver license and passport and other cards that belong to Chandler Durham.
Do you know who the residence was of this apartment complex? Or
I believe it was a female. I don't remember her name.
what did you do with the items that you found?
The items that I found, I gave it to Investigator Belknap because he was the lead investigator on the search warrant.
And did you or Belknap prepare the search warrant for that residence?
Investigator Belknap prepared the search warrant.
Did you prepare a report in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
wearing body camera that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm now showing you what's been pre-marked as states 3, Paul, and 4, Paul. Take a look at those.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir.
And what are they?
It's a rifle that I located in the closet, and the ID of Chandler Durham that I located in the shoebox was within inside of the closet.
Are they a fair and accurate representation of the items depicted on your body cam that day?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit 3 Papa and 4 Papa.
All right, those are admitted.
I'm now going to publish 3 Papa. And Detective Starks, what are we, tell the jury what is depicted in 3 Papa?
Yes, sir. It's an ID of Chandler Durham that I located within the shoebox inside of a closet.
And what else was in that shoebox?
A passport, I believe some debit cards, credit cards of Chandler Durham.
You may.
Detective Starks, that ID, what was the name on that ID?
I believe it was Chandler Durham.
And what else did you locate or find in that shoebox?
It was a passport and I believe some debit cards.
And did those items bear the name Chandler Durham as well?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish 4 Papa. And Detective Starks, what are we, tell the jury, what are we looking at here?
Yes, sir. We're looking at a rifle that was located inside of the apartment closet.
And where was this? I know it was in the closet, but where was this located?
On the shelf, I believe, inside the bedroom closet.
And the items that you found, what did you do with the rifle and the box containing the identification materials?
I notified Investigator Badnap and he took collection of the evidence.
Did you do anything else?
No, sir.
Brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right, are there any next questions?
Detective Starks, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. My name is Carrington Matthews, and I represent Mr. Marquavius Huey in these proceedings.
Yes, sir.
You have been a police officer with Atlanta Police Department since 2012?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were part of a team that conducted a search warrant. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I understand it was in November 24th or so, 2020, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were not the only person that was there doing the search warrant, correct?
I was not the only one there. You're correct.
Okay. My understanding is that you did not prepare a report, correct?
You're correct.
Okay. And my understanding is that there were a couple items that you just testified to and you talked about that you located, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have arrest powers, right?
Yes.
You have the ability to take out warrants for people when you believe that something awry has happened and a crime's been committed, correct?
Yes.
Can you look at this jury and can you tell them that you took out a warrant for a rifle found at this particular location for Mr. Marquavius Huey?
I did not.
You had the ability to do it, right?
Yes.
You did not.
You're correct, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about the items in the shoebox. The items that you just talked about, you're not aware of any of those items that we just talked about being the result of any crimes that you took out a warrant for on November 24, 2020 for Mr. Marquavius Huey.
I did not take out any warrants dealing with the apartments or context in the apartments.
You had the ability to take out a warrant if you believe that a crime had occurred with respect to these items that were located in a shoebox, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is November 24th or so, 2020. Did you take out any warrants in 2021 for these items that you just talked about?
No.
Did you take out a warrant or anything of that nature in 2022 for the items that you just talked about?
No.
And to this date, you've not taken out any warrants for any items that you found with respect to a rifle located at that location, correct?
You're correct, sir.
And the same would be for the items that you just talked about with respect to the shoebox, correct?
You're correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk about a couple other things. So this would have been a November 24, 2020 search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you locate a 5-star gold ring at this location?
No, sir.
Did you locate a bracelet, a gold bracelet or necklace or anything of that nature that you collected at this location that you believe was part of any type of crime?
No, sir.
Let's talk about, I think in the search warrant, detective, you talked about a need or desire to look for cellular phone information at that location, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you locate any cellular phone that would belong to anyone that would be the name Gary Holloman?
I located the cell phone on the couch.
Right.
And I turned it to Investigator Belknap. That's as far as I went with the cell phone. I didn't try to find the owner of the cell phone.
Okay. So there's one cell phone that you said you found. To your knowledge, as you sit here today and you look at this jury, you have no knowledge or information that a cell phone belonged to a Gary Holloman, correct?
I found the cell phone on the couch. I don't know who it belonged to.
Okay.
And I turned it over to Investigator Belknap.
You have no information or evidence that any cell phone was found belonging to a Domitia Coppage, correct?
You're correct. I don't know who the cell phone belonged to.
Okay. Just 1 second, Your Honor. Beg the court's indulgence. You did not locate strike that. Those are my questions. Thank you, Detective Starks.
Yes, sir.
Any other defense questions? Nope, nope, nope. Okay, any redirect? Go ahead.
Detective Starks, was this your case?
It was not my case.
Okay, whose case was it?
Investigator Belknap.
And for a search warrant to be valid, does it have to contain information that the evidence of a crime is likely to be found?
Sustained.
What does a search warrant have to contain in order for it to contain evidence, information? Strike that. Let me ask a better question. What does a search warrant have to contain? Does it have to contain information that evidence of a crime is likely to be found at the place to be searched?
Again, Your Honor, that would be a leading question and also foundation.
Sustained.
Detective Starks, did you prepare the search warrant in this case?
I did not.
And as a detective, did you assist Belknap in the preparation of this case?
Objection asked and answered.
Did you assist? I'm sorry, who?
Objection to vague as well.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Okay.
What additional steps did you take in the execution of this search warrant?
The execution of the search warrant, I searched.
But I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered. Additional steps.
I don't know about additional steps. Overruled.
I searched and I advised Investigator Belknap of my findings inside the apartment.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Thank you for your time. You may step down.
Oh, yeah, have a nice one.
Do y'all have a relatively short witness? Like an hour or less? Okay, bring them on.
The state calls to share letters.
Okay, y'all approach real fast.
Raise your right hand. This is my first testimony given by the truth, oath, and the truth.
I do.
First, last name, of course, down into that mic, please.
Yeah, it's Christopher Collins. Spelling on that is CHRISTOPHER. and last name is Collins.
And Mr. Collins, were you formerly in law enforcement?
I was.
And how long ago were you in law enforcement?
I think I left being a police officer in 2019.
And when you were a law enforcement officer, how many agencies did you work for?
2,
And what were those 2 agencies?
City of Atlanta and the Roswell Police Department.
I want to take you to your time as a City of Atlanta Police Department, with the City of Atlanta Police Department. When did you work for the City of Atlanta?
2013 to 2016.
And when you worked for the City of Atlanta, what ranking did you have?
Just police officer.
Did you work in a specific zone?
Zone 3.
And did you work a specific beat?
Yes, 13. It's 13's beat in zone 3.
And generally, where is that beat located?
That's like the furthest southeast you kind of get in the city. It's like if you were to cut like a pie of the city of Atlanta, start at Turner Field and go south.
What main roads were in the 1313?
Cleveland Avenue, Browns Mill Road, Jonesboro Road, and 285 actually cuts through the bottom of it.
Okay. You got permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy number 124 triple C and 1 triple E. Tell me if you recognize what's in Stacy's exhibit 124 triple C and 1 triple E.
Okay, triple C, that's 2905 Springdale Road. It's a apartment complex. And then the other one is a house off of Ruby H. Harper, which is right near Browns Mill Road, near the old Atlanta Police Academy.
And looking at Stacy's exhibit 124 triple C, is the location of Springdale Road, is that in the 1313 beat?
No, that's in 311's beat.
And is it 311, is it 313 or 1313?
1313, so when you like it would be 313's beat.
Okay.
So the 1 means morning watch. Just going off of my basic memory from when I was a police officer. But yeah, that would be 311's beat.
And then
That's 13.
1 triple E would be 313's beat.
Correct.
And does this appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of streets? First at 124 triple C, that's in 311's beat. And then for 1 triple E, that's in 313.
Correct.
This kind of state would like the tender as a demonstrative 124 triple C and 1 triple.
Okay, 124 triple C and 1 triple E. They're admitted.
And first, I'd like to publish 1. We won't publish anything yet because we're having technical difficulties. I want to direct your attention to January 11th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to a 3424 Ruby H. Harper Drive?
Yes,
And is that in Atlanta, Georgia?
it is.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
That was a shots fired call. I believe there was property damaged. There have been
And did you
weapons
respond to that
discharge.
location with any other officers?
Yes. I want to say Officer Lucky responded with me.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Officer Lucky responded with me to that one.
Okay. And if you can recall, what occurred when you responded to that location?
Without referencing my report, I know that there was a couple vehicles that had been damaged and a little bit of the structure as well.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to what you did when you arrived?
It would.
Got permission to approach?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2 EEE.
Okay,
Some of you recognize 2 EEE.
I do. This would be a police report that I wrote that's been printed out.
And we're looking at that report, help you refresh your memory as to what you did when you arrived at 3424 Ruby H. Harbor Boulevard.
Yes, it would.
Okay, you can take a moment, look at it, and let me know when it helps refresh your memory.
Okay, yeah, this helps. I'm ready.
Okay. Do you recall what time of the day would you have arrived at that location?
That would be, this report was submitted in the morning. So let's see. Yeah, this is, looks like the report was submitted at 1:06 a.m.
Okay, and I apologize, you said you worked the morning watch?
Yes.
What was the time of the morning watch?
I want to say I got there at 10, left at like 6 or 7 in the morning.
So morning watch starts at 10 o'clock PM
10 p.m. Yeah.
and goes until about 6 or 7 AM?
Yes.
When you responded at about 1 o'clock AM, what did you see when you first arrived?
That there was like basically a couple vehicles that had been damaged. And I want to say the front door of the house had been shot as well.
Okay. And you said a couple cars have been damaged. Does your report indicate what cars were damaged?
Yes, it does. An Econoline van, that's a Ford van, and then a Chevrolet Caprice.
And where were those 2 vehicles located?
In the front yard?
And did you also say that there was a door that had been shot?
Yes, front door.
The cars, what if any damage were on those vehicles?
It was the windows were broken and another one had been shot in the front door. So it was a window and a front door of a car.
Now, while out there, were you able to see any shell casings or projectiles? And are you looking at your report to help refresh your memory?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. There were 24 shell casings, 9mm and 40 caliber that were there. They were in the street directly in front of the house.
And was there anyone home when you first responded to the location?
No, there was not.
When you responded to the location, you talked about being in the front of the home. Did you go anywhere else to check to see if anyone was there?
Yes, we checked the backyard and the surrounding area.
Now, were you familiar with that location?
Yes.
How were you familiar with that location?
I believe I've been on several 911 calls there in the past.
And were you familiar with the individuals that lived at that location?
I was.
Okay. And who were the individuals that lived at the
Your
location?
Honor, I'm going to object to the extent of the cause for hearsay.
How were you familiar with the individuals that lived at that location?
Previous 911 calls.
And are those 911 calls that you responded to?
Correct.
And when you responded to those previous 911 calls, did you interact with the individuals that lived at that location?
Yes.
And did you become aware of them through that interaction?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the individuals that you knew that lived at that location?
You had Rodney Sturkey and Thaddeus Bush.
And without giving me their full date of birth, what was the year of birth of Thaddeus Bush?
1967.
And what about the year of birth of Mr. Rodney Sturkey?
69.
The cars that were in the driveway, did you do anything with those cars?
Yes, we like ran them and through GCIC to see who they were registered to.
And were you able to determine who the cars were registered to?
Yes.
All right. And who were those cars registered to?
Objection, that would be hearsay.
Sustained.
Now, were you familiar with any relatives of anyone or were you aware of any relationships of anyone who lived at that home?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, Mr. Bush, were you familiar with any of his relatives?
Yes.
Okay. Who, maybe not familiar with, were you aware of who he was related to?
Yes.
Who was he related to?
Objection, foundation, and possible hearsay.
Sustained.
Let me ask, how were you familiar with Mr. Bush and who his relative? I'll withdraw that question. While on scene, were you ever able to speak with any witnesses? Without telling me what they said, were you ever able to speak with any witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. Were they able to provide you information about the incident?
Yes.
Were there any other cars that were in that area that were not damaged?
There were a few cars in the yard that were not damaged.
Did you have anyone else come out the scene to assist you with that investigation?
Yes.
Who came out?
My supervisor and a crime scene technician
Okay.
came out.
Who was the crime scene technician that came out?
I'm gonna have to spell the last name.
Okay.
Flemister.
And let me ask you, what was there a case number associated with this report?
Yes, there's always a case number.
What was the case number that was associated with this report?
Looks like it was 15013 012300.
Okay. Now, when you were on the scene and you know that it was shots fired, did you do anything to ascertain if there were any victims of any shootings?
Yes, that's searching the yard, trying to make contact with anybody inside. And then we also call, or at least have 911 call the local hospitals to see if anybody came in, like if anybody brought themselves into the ER.
At any point while you were on scene, did either Mr. Bush or Mr. Sturkey arrive on scene?
I believe they did.
Okay. Do you recall if both of them arrived or one of them arrived?
If I can look at my report, I can let you know.
Sure.
Mr. Sturkey looks like he arrived on scene.
And were you able to speak with him when he arrived on scene?
I was.
And was he able to, provide you any contact information for himself or for Mr. Bush?
Yes, he provided contact information for both.
Were you present when the crime scene tech was processing and collecting the evidence?
Yes.
Okay. After the crime scene processed the evidence and you wrote your report, did you have any other involvement with responding to that location?
No.
I want to direct your attention to January 28th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 2905 Springdale Road in Atlanta, Georgia?
I did.
And why did you respond to that location?
I believe there was a shots fired call at that location.
And what time did you arrive to that location?
I wouldn't know that off the top of my head without referencing my report.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 129 triple C. Tell me if you recognize 129 triple C.
No, I don't. This is not, I mean, I know the person that wrote it, but that's not mine.
I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong report. I apologize. Okay, now looking at 129 triple C. Tell me if you recognize 129 triple C.
Yes, I do. This is a report I wrote.
All right, well, that helped refresh your memory as to what time you responded to 2905 Springdale Road, 2905 Springdale Road on January 28th, 2015.
Yes, it does.
What time did you respond?
Looks like 12:16 in the morning. So just after midnight.
And why did you respond to that location?
Shots fired, apartments were damaged by gunfire.
Now I'm going to publish for you State's Exhibit 124 triple C. No, 124. Okay. We have to remove the bar. And looking at 124 triple C, if you could just orient the jury to what we're looking at as Exhibit 124 triple C.
Sure. To the north is well, it's older now, but at the time it was a newer Walmart on Cleveland Avenue. And then you go down Springdale Road, this apartment complex would be on your right. And if you kept driving south on Springdale Road, you'd hit like the airport parking lots, those types of like park and ride places. 85 is to your east, and then Sylvan Road to your left.
Okay. And is this the location that you responded to back on January 28, 2015?
It was.
Did you respond with anyone else?
Yes.
Who did you respond with?
Officer Robinson.
And what did you find once you responded to that location?
There were four, I would say they're like apartment / townhouse style living, but there were 4 units that had bullet damage to them.
And did you have the occasion to go in and look for the damage at the 4 apartments?
Yes, we checked all 4.
And when you first arrived, did you encounter anyone?
Yes. There's no way to know how many 911 calls came in, but at least the one that got dispatched to us, we met with that 911 caller.
And do you recall how soon after you arrived on scene that you met with that 911 caller?
Almost instantaneous.
And was that 911 caller able to provide you any information about what had occurred?
Yes, I believe that 911 caller had video surveillance that he showed us.
And did you look at the video surveillance?
I did.
And based on looking at the video surveillance, what if anything did you do after looking at the video surveillance?
After we looked at it, we basically like analyzed that there was a silver, like mid-2000s Chevy.
I'm going to object to the hearsay. And the best evidence.
I believe that he could testify to what he saw on the video surveillance camera.
Are we gonna have, you watched it, you looked at it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, overruled.
So Teldra, what did you see on the video surveillance camera?
We saw a silver, like, I guess you would look at it closely as like a mid-2000s sedan, like a Chevrolet Impala sedan. It's like a cop car. It's a very common car.
And what did you see? Tell them what you saw in the video surveillance.
We saw a 2000s silver Chevy Impala.
And did you see this?
You
did
see
the
it.
Chevy Impala do anything?
It drives by and shoots at the apartments.
Okay. Are you able to see anyone inside of the Chevy Impala?
It's impossible to make that out in the video.
All right. And in looking at the video, were you able to see where the Carter shots were being fired from?
I don't think it has that much detail.
Will looking at a copy of your report help refresh your memory as to whether or not you saw?
It would.
Okay.
If you want me to read it, I can. Okay. Yeah, in the report, it says that there is shots being fired from the front and the rear of the passenger side of the vehicle.
And after watching that surveillance video, were you able to see yourself if there were any shell casings out in front of 2905 Springdale Road?
Yes. We recovered quite a few shell casings. If you want a specific number, I need to read for it.
Okay.
There were 17 9mm casings recovered in the parking lot.
Can you speak into your mic? 'Cause I don't think.
Sorry, there were 17 9mm casings recovered from the parking lot.
Once you were able to see the video surveillance, what, if anything, did you do regarding the Impala?
We would have put a lookout over the radio for the Impala, see if it was involved in anything else.
To see if there was what?
See if it was involved in anything else, alert other police officers if they happen to see it driving by.
Did you do anything to determine whether or not there were any gunshot victims from this scene?
Yes, checking the apartments, calling the local hospitals, doing all of that kind of.
Now, you said that you went into each apartment. I want to start with the first apartment. Do you remember what the apartment number was for the first apartment?
That one was P1.
Okay. And was there anyone at home at the time of the shooting?
Yes, that was the. Yes, that one was occupied.
Okay. And who was in the apartment?
Last name was Anderson, and two people with the same last name, Anderson.
And what year were they born?
1950, or sorry, 1951 and 1947.
And was there any damage to their apartment?
Yes, no one was injured. In P1, there was just property damage to the structure. So the home had been shot itself, like walls, doors, etc.
And you said there were holes. Was there 1, 2, 3, or 4 holes within their structure?
There was, it looks like, one bullet hole through the front bedroom and damage to an interior wall. So it may have been from the same projectile.
After leaving that apartment, did you go to another apartment?
Yes,
Which apartment did you go to?
apartment P2.
And who resided in apartment P2? Or was there anyone, did anyone reside in apartment P2?
Yes,
Who resided in apartment P2?
last name is Mack, M-A-C-K.
And was that the same individual who was the 911 caller?
It was.
All right. And did anyone else live in that apartment with him?
Yes, his girlfriend, last name Curry, C-U-R-R-Y.
All right. And what was Miss Curry's year of birth?
1997.
Okay. What, if any, damage was there to that apartment?
In the report, it says there were several bullet holes into apartment P2. No property damage except the structure.
At this point, that the witness not read from his report, it needs to be used to refresh his recollection. That's fine.
All right.
Sure.
So just, if it helps refresh your memory, read it, and then if it refreshes your memory, you can testify from your
Got
memory.
it.
All right. Were there any projectiles?
I'm gonna have to read to give you the specifics on that.
Read it, and if it refreshes your memory, then you can let us know.
Got it. Yes, there was one projectile that was located inside the apartment.
Now, after leaving that apartment, did you go to the next apartment?
We did.
And was there anyone occupying the third apartment?
I'm gonna have to read really quickly to refresh my memory.
Sure.
Okay. No, that was unoccupied at the time of our arrival.
Did you enter inside the apartment?
We did.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you find once you went inside the apartment?
I'm gonna have to refresh my memory by reading real quick.
No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready for your question again.
Sure. Was there any damage inside of that apartment?
Yes, it looked like there were 2 TVs that had been damaged, and we did find a projectile. The back door was unlocked. 2 TVs downstairs were on.
And what was that apartment number?
That was apartment P3.
And then did you go into the fourth apartment?
I did.
And what was that apartment number?
P4.
And was that occupied by anyone?
I'm gonna have to read to let you know.
Okay.
Yes, that was occupied by, it looks like 2 persons.
And who were those 2 individuals?
I'm gonna read them real quick. Apartment P4, last name was McCurdy, MCCURDY, and the other last name was Daniel, DANIEL.
And what was the year of birth of McCurdy?
1970,
And what about Daniel?
1989.
And was there any damage to that apartment?
I'm gonna have to read really quick to let you know. Looks like a bedroom mirror and some of the walls were damaged. We located 2 projectiles there.
At any point while you were on scene, did the occupant of apartment P3 arrive on scene?
They did.
Okay. And who was the individual that arrived on scene?
I believe the last name was Smith.
And were you able to speak with that individual?
Yes,
And was she able, without saying what she said, was she able to provide you any information that assisted you with your investigation?
she was.
Now, did you have any crime scene techs come out to the scene?
We did.
Okay, which crime scene tech came out to the scene?
Sanders was the last name.
And were you the officer that directed her to all of the damage and projectiles that were found at the apartment complex?
I was.
After speaking with Ms. Smith, talking to all the other residents of the apartments that were damaged, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No.
All right, court's indulgence for one moment. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any defense questions for this witness?
Your Honor, thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions for this gentleman.
All right, Mr. Short, if you. Okay.
Officer Collins, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yeah.
My understanding, you arrive at the scene and one of the residents shows you their surveillance video.
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. At 2905 Springdale.
Sure.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you viewed that video?
I did.
Were you the only officer to view the video?
I couldn't remember. This is from several years ago.
I understand.
I
In that video that you watched,
mhm.
there appeared to you to be one car involved in this incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that one car that appeared to be involved, according to the video, was a silver Chevrolet Impala or a similar car.
Yes, the taillights are awfully specific on that car. So that's what it looked like to me.
Okay, but it was definitely silver.
Could be a variety of gray. It could be anything,
Okay,
but
gray or silver.
sure.
Sure, okay. And that video that you watched,
Hmm.
did you collect that video?
I have no idea. I mean, if it's listed in there as being put in like on a thumb drive, then sure. When a case like this typically happens, it gets assigned to an investigator, and they would be the ones to retrieve it, or a crime scene tech, not necessarily the responding officer.
Would you have, if you didn't collect it, would you have alerted the investigator?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, and do you personally know where this video is now?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other defense counsel questions? Nope, nope, nope. Any redirect? All right, thank you for your time. You are excused.
Thank you.
And we're going to adjourn for the day. So I think y'all may know we have a somewhat, just slightly late start in the morning. Y'all may not know. 9:30, one of your number needs to deal with something early in the morning and believes that they can be here by 9:15 or 9:30. We're just going to make it 9:30. So all of y'all make your arrangements for us to start at 9:30 in the morning. Don't discuss the case with anybody. Don't allow anybody to discuss it with you. Don't look at any kind of accounts of any sort. And we'll see you in the morning. Thank you. GG. All right, I think that for us, we might still come at, y'all can sit down. At 8:45, because I feel like we maybe have things to go over. I know Mr. Steele just sent several new motions in limine. Y'all should have your witnesses ready to go at 9:30. Is there any issue remaining with witnesses? I know Ms. Love, you updated us over the lunch hour, I believe, with when and where there was notice of the newly re-added witnesses. Is there any issue about anybody now? Okay, all right.
If we can just have some idea of what witnesses they plan to call on tomorrow.
Okay. Is there any update on Mr. Zachary?
If he's out tomorrow, we're gonna put him
Okay,
out tomorrow,
yeah,
but
so that one is just kind of an unknown. If he gets released, he's gonna come straight here, it sounds like.
that's the intention.
And beyond that, who do you think?
Beyond that, Your Honor, these are subject to being called. These are the ones that we have in line. We have Ms. Coppedge, Jenkins, Bowers, Kelly, Tullis.
Hang on, slow down just a tad. Everybody's sort of jotting it down. All right, so this is who you expect to be lined up calling tomorrow.
This is who we have lined up. And if we don't have Mr. Zach.
Understood. Okay, so can you run through that again a little more slowly?
Yes. Miss Latner's, I should have started
Sure.
with her.
All right.
Miss Coppedge. Jenkins. Crime scene tech, Jenkins. Bowers. Also crime scene tech. Former GBI analyst Kelly. crime scene tech Tullis, former, oh wait. And we are confirming some other people. We don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe we have a couple others that we are confirming.
Okay, y'all had mentioned Montgomery before as a maybe today witness. Is that going to be a maybe tomorrow witness, or is that the?
That was Montgomery Porter.
Oh, Montgomery Porter. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Never mind. Okay. All right. Does that work?
That helps.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I just feel like if I tell y'all 9, we'll have 45 minutes worth of things to deal with instead of 30. So let's plan on 8:45. Yes.
Can we, I believe that Mr. Atkins had introduced or intended to introduce a specific exhibit 38. Yes, please go ahead. He'll address it.
Your Honor, I just wanted for the record, for identification purposes, Supervisor Trigo, who testified this morning, he referenced his report. And so I wanted to introduce for identification, it's his crime scene record, so that it's in the record as 32 Delta Delta Delta. I didn't have the exhibit sticker on that when I showed him this crime scene report. So I just wanted that to be in the record.
Is there any objection?
No.
All right, that's admitted.
And Your Honor, the last thing I wanted to ask, just because we just discussed it, is would the court permit, if the state finds specifically on the CAD report and 911 call that the state, Mr. Matthews, and the court were just discussing, for a 5-minute argument in the morning if the case finds an appropriate case to share?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your
Sure.
Honor.
And would the state mind, I'm going through the in-camera on the communications between the state and the various attorneys for people who have pled. Do y'all mind getting me the executed plea acknowledgement for whomever y'all sent me over the correspondence for? Because I know it's somewhere and I could probably sort through and find it, but if y'all could just get them to me, it'd be easier. Because I've got sort of the drafts going back and forth, but I don't know what the end results look like.
I will. I think that we filed them in Odyssey. Do we?
And I'm sure that they are
we'll get
somewhere,
them.
but
we have them. We will give the court that
be
signed
great.
copy. Yes.
That would be great. Thank you. Anything else before we close for the day? Okay. All right, so take a look at, and I don't know how soon we're going to get to the various things that are addressed in Mr. Steele's motions in limine, but take a look at those in the event that any of that is anything we're going to be getting to soon. All right, I'll see everybody at 8:45.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and y'all, at some point, you might want to just make sure that the evidence up here is in order.
Well, folks, well. So y'all still holding steady. I sure do appreciate it. What's happening, what's happening, what's happening. I was trying to look for some other sources on this record. I mean, Yeah, I've been wanting to get other people's other people's
Same. Even though we have a new judge, it hasn't progressed that fast.
Have more questions during the video, please put them in the comments. Make sure you hit that like button, and let's get into this update and see, because there's some more nefarious things happening from the prosecutor in this case. Let's get into it.
Trying to get other people's feelings on.
So this is going to be a bit of an unusual live for me, as I'm not going to be driving the train like I usually do, but a little bit less heavy of a lift, which is nice as well. Why don't you start out, Dad, just by giving everybody kind of an update of, or a summary of the update of what's been going on the last week or two since we've done our last video.
Well, the problem is, unfortunately, it's a lot more of the same. Even though we have a new judge, it hasn't progressed that fast. We've had, again, continuous days of no jury work. I think Wednesday was no jury. They let the jury go early on Thursday. The juror, rumor is she was sick. That hasn't been verified yet. But, it's kind of more the same. A very slow pace. And then we have the same stuff. Prosecutors not giving material over the defense lawyers. You'll see where they talk about email traffic with regards to a plea agreement that was very key, and we'll hear some testimony on it. The email traffic was not turned over to the defense until just now, when the judge says, if you've got anything else, turn it over. So again, we have slow discovery responses by the prosecutors. We have, and keep in mind, people may not remember this, but on the 19th of August, the judge ordered the prosecutors to watch a video by the Georgia Prosecutors Association about Brady material. And so she required a refresher course for all the prosecutors on the team in this case.
That was basically the sanction in lieu of granting a mistrial. Or
right. So they all had to sit in the courtroom with a bailiff watching them to ensure that they watched the video. I mean, it's humiliating.
For the first assistant, the chief assistant, I mean, that's not great. What does that say about the whole office if the chief assistant who's supposed to be teaching and mentoring other young prosecutors has to do that?
And that's the job of the chief assistant. I mean, it really is. Most chief assistants don't try a lot of cases. In this one, we have a chief assistant stuck in this case for a year. So I don't know what's happening to the rest of the office while she's in this case.
And just in case anybody's not aware, my dad was the chief assistant of the U.S. Attorney's Office, Federal Prosecutor's Office in the Middle District, Florida. So he knows how that works and how you train younger prosecutors and how important it is that they know ethically what they should be doing. And you were a state attorney first, assistant state attorney. Then you went on your own as a criminal defense attorney before coming back to be that chief assistant. So you knew what it was like on the other side. You knew what it was like to deal with prosecutors that were unethical. And so you made sure that didn't happen when you came back in the federal prosecutor's office. And that's so important to have prosecutors that have, maybe not all of them have that experience, but have that mindset that it has to be absolutely fair to the criminal defendant and the criminal defense lawyers sitting on the other side.
A prosecutor who feels good about an unfair conviction is a bad prosecutor.
Right.
I mean, even if he loses a case, the prosecutor should realize that I still did what's right and what's true. Winning isn't all that matters to a prosecutor. And that really is the mindset they should have. Obviously, they don't have that in Georgia.
No, yeah, we don't talk shit about old Georgia. Yes, ain't right, hey. Now, I want to get a few words of what they said about old Diddy.
Let's get to it.
Reading of it, I really want.
All right, so to start out, Dad, welcome in. We are going to do the indictment here, starting with count one. This is in the District of Court, Southern District of New York. I think somebody sent me, they have like a 98% conviction rate. or success rate. No surprise there. Most federal offices do.
That's standard across the country. And just to start off, one of the biggies here is this is an indictment in New York. This could have been anywhere in the country. It could have been Miami.
Miami, LA, New York, I think were the big three that it was
right.
Could have been any of those three.
And everybody needs to know what happened here. They had a meeting at the Department of Justice, I'm sure, to decide which district was going to indict this. And they decided on New York, which is obviously a highly qualified district to prosecute sex crimes and sex trafficking. You have a lot of experience at it.
Ozzy starts saying more like R. Kelly or YSL. No, this is like Epstein. Okay. If you want to say it's like Epstein, I don't really know who it's like. I just think that when we hear Rico and we hear racketeering, back in the day it used to mean one thing, but today it really seems to mean anything they want to catch something they think is a big criminal organization with all these different things, to put in all these different facts, to really build and make them look like a horrible person. So the jury just starts feeling like I'm going to convict them, whether or not it fits into this crime. That feels more like R. Kelly than YSL. I think they're trying to do similar things with YSL, but the sexual deviance and the music and things that are, one man sitting at the top of the pyramid feels more like R. Kelly than YSL and Young Thug. But I also put those two in the title because Kelly was federal, Young Thug is state, and you saw how differently that went. And guess what? This is federal. So again, another reason I think it's going to feel more like the R. Kelly case than it does the YSL case. But let's read the indictment here. Count 1, racketeering conspiracy. For decades, Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, a.k.a. P. Diddy, Diddy, PD, and Love, the defendant, abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influences of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other things, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice.
Why didn't he stop? All this stuff is coming out, and he never stopped, and he never gave it a second thought, and he settled these cases. Cassie's case in particular, he would deny it in one breath, and then he'd settle it in the next breath.
And not just settle it, but then he would apologize for certain things. And
after the video came out.
Right. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, he denied it, video came out, he settled the civil lawsuit, and then he made a kind of an apology video. And again, he's innocent until proven guilty in the criminal realm. The prosecution still has to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. But there's also a lot of things in this case that are objective or even admitted to by Puff Daddy, by P. Diddy, whatever we're going to call him, the defendant in this case. Now, I don't think settling a civil lawsuit automatically makes you guilty, but the timeline of it and when the videos come out, that's going to be evidence the U.S. Attorney's Office can use. But let's get to their detention letter, which the purpose of this is to explain to the judge why Puff Daddy should not be given a bond or any way to get out of jail. He should be sitting in jail the whole time waiting for his trial. Usually we don't want to do this in America because people are presumed innocent. So that's why they have to put all these details together to explain to the judge why it's necessary in this case. And we're going to read through some highlights, not every word to this or to the defense's response, just so we can get out of here at some point today. The government respectfully submits this letter in anticipation of the defendant's appearance before this court later today, which is happening right now, and in support of the government's request for the defendant's detention pending trial. The defendant therefore cannot overcome the statutory presumption in favor of detention, and the court should order him detained. Again, they go through some of the allegations in the complaint that he is a significant risk of obstructing justice. He's dangerous, he threats people, he bribes people, he coerces people. On September, they go into some background. The indictment was returned on September 17th by a federal grand jury. Racketeering conspiracy from in or about 2008 to the date of the indictment, which is literally today. And then they talk about the charges in the indictment. Then they talk about the abuse. Again, now it's force, threats of force, coercion to cause female victims to engage in certain activities. They talk about the freak-offs again, gives very detailed descriptions of the freak-offs and everything used in the freak-offs. This was, I thought, an interesting example. So they talk about, and again, it's not illegal to damage a hotel room and then pay for it, But just to give you an idea of what these parties were like, $46,000 to cover damages to a penthouse hotel in Manhattan in 2012. Like that's what.
Yeah, because they all are high on that shit. But I don't foresee the hold on, let me see if it's still there. I don't foresee the I know I don't know if they will appeal his bill. I don't know. I saw something in here in the transcript yesterday that the judge asked. The judge says, okay, and is this a presumption case? Ms. Johnson said, it is, Your Honor. The court said, okay, and why is that? Ms. Johnson said, detention is presumed under the Bail Reform Act because the defendant is charged with sex trafficking, which is an offense under Chapter 77 of Title 18, and the cite for that is 18 U.S.C. 3142E3D. Now, what I should have did before I read that is look and see what is up with the Reform Bail Act. Because what presumption case means, it means that the statute itself would, this is going to be hard for y'all to understand. So, I know everybody is presumed innocent, okay? When it's a presumption case, and the prosecutor says that, then they're saying that the statute is presuming you're guilty. I'm not going into it. I'm not going into it. So just let me see what this bail reform act, is it any amendments or anything to it? Or is it just the same one from back in the day? Yes, there have been multiple bail reform acts in the United States, including the Bail Reform Act of '66 in August. But what is going on with it now? Okay. Appeal, new bail. Okay, so they're pretty much saying that it's presumptive because it's a risk-based system eliminating bail schedules. So that's probably how they are also arguing to keep him under that Bail Reform Act. And let me see what this is. This is crazy, man. Okay, so it's rebuttable presumption. Oh, okay. So they are going under rebutable, I'm sorry. Lord have mercy. I know I'm speaking crazy. Rebutable presumption. Okay. So what that means is that the judge has the choice, or apparently they. Okay, let me read what else she says. The judge says, okay, thank you, counsel. So I'm required under the law to release you either with or without conditions imposed unless I determine that there are no conditions that will reasonably assure your appearance in court as required and the safety of the community. In this case, the government has asked that you be detained without bail, and they are entitled to make that request because the government contends that you are at present serious risk of flight and obstruction of justice, and because of the nature of the charges against you, which include sex trafficking and crime, which maximum sentence is life, imprisonment, or death. Huh? Lord have mercy. We have a bail hearing, and I have to determine whether or not the conditions or any combination of conditions. And like I used to try to tell people on the R. Kelly case, they could they cry in bail. I said, honey, when they threw obstruction in there, honey, that right there, it will, give the judge the fortitude to not grant you bail. So because they are saying it's a presumption case, and I look up the statute, and it's a rebutable presumption. That means that pretty much the judge can accept the legal argument of the state until the oh Lord, I'm sleeping. The defense prove that it's not true. Okay. So yeah. I and I know it's you're guilty. You're innocent. Lord have mercy. You're innocent until proven guilty. That's with the court process, right? That's like really like the process you going into court and all of that, whatever. But that's under one standard, one process. We're talking about bail, detention. That's something else. That's different process, standard, and all of that, right? They're talking about presumption case. So when we start talking about presumption, it could be refutable presumption as that one is, and this the other one could be just regular presumption, which is a little higher, which means that you're presumed that the statute you've been arrested under presumes that you are, creates the presumption of guilt. So yeah, I know, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't want to get into the breakdown because it can be confusing, and if I translate it, it could. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Now, I understand. When I say just because it's the law, it's legal, it doesn't mean that it might not be oppressive, and that's when it falls up under the Constitution, and that's when you start to undo shit. Okay, so so what I say is lawful. It's legal for them to do, but is it lawful? You know, as far as your rights. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know about it yet. Okay, and the 19th is today. Girl, you ain't done that shit. I know. Oh. So, shout out to all of y'all, because y'all be covering all kind of cases. Child. Somebody else can drop something. I sure appreciate it. I sure do appreciate it. Let me say this. Ghislaine Maxwell, the Supreme Court. Was this Supreme Court? No, I'm sorry, United Court of Appeals in the Second Circuit. Made a decision on her case on the 17th. Man, I wish somebody, anybody, had like I could, cause it'd be so much shit I've been wanting to get to. God knows, I can't get to it. I can't. Lord have mercy. It'd be so much to put on the record, and oh, we kind of involved us. Well, I involved us ourselves, and it's YSL shit. And they be taking a whole day. And then we got Diddy. I'm surprised we even mm-mm. I don't know what happened to Big Brother tonight, and baby, damn. So I can watch. I can go cut on Honolulu and catch my Big Brother. And I got to watch the challenge. Shit, I got a lot to do. So, anyways, let me get off of here and do just that. Unless I can see if they put Big Brother on Amazon. And I don't know if anybody know how to, can you record on Amazon Prime? If we can do that, then I'll be, in the house. Can't do that. Okay, the 14th was. Wait a minute now. Did I watch it on the 14th? Because that was Sunday. Yeah, I watched it on 14th. Yeah, I watched it on 14th. So I'm going to have to catch. I'm going to have to get on ball because I'm going to have to catch it on Honolulu. I'm too late for Texas. I'm too late for Los Angeles. I'm too late for everybody. So I got to watch Honolulu. Hey! Anyway, guess what, y'all? Thank you for another amazing day, another amazing night, honey. Yeah, child. Ooh. If they made this shit here more than if YouTube said, now Twitter, love them, honey. Love everything about Twitter, just but them requirements over there. That's a mistake trying to build it up. Check this out right here. If YouTube let you go, like, give you the video beyond 12 hours, I'll stay on this motherfucker. Here's the thing, I'll mute this motherfucker, go wash my ass, do whatever I got to do, whatever. Come back, put on some entertainment, and turn it into a goddamn station, baby. And be about my business while I'm, down, right? I can't even, like, pick up, how I put the whole case of water in the refrigerator, right? I have to wait for somebody to come put it in the refrigerator. Come lift, I can't lift nothing over 10 pounds. So, go figure, right? So, and I know that water over 10 pounds. Shit. Well, I would literally be on here longer than that, right? And I definitely drag y'all through Big Brother. The problem is I got the I have the hookup. Yeah, I got the hookup on the other computer, and I would have to switch some things around. I don't feel like doing it. And I would show you how I look at Big Brother in Honolulu with all the Hawaiian people. They be Hawaiian Toyota sales commercials, Hawaiian this, Hawaiian that, Hawaiian pizzas, Hawaiian this. I don't give a shit. They give me my content, right? So, yeah. So anyway, that's what we have for tonight and today. And as always, it's been a pleasure holding y'all attention for this long, but listen here, I'm gonna have to go. So, guess what? It's been real. And as always, they be good to everybody, but they try you and be bad to them. Hey, make sure you do something good for yourself and somebody else and baby. You know what I'm saying? You know how I feel about you. Hey, to the next live, stay live. Keep it live.